Chapter 42:18. Time passed quickly. After formulating the plan, Qin Feiyang brought the inner demons into the ancient castle's cultivation room. "What's up?" The inner demons looked at him suspiciously. "I want to show you something." Qin Feiyang smiled. "So mysterious. What is it?" The inner demons rolled their eyes, but their eyes were full of curiosity. Qin Feiyang took out his universe ring and carefully searched it. After a while, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he took out a jade scroll from his universe ring. The inner demons looked at the jade scroll suspiciously. "I found this in the ancient world back then. I spent a lot of effort to get it." Qin Feiyang handed the jade scroll to the inner demons. The inner demons took the jade scroll and sank their consciousness into it. They were slightly stunned. "Chaos Origin Divine Art?" "That's right. This primordial chaos divine art is a secret technique that was specially created for people with inner demons. After cultivating the chaos origin divine art, the main body and the inner demons can become one, greatly increasing their strength." Qin Feiyang explained. "This is a legendary divine art. What can it do?" The inner demons frowned. Qin Feiyang said, "I'm also thinking about this problem. The level is definitely not enough." The inner demons pondered for a while and laughed. "However, we can improve on the foundation of the chaos origin divine art." "Improve?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. Generally speaking, this kind of special secret technique is not divided into levels, only realms. For example, the 3,000 incarnations and the Demon King's true body. They don't have levels, but realms are. For example, at the initial realm, how many incarnations can be activated, and at the initial realm, how many incarnations can be activated. It's also because of this that we can still activate these two killing techniques after stepping into the sovereign realm. From the current situation, this chaos origin divine art is not much different from ordinary divine arts, so I think it still needs to be improved. In other words, it can be modified into the same killing technique as the 3,000 incarnations and the Demon King true body. The inner demons said. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang felt a rush of excitement and asked, "Are you sure?" "Of course. I can even comprehend the Demon King's true body, let alone this thing. It's just a matter of time. If we study, comprehend, and improve together, we can achieve twice the result with half the effort." The inner demons smiled confidently. "Me?" Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. He smiled bitterly and said, "To be honest, I don't have much confidence." Hey. Are you still the sovereign that I know? Back in the day, wasn't raising the level of the various divine arts and creating new moves as easy as playing around? The inner demons were speechless. How did he become so unconfident after all these years? Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly and sighed. "Ever since I stepped into the sovereign realm, other than the profundities of the laws, I haven't studied anything else. I can't find the same feeling as before. It's fine as long as your talent hasn't changed. We're all people who have unlocked the gate of potential, yet you're still so unconfident. It's a bit embarrassing." The inner demons looked down on him. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly and nodded. "All right, let's work hard together." "Now?" The inner demons were stunned. "What else?" Qin Feiyang asked. The people from the Central Dynasty will arrive in the 4 great continents in 3 months. At that time, they will definitely contact me and my cousin. I'm afraid there won't be enough time." The inner demons were a bit worried. "Don't worry. The Black Tortoise world has a time array. 5,000 years in 1 day. 3 months is a total of 450,000 years. 450,000 years should be enough for us to improve the chaos origin divine art," Qin Feiyang said. "That's true." The inner demons nodded and asked, "Then, shall we start seclusion?" "Let's do it." Qin Feiyang walked out of the castle and shouted, "The inner demons and I are going into seclusion. Before we come out, no one is allowed to disturb us. Senior brother, White-Eyed Wolf, I'll leave the matter of Clear Sky City to you." After saying that, he returned to the castle and closed the door of the cultivation room with a bang. "What's going on?" In the tea garden. Everyone looked at the castle, their faces full of suspicion. Why would they go into seclusion just like that? More importantly, Why would they go into seclusion? Both of them weren't weak. If they wanted to comprehend laws and fuse ultimate mysteries, there was no need for them to do it together. If we can't go out, how are we going to go to Clear Sky City? The white-eyed wolf came back to his senses and looked at the mad scientist suspiciously. Are you stupid? Don't you know how to find the fire lotus? Madman rolled his eyes at him as a sinister smile flashed through his eyes. He said via voice transmission, we can also use this opportunity to matchmake Lu Jiajin and Hua Lian. Haha, you're so sneaky. The white-eyed wolf was stunned for a moment before laughing. The mad scientist suddenly thought of something and asked secretly, Brother Wolf, there's something I need to confirm with you. Do you really not have any thoughts about Longqin? How can I joke with you? The white-eyed wolf's face darkened. If that's the case, why don't we bring her and the inner demons together? The mad scientist thought. The white-eyed wolf was stunned and said speechlessly, you're bringing someone together whenever you see one. Were you a matchmaker in your previous life? Fuck. I was the savior of the world in my previous life, the Blood Demon King. The mad scientist cursed. Maybe the Blood Demon King is a matchmaker? The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. Scram. The mad scientist's face darkened and asked, what do you think of my suggestion? Facing this question, the white-eyed wolf couldn't help but feel an inexplicable emotion. The mad scientist blinked his eyes and looked at the white-eyed wolf. This wolf cub still said that he wasn't moved. If he wasn't moved, why would he hesitate for so long? Okay, it's just a joke. The mad scientist waved his hand. A joke? The white-eyed wolf was stunned. Hearing this, he felt a sense of relief in his heart, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. What was going on? Could it be that the unrestrained me really had feelings for this woman? Impossible. But, the more he tried to deny it, the more he couldn't calm down. I say, what are you two whispering about? Lu Jiajin looked at the two warily. Nothing. The two looked at each other and quickly waved their hands. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth and said, Big cousin, let's go. We'll take you for a walk. A walk? No need. I still need to rebuild my body. Lu Jiajin quickly waved his hand. He definitely didn't have good intentions. You want to rebuild your body? That's good. Let's go find sister-in-law. She has the Eye of Life and can help you rebuild your body in minutes. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth and dragged Lu Jiajin to the courtyard. Frenzy looked at the white-eyed wolf's back. Should he find a chance to provoke the white-eyed wolf and Longqin? Otherwise, when would he be able to truly face his own heart? The next day. The sun was shining brightly in the west continent. The sky was blue and cloudless. However, at this moment, Qingtian City was covered by dark clouds, and the atmosphere was particularly depressing. Everyone gathered on the streets, their faces full of worry. Swoosh. At noon. 4 figures descended in the sky above Qingtian City. They were the monarch, the divine king, the human race's supremacy, and Heavenly Lord Ji. Because the monarch and the other two hadn't rebuilt their bodies yet, Heavenly Lord Ji played the role of a bodyguard. They're here. Qin Feiyang should be here soon. Seeing this scene, the people in the city felt even heavier. Would the 3 continents eventually follow in the footsteps of the East continent? Swoosh. After a while, a space-time tunnel appeared. 2 figures walked out. It was the Frenzy and the white-eyed wolf. He's here. Everyone immediately held their breaths and stared at the space-time tunnel. However, even when the space-time tunnel dissipated, they still didn't see Qin Feiyang come out. What was going on? Where was Qin Feiyang? Could it be that this was another trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain, letting the Frenzy and the white-eyed wolf restrain the monarch and the other two here while he went to attack Mount Supreme, the island, and the purple-gold divine dragon clan's territory? But thinking about it carefully, it was impossible. After all, with Qin Feiyang's current strength, he could directly kill his way to the 3 sacred lands. Qin Feiyang actually didn't come? Everyone immediately pondered. What was this person planning? The Frenzy glanced at the people in the city and said to the monarch and the other 3, Old Qin is busy today and has no time to meet you personally, so Brother Wolf and I will be the representatives to negotiate with you. What do you want to talk about? The monarch frowned. Let's talk about the future development of the Divine Kingdom. The frenzy said. What does the development of the Divine Kingdom have to do with you? The Divine King's face was gloomy. Of course. We've already wiped out the beast race and the ocean race. I believe that the god race, the human race and the purple gold divine dragon clan don't want to be the same as them. The frenzy looked at the four of them with a mocking smile. The four of them looked at each other and their eyes couldn't help but become gloomy. Actually, Brother Wolf and I have always thought of wiping out the three races directly, but there's no other way. Old Chin is too kind. He wants to leave you a way out. The frenzy shook his head and sighed. Then shouldn't we thank him? Heavenly Lord G sneered. That's right. We really have to thank him properly. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here to negotiate with you, but to slaughter the three continents directly. The frenzy's eyes flashed coldly. So what do you want to talk about? The Divine King said angrily. Surrender to us and work for us. The frenzy said word by word. What? You want to subdue the three races? Everyone was shocked. This ambition was really not small. Now that the ocean race and the beast race were destroyed, if they really subdued the three races, then the four continents would be ruled by Qin Feiyang alone. When the king and the other three heard this, their eyes couldn't help but tremble. This is your only choice now. If you don't surrender to us, then you will die. Of course. We are also very fair. As long as you surrender to us, not only will we not harm you, but we will also help you to destroy the Divine Kingdom's rule over the four continents. The frenzy said. No need. Lord Ruler has been very kind to us. We will never betray him. The king roared. Do you know what your name is? Foolish loyalty. With the current strength of the Divine Kingdom, you are no longer a match for the Sky Cloud realm. The frenzy sneered. Don't be complacent. No one in the four continents can control you, but we still have the Central Dynasty. The human race sovereign said in a deep voice. The Central Dynasty? You mean you Laro and the others? They are just a bunch of trash. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. I will give you some time to think about it. 3 months later, at noon, in Qingtian City, give us a prepared answer. The frenzy smiled disdainfully, opened a space-time passage, and turned to leave. Think about it carefully. Don't dig your own grave. Even if little Qin Zi is related to the purple gold divine dragon race, we will not show mercy. The white-eyed wolf also sneered, then followed into the space-time passage, and soon disappeared without a trace. Chapter 42:19. Heavenly Lord, did you record it? The king sent a voice transmission as he watched the two leave. Yes. Heavenly Lord G replied secretly. His hand that was hidden in his sleeve was holding a divine voice transmission stone. All right. I'll spread this video later. When the people from the Central Dynasty come and see this video and see our loyalty to the Overlord, they will not suspect us. The king thought to himself. Understood. Heavenly Lord G nodded. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, it was still in Qingtian City, but today, most of the people in Qingtian City were gone. Because everyone was afraid of being killed by Qin Feiyang and the others. On the streets, there were also many people fleeing the city. However, there were 4 people who were particularly eye-catching. The 4 of them were 2 men and 2 women. They were not eye-catching because of their looks and temperament. In terms of temperament and looks, they were rather ordinary and the aura they emitted was not strong. They were the kind of people that no one would take a second look at if they were placed in a crowd. However, the 4 of them did the exact opposite. In short, not only did they not flee Qingtian City, but they also went deeper into the city and walked slowly on the streets. What's going on? But when the 4 of them saw this scene, they were suspicious. Soon, they came to the entrance of a tavern. There was no one in the tavern and it seemed extremely empty. The 4 of them looked at each other and walked into the tavern. Not even a waiter. Where is he? Are you not doing business? One of the young men shouted. Soon, a fat middle-aged fatso ran out suspiciously. He looked at the 4 of them and shook his head. What business? Run for your lives. After saying that, he did not care about the 4 of them and began to clean up the wine on the wine cabinet. Anyway, he kept it all in the Black Tortoise world and it seemed that he was planning to escape. Uncle. What's going on? The four of them were puzzled. You don't know? The middle-aged fatso was stunned and looked at the four of them strangely. Where did they come from? They did not even know about such a big thing. I don't know. The four of them shook their heads. The middle-aged fatso was helpless. After collecting the wine on the wine cabinet, he looked at the four of them in a hurry and said, "You guys run with me or you will lose your lives here." So serious. The four of them looked at each other. You guys really don't know or are you playing dumb? The tavern owner frowned. I really don't know. We just came from the countryside and this is our first time in Qingtian City. Can you be more specific? One of the women girls said. What a freak. Even if you came from the countryside, you should know. The tavern owner was speechless. Who are you calling? These words seemed to have angered one of them. Inadvertently, he exuded a shocking baleful aura. The tavern owner. This murderous aura didn't seem to belong to an ordinary person. Out of fear and anxiety, he ran outside. The young man with a murderous aura stepped in front of the door and coldly said, "Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Not an ordinary person indeed. The tavern owner's heart skipped a beat. Looking at the empty streets outside, he said anxiously, "Can we talk as we leave the city?" "Let's talk here." The young man's aura became more and more terrifying. With an invisible majesty, the tavern owner could not help but tremble. "Tell us clearly and we will let you go." One of the women smiled and seemed to be much gentler. Okay. The tavern owner gritted his teeth and said, 3 months ago, Madman Mo and Golden-Winged Wolf King invited the monarch and the other two to Qingtian City to judge. As the tavern owner continued to explain, the four of them finally understood. These people who fled were afraid of being implicated. So, Qin Feiyang and his group did not kill the Purple Gold Divine Dragon Clan, the Divine Race, and the Human Race because they wanted to persuade the monarch and the others to betray the Divine Kingdom? The young woman asked. Yes. The tavern owner nodded. What about the monarch and the others? The young woman was curious. Of course they will not betray the Divine Kingdom, the tavern owner said. Why do you say that? The young woman was suspicious. You can ask around and you will know. Why ask me? The tavern owner was about to cry. If they did not leave now, it might really be too late. Speak. If you don't speak, my companions will not let you leave. The young woman smiled. The tavern owner looked at the young man full of killing intent and his pupils shrank. He said helplessly, "Fine, I will show you a video." After saying that, he took out the divine sound transmission stone and waved his hand. A video quickly unfolded in the void. It was the scene of the madman and the other two negotiating with the monarch and the others. Furthermore, even their voices could be heard clearly. At first, the four of them were very calm, but when they heard the monarch roar, "The monarch has been very kind to me. I will never betray him," the four of them could not help but be moved. This monarch did not disappoint the central dynasty. Finished. Can you let me go now? The tavern owner looked at the four of them pitifully. It's just a few outsiders. Why are you so afraid? The young man full of killing intent said angrily, as if he expected better from the tavern owner. Just a few? The tavern owner's mouth twitched. This tone was too arrogant. Who did not know the strength and methods of Qin Feiyang and his group? Even the beast race and the oceanic race were wiped out overnight, let alone a small character like him. If he did not leave, only death would await him. Scram! The young man shouted. The tavern owner immediately put away the divine sound transmission stone and ran past the young man, fleeing out of the city. The beast race and the oceanic race were wiped out one after another. However, the god race, the human race, and the purple gold divine dragon race are still safe and sound. I originally thought that the monarch, the divine king, and the sovereign of the human race might have some tricks up their sleeves, but it seems that I misunderstood them. Another young man shook his head. What about now? The young man full of killing intent asked, his eyes surging with bloody light. Didn't Qin Feiyang and the others give the monarch and his group 3 months to consider? Now, it's exactly 3 months. Who knows, they might come to Clear Sky City later. Let's just wait for them here. I want to see how outstanding they are. The other young man smirked, exuding an arrogant aura. The aura of the two women instantly changed. Although they were still wearing ordinary clothes, they were like stars in the sky, making people not dare to look at them directly. What about Lu Yunfeng and Lu Yuntian? Do we still need to find them? The young man full of killing intent asked. The 4 great continents are so big. Without the divine sound transmission stone, how can we find them? Let's ignore them for now. Once we act, the news will spread. When they know that we have come to the 4 great continents, they will come to find us. The 2 women said. At the same time, the Black Tortoise world. Why haven't they come out of seclusion? The frenzied one and the white-eyed wolf sat in the tea garden, each holding a wine jar. Looking at the silent castle, their brows furrowed. What's the hurry? Although we agreed to meet today, it's not like we have to go. Lu Jiajin walked over. His figure was slender, his eyes were clear, and his black hair was like a waterfall. He exuded an extraordinary aura. Big cousin. How are you getting along with the fire lotus? The white-eyed wolf saw Lu Jiajin walk over and immediately asked with a sneaky smile. Lu Jiajin rolled his eyes. The white-eyed wolf and the frenzied one looked at each other and frowned. Don't tell me that you haven't developed feelings for each other after 450,000 years. What nonsense are you talking about? It has indeed been 450,000 years in the Black Tortoise world, but we haven't been together every day. Lu Jiajin was speechless. Ah! Haven't been together every day? Then what have you been doing all these years? The white-eyed wolf was stunned. Playing in the Black Tortoise world. I also want to know what you have been through all these years. I say, don't think about it all day long. Feelings can't be forced. It depends on fate. Lu Jiajin shook his head. The white-eyed wolf was stunned and asked, You mean, you and the fire lotus are not fated to be together? You can't say that. Lu Jiajin said. Then you have made progress. The white-eyed wolf's eyes lit up. Are you done yet? Lu Jiajin's face darkened. They hadn't seen each other for so many years. Didn't they have other topics to talk about? I think you can't even compare to little Qinzi in terms of feelings. The white-eyed wolf looked at him with disdain. Fine, fine, fine. Whatever you say is right. Lu Jiajin surrendered. He really couldn't win against the white-eyed wolf. This bastard must have been a woman in his previous life to be so talkative. Then why don't we make a trip to Qingtian City first? The frenzied one's eyes flickered. Sure. The white-eyed wolf nodded and laughed. 3 months have passed. The people from the central dynasty should be here. They might be waiting for us in Qingtian City. Don't be rash. If they really come. If the 5 peerless geniuses come, the 2 of you might be at a disadvantage. Lu Jiajin's eyelids twitched as he hurriedly advised. Afraid of them? Let's just do it. The white-eyed wolf laughed proudly. How can it be so simple? Let's wait for little cousin and the others to come out of seclusion. Lu Jiajin raised his head and looked at the ancient castle. His eyes were filled with suspicion. What were these 2 doing? Chapter 42:20. Let's wait and see. Madman waved his hand helplessly. This big cousin of theirs was too careful in doing things. It was completely different from their style. Their style was to do it and be done with it. Another day passed outside. Black Tortoise World, 5,000 years ago. In the early morning of the Black Tortoise World, the morning mist lingered. Whether it was the medicinal herbs or the tea trees, there were crystal-clear water droplets hanging on them. Boom. But suddenly, 2 auras erupted without warning. Madman and the white-eyed wolf immediately rushed out and stared at the castle in surprise. This was the aura of Qin Feiyang and the inner demons. But there was no change. Then what were the 2 of them doing in seclusion all these years? Do you think they are having a gay relationship? The white-eyed wolf rolled his eyes and gritted his teeth. It's possible. Madman nodded. However, the next moment, the aura of Qin Feiyang and the inner demons changed. The 2 auras seemed to be fusing. What is going on? Madman and the white-eyed wolf became more and more puzzled. Boom. Gradually, The two auras dissipated and were replaced by an indescribable aura. It was like a god and a demon. It was like the combination of a god and a demon. What is this aura? Not only Madman and the White-Eyed Wolf, but Lu Jiajin, Long Chen, Dong Zhengyang and the others were also alarmed. They all came to look at the castle in surprise. However, Qin Feiyang and the inner demons did not appear for a long time. The aura of the combination of a god and a demon had not changed. However, at a certain moment, an astonishing aura emerged, like the blooming of a night-blooming cactus. But at this moment, everyone present felt the aura of death descend. They could not help but break out in cold sweat. What just appeared? Why do I feel like I saw a demon standing at the entrance of the castle, opening its bloody mouth at me? Wang Xiajie came back to his senses and muttered. Did you see a demon? Why do I feel like I saw a god? Qin Chen frowned. The others also had a different feeling. But whether it was a god or a demon, without exception, they all felt a fatal sense of crisis. Da. A short while later, with the sound of footsteps, Qin Feiyang and the inner demons walked out of the castle side by side. They all had bright smiles on their faces. I knew it. As long as we work together, we can definitely achieve twice the result with half the effort. The inner demons bared their teeth. Ha ha, Qin Feiyang laughed heartily. The inner demons said, the Chaos Origin Divine Art is no longer the same as before. From now on, it will be renamed the Chaos Origin Heart Sutra. Primordial Heart Sutra. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, then nodded and said with a smile, sure. The inner demons looked at Lu Jiajin and the others who were flying towards them and secretly laughed. We'll keep this a secret for now. We'll give them a surprise later. Qin Feiyang couldn't help laughing. What are you doing? Everyone gathered around him, their faces full of suspicion. Nothing. The inner demons waved their hands. If there was nothing else, would you have been in seclusion for so many years? If there's nothing else, would you be able to cause such a huge commotion? Who are you trying to fool? The madman rolled his eyes. Qin Feiyang and the White-Eyed Wolf looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Long Chen and asked with a smile, how many ultimate mysteries have we obtained? Go and ask Qiao Shui yourself. After Long Chen finished speaking, he looked at the inner demons. The inner demons raised his eyebrows. Was this a provocation? Thus, he stared at Long Chen without avoiding it. Don't misunderstand. I'm just trying to see if there's any difference between you and Qin Feiyang. Long Chen smiled slightly. The inner demons was taken aback and said playfully, then tell me, is there a difference between us? No. Even his personality isn't what the inner demons should have. I really envy you guys. Long Chen smiled, then turned around and left alone. His back seemed a little lonely. What's going on? The inner demons looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Maybe when he saw you, he thought of the ice dragon's soul. Qin Feiyang sighed. Ice dragon's soul? The inner demons was stunned. Once, he had two souls. An ice dragon's soul and a sky dragon's soul. In short, his situation is similar to ours. Qin Feiyang said. So that's the case. The inner demons nodded in realization. Looking at Long Chen's back again, they couldn't help but sympathize with him. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath, looked at the crowd around, and said with a smile, Qiao Shui stays, the rest of you can leave. Okay. Everyone nodded. Tea garden. Qin Feiyang, the inner demons, Lu Jiajin, the madman, the White-Eyed Wolf, and Qiao Shui sat around the table. Speak. Qin Feiyang said with a smile while making tea. Qiao Shui took out an account book, looked at it carefully, and said, the ultimate profundities obtained this time are more than the previous time. There are over 61,000 ultimate profundities of supreme laws and 420,000 ultimate profundities of ordinary laws. So much. Not to mention the inner demons and Lu Jiajin, even Qin Feiyang couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Last time, he had gained 53,211 ultimate laws and ultimate profundities. There were more than 300,000 ordinary profound of the ultimate law. This time, there were 61,000 ultimate profound of the ultimate law. There were more than 400,000 ordinary profound of the ultimate law. In total, he had obtained more than 114,000 ultimate profundities of supreme laws in 2 tries. There were more than 700,000 ordinary profound of the ultimate law. How big of a fortune was this? Just the ultimate profound of the ultimate law. With more than 114,000 profound of the ultimate law, it was enough to cultivate more than 19,000 experts with heaven's will. Just thinking about it made one excited. The law of light and darkness this time also exceeded my expectations. I thought that only Yu Laro had a law of light and darkness, but in the end, 2 beast sovereigns also had a law of light and darkness. Qiao Shui smiled slightly. 3. Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback, turned his head to look at the inner demons and Lu Jiajin, and said with a smile, "Give 1 to Long Qin, and the remaining 2 are enough to fulfill your wishes. If you can't bear to, you can also ignore us." The inner demons bared their teeth. Qin Feiyang was speechless. How could the inner demons not know what kind of person he was? Qiao Shui smiled and asked, "These ultimate profound are now in the hands of Sister Fire Lotus. Do you want me to go get them for you?" "In the hands of Fire Lotus?" Madman was taken aback. His eyes turned slightly, and he waved his hand and said, "No need, no need. Go into seclusion." "Okay." Qiao Shui looked at Madman suspiciously, then nodded, got up, put away the account book, and left. "What are you planning now?" Lu Jiajin looked at Madman warily. "Nothing. I'm such a simple person. What can I do?" Madman looked innocent. Lu Jiajin's mouth twitched. "You're simple? Don't joke around, okay? Birds of a feather flock together." This sentence was indeed true. They were all shameless people. Madman suddenly grinned and said, "You heard it, right? The ultimate profound is in the hands of Fire Lotus. If you want, go find Fire Lotus yourself." As expected. Lu Jiajin sighed helplessly. The inner demons looked at Madman and Lu Jiajin, and gradually understood. He smiled and said, "Take my share back too. Don't you have hands?" Lu Jiajin stared fiercely. "Isn't this something I can do on the way? Go." The inner demons got up, grabbed Lu Jiajin, and pushed him towards Fire Lotus's courtyard. Lu Jiajin's face was full of helplessness. Madman looked at Lu Jiajin's back and smiled. Love grows with time. Sooner or later, they will like each other. I feel the same way. The inner demons nodded with a sneaky look. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh. After all these years, the inner demons had changed a lot. They were like 2 different people compared to before. As Long Chen said before, the inner demons now were completely different from the inner demons. Let's get down to business. The white-eyed wolf looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "When are we going to Qingtian City? Is it the agreed time?" Qin Feiyang asked. "We should have gone to Qingtian City yesterday. But you guys haven't come out, so it's not good to disturb you." The white-eyed wolf pursed his lips. "Looks like you can't wait. But let me give you a word of advice. Be careful." The inner demons advised earnestly. "Don't worry. No matter how weak the opponent is, I will go all out." The white-eyed wolf grinned. Not long after, Lu Jiajin returned. "How is it?" Madman looked at him expectantly. Lu Jiajin ignored him and looked at Qin Feiyang. "The Fire Lotus asked me to tell you that there are more than 280 million spirit veins and crystal veins snatched from the beast race and the sea race. They have all been settled." When Qin Feiyang heard this number, his eyes couldn't help but tremble. This was simply beyond imagination. He immediately closed his eyes and observed the Black Tortoise world. He found that after more than 400,000 years, the Black Tortoise world had grown a lot. It was basically comparable to 2 eastern continents. Last time. But it was only close. It was too fast. If this continued, they would soon catch up with the Sky Cloud world. As long as they caught up with the Sky Cloud world, they would only be 1 step away from the Divine Kingdom. Lu Jiajin looked at the inner demons and smiled. "It's about time, we should go." The inner demons nodded, got up and looked at Qin Feiyang. He smiled and said, "Protect yourself well, don't let me collect your corpse when the time comes." "You too." Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Don't worry. You will definitely die in front of me. The inner demons laughed. Get lost. Qin Feiyang glared at him angrily. He didn't say anything good. Haha, the inner demons laughed and glanced at the black tortoise world. There was a trace of reluctance in his eyes. He said, send us out. We will contact you if there is anything. Don't take the initiative to send us a message. Lu Jiajin spoke again. Understood. Qin Feiyang nodded. After taking out 2 new transmission godstones and establishing a contract bridge with the inner demons and Lu Jiajin, Qin Feiyang resolutely sent the 2 of them out. There was no banquet in the world that didn't end. Parting was also for a better reunion next time. Chapter 42-21. Qingtian City. The monarch, the divine king, the human race's supreme being, and Heaven Lord Ji were all standing in the sky. They had already arrived at Qingtian City yesterday. And 3 months had passed and they had already rebuilt their physical bodies. After all, with the foundation of the 3 sacred lands, they naturally didn't lack time arrays. However, they didn't notice the 4 people in the tavern. The 4 of them were like ghosts, quietly watching the sky above the city. The people who had fled Qingtian City had also gathered outside the city, with a puzzled look on their faces. Didn't they say that they would make a final judgment after 3 months? But now, it had already been a day. Why hadn't Qin Feiyang and the others appeared? Could it be to scare them? As soon as this thought came out, it was immediately denied. With the strength of Qin Feiyang and the others, was there a need to scare them? Father, what's going on? Heaven Lord Ji looked at the rising sun in the sky and finally couldn't hold back the doubts in his heart and asked. Don't be impatient. The monarch secretly said. These few brats didn't come to the appointment, they must have been delayed by something. Moreover, this was just a show, don't take it too seriously. In the tavern, the young man with a murderous aura frowned and said, are we going to continue waiting like this? Be patient. The other young man smiled faintly. That's right. Patience is a necessary quality for a hunter. The 2 women also appeared very indifferent. The young man with a murderous aura frowned. Swoosh. Suddenly, the 4 of them seemed to have discovered something and their gazes suddenly fell on the void opposite the monarch and the others. At the same time, the monarch, the divine king, supreme being, and Heaven Lord Ji also looked up. The void distorted. A space-time passage appeared. With the appearance of this space-time passage, the people outside the city couldn't help but hold their breaths and stare at the passage. Is it them? They all murmured in their hearts. They really know how to create an atmosphere. On the other side, a young man with a mask stood on the mountain peak, his eyes full of disdain. This person was the inner demons. Although he had been in the castle for the past 3 months, studying the mixed Yuan Heart Sutra with Qin Feiyang, at the same time, he was also rebuilding his physical body. So now, his strength had recovered to its peak state. Next to them, Lu Jiajin had a faint smile on his face. After leaving the Black Tortoise world, they headed straight for this place. Because they knew that after sending them off, Qin Feiyang and the other 2 would definitely come to keep the appointment. They were also curious about the people sent by the Central Dynasty. Was he an expert from the Death God army? Or were they those 5 peerless geniuses? Under the watchful eyes of everyone. Finally, a white figure appeared in the space-time tunnel. Following closely, a golden figure and a black figure also appeared. His appearance was extraordinary. His temperament was outstanding. They were as dazzling as the stars in the sky. That was right. It was Qin Feiyang, the madman, the white-eyed wolf. The 3 of them stepped out of the space-time tunnel. He's here. The people outside the city immediately became nervous. What would happen next? You said that you would come to Qingtian City yesterday. Why are you only here today? Are you messing with us? The monarch and the other 3 looked very angry. One is the monarch, one is the divine king, one is the human race's supreme, and one is a member of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan. They are all people of high status. How would this junior dare to mess with you? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, following closely. He then transmitted his voice to the 4 of them and explained, sorry, I was delayed by something and made you wait for so long. You know that we are waiting for you. But it seems that you are in a good mood. The monarch secretly glared at the three of them, but on the surface, he looked at them coldly and snorted, "Stop being so sarcastic. There is no need to make the atmosphere so tense the moment we meet." Qin Feiyang smiled and transmitted his voice again, "Of course we are in a good mood. Because this time, we have obtained many ultimate mysteries. Do you think that we will be happy when facing you?" The Divine King glared at him and then secretly asked curiously, "How many ultimate mysteries are there? Take a guess." Qin Feiyang secretly laughed. The Divine King's mouth twitched slightly. How could he guess? He transmitted his voice and scolded, "Don't keep us in suspense. I want to tell you guys, don't take advantage of the situation." Qin Feiyang secretly said, "You brat, do you think we are people like that?" The Divine King was quite angry in his heart. Let's deal with the matter at hand first." Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice and then looked at the monarch and Heavenly Lord Ji, sighing, "We are connected by blood. You don't have to be nice to me, but at least you don't have to look at me as if you are looking at a mortal enemy. You are from the Sky Cloud realm, and I am from the Divine Kingdom of the Divine Kingdom. We are enemies to begin with." The monarch snorted coldly. "Fine." Qin Feiyang sighed sadly and said, "Then tell me your answer. You want us to betray the Lord Ruler and join you in your evil deeds?" "Never," the monarch shouted in a sonorous voice. "That's right. In this life, we are from the Divine Kingdom, and in death, we are the souls of the Divine Kingdom. If you want to make a move on our three races, then you have to step over our dead bodies first." The Divine King also shouted righteously. Clang! The human race's supreme being waved his hand, and the sword of faith appeared with an overwhelming sharpness. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "This is my position. Not bad, not bad. They didn't let us down." In the tavern. Looking at the firm attitude of the monarch and the other two, the two men and two women couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. High up in the sky, Qin Feiyang glanced at the monarch and the other two and sighed. "Why do you have to do this? With our current strength, you have no way to survive. What is there to fear about death?" Heavenly Lord Ji shouted. 3,000 incarnations were activated, and a terrifying murderous aura suddenly roared in all directions. "I admire you. But at the same time, I can't see you. Because your so-called loyalty is nothing but blind loyalty." Boom. As his voice fell, Qin Feiyang's 3,000 incarnations also appeared, and a shocking aura constantly collided with the aura of Heavenly Lord Ji's 3,000 incarnations. "All of you, go as far as possible. It's best if you leave the West Continent." The human race's supreme being looked at the people outside the city and shouted. Hearing this, everyone turned around and ran. Some of them really opened space-time passages and teleported to the North and South continents. Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He looked at the mad scientist and the white-eyed wolf and said, "Don't let a single one of them go. Kill." Boom. The two of them laughed. Ultimate intent, will of the heavenly Tao, and mark of all evil were activated at the same time and attacked the people outside the city. "Stop them." The monarch's expression changed. The Divine King took a step forward, and the mark of the God race erupted. Ultimate intent appeared and attacked the mad scientist. The human race's supreme being grabbed the sword of faith and also attacked the white-eyed wolf. The people outside the city panicked. However, Qin Feiyang's group of 3 and the monarch's group of 4 were filled with doubts. They had already acted to this extent. Why hadn't the people of the Central Dynasty shown up yet? If they still didn't show up, they would really have to fight. Could it be the people of the Central Dynasty hadn't arrived yet? No. There's a murderous aura. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's eyes narrowed as he glanced at the city below. That's right. Just a moment ago, he had sensed a murderous aura somewhere in the city. They're hiding in the city. Boom. He waved his hand and the ultimate intent of the law of life and death appeared in the sky. On the surface, it was to deal with the Lord and Heavenly Lord Ji, but in fact, it was to force the 4 people hiding in the city to show up. Terrifying divine might covered the sky and earth. The city below, including the surrounding mountains, was collapsing crazily. Dust and smoke were billowing. The power of the ultimate intent of the law of life and death is too strong. Looks like we can't hide it anymore. Then let's go out and kill them. Looking at the collapsed tavern, the four young men and women looked at each other. They no longer hid their aura and surged out like a volcanic eruption. They're really hiding down there. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. At the same time, the white-eyed wolf, the mad scientist, and the Lord also stopped and looked down. Qin Feiyang, mad scientist, golden-winged wolf king, who gave you the guts to be so arrogant in the divine kingdom? A sinister laugh full of murderous intent sounded. Then, 2 men and 2 women walked out of the dust step by step. With every step they took, the aura they exuded would become stronger. When they completely walked out of the dust and entered the sight of Qin Feiyang and the others, their aura had completely erupted. The world couldn't help but tremble. You are. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. The Lord and the other 3 also looked at the 4 with vigilance. Don't be nervous. We're not enemies. We were sent by the Emperor to help you deal with Qin Feiyang's group of intruders. A woman looked at the Lord and the others and said, "The Emperor sent you? Then you're all from the Central Dynasty?" The Divine King had a shocked expression on his face. Yes. The woman nodded proudly. We've been waiting for the Central Dynasty's reinforcements. Qin Feiyang, your time of death has come. Heaven Lord Ji roared with tears of joy. His acting skills were simply superb. If they didn't know in advance, Qin Feiyang and the others would have believed Heaven Lord Ji's words. The woman waved her hand and said, "You don't need to do anything. It's just a few pieces of trash. We're enough." Damn you. You actually called us trash? This is a bit too arrogant. The white-eyed wolf cursed. In front of this woman, even he, who had always been arrogant, felt inferior. Chapter 42-22. Are you sure? They're all very powerful. The monarch put on a caring expression. But in his heart, he was also sneering. This little girl was indeed too arrogant. Qin Feiyang, the madman, and the white-eyed wolf, which one of them wasn't an existence that dominated a region? How dare she call them trash? If she really had the strength, that would be fine. But if she didn't, then the one who would be embarrassed in the end would only be himself. Are you doubting my ability? The woman raised her eyebrows and looked at the king unkindly. No, no. The king hurriedly waved his hand and looked at the divine king, the sovereign of the human race, Heavenly Lord Ji, and shouted, "Let's retreat." Whoosh. Immediately, the 3 of them turned around and left without looking back. Forget it if he didn't appreciate it. Anyway, he had already persuaded them. Even if they died in the hands of Qin Feiyang and the others, the Emperor of the Central Dynasty wouldn't blame them. The woman looked at the 4 of them with contempt, then looked at Qin Feiyang and the others and said indifferently, "Who wants to die first?" "Fuck you. If I don't go crazy, do you think I'm a sick cat?" The madman was furious. Shouldn't there be a limit to being arrogant? Shouldn't you see who your opponent is now? Don't you know? I'm the representative of arrogance. Boom. He took a step forward and charged towards the woman. The woman looked at the madman mockingly. But suddenly, a hand reached out from behind and pulled the madman back. The madman was slightly taken aback. He turned his head and saw a golden figure flashing past, charging towards the woman like lightning. His eyes were also filled with anger. That's right. It was the white-eyed wolf. What are you doing? The madman came back to his senses and hurriedly chased, grabbing the white-eyed wolf and said angrily, "She is my opponent. Go away." The white-eyed wolf shook the madman off. "You're the one who should go to the side." The madman was furious. He was the one who attacked first. "Aren't you annoying? Aren't you happy watching from the side? Let's talk about it later. You're a man and she's a woman. If you fight with her, you will be laughed at. People will say that you bully women and children. So, I'm doing this for your own good. Why can't you understand?" White-eyed wolf sighed. "Aren't you also a man?" Madman rolled his eyes. "I'm different. In any case, the first battle must be me. There's no room for discussion." The white-eyed wolf snorted. "Do you have the final say?" Madman's face darkened. Shouldn't everything be based on first come, first served? Looking at the two of them arguing, the woman's mocking expression became even more intense. She said, "It's fine. You two are about to die anyway. You can come at me together." When the two of them heard this, they immediately stared at the woman with cold eyes. After so many years, no one had ever dared to look down on them. As usual. The madman looked at Qin Feiyang and said in a deep voice, "All right." The white-eyed wolf nodded. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead, speechless. As usual. The four of them were stunned and looked at the madman suspiciously. The king and the other three standing in the distance also had a puzzled look. They were strong enough, so they didn't need to evacuate like the others. The madman and the white-eyed wolf sat opposite each other with one hand behind their back and a serious look on their faces. 3, 2, 1. Suddenly, the two of them shouted in unison, "Rock, scissors, paper." The hand behind their back stretched out at the same time. Both of them were scissors. What the hell? The king and the other three were stunned. Rock, scissors, paper? This is too childish. They are experts who have mastered the will of heaven. Can't they have the demeanor of an expert? On the other side, the inner demons and Lu Jiajin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What two weirdos. Again. The madman roared. Rock, scissors, paper. The two of them once again showed their fists at the same time. Don't cheat. The madman glared at the white-eyed wolf. It's you who shouldn't cheat. The white-eyed wolf also glared at the madman. Again. The two of them roared once again. This time, they showed their scissors at the same time. When did we become so telepathic? The madman's expression was dull. Don't disgust me. Only a ghost would be telepathic with you. The white-eyed wolf snorted coldly. Good, good, good. The madman nodded repeatedly and roared, "Today, we won't stop until the outcome is decided. Come on, do you think I'm afraid of you?" The white-eyed wolf was not to be outdone. For the two of them, this was a very serious matter. But in the eyes of others, it was just like playing house, a joke. The four women initially thought it was very fun and interesting. They looked like two clowns, but gradually they couldn't help but frown. Were they deliberately teasing them? Don't mind them, they are like this. Qin Feiyang looked at the four of them and smiled faintly. Then, under the astonished gaze of the four, he took out a tea table and 2 chairs and placed them in the void in front of them. He then took out a tea set and began to slowly brew tea. This scene made the four women's brows furrow tighter and tighter. They were even more convinced that these people were deliberately teasing them. Don't go too far. The young man with a murderous aura roared. A wave of blood roared out, drowning the sky. The madman and the white-eyed wolf were stunned. They raised their heads and looked at the young man, but it was only a glance before they continued to play rock, paper, scissors. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and looked at the four of them. Why don't you come over and have a taste? You're courting death. The young man took a step forward and threw a punch at Qin Feiyang. I kindly invited you to drink tea, and you have such an attitude. Qin Feiyang shook his head. An incarnation appeared. The incarnation's aura was like a rainbow. It turned into a light shadow and punched the young man. Boom. A terrifying wave of air rolled out. The surrounding void immediately began to collapse. 3,000 incarnations? The young man frowned. Not bad. The incarnation chuckled. An incarnation dares to act rashly? The young man was furious. His black hair was instantly dyed red. He was like an awakened demon king. A blood-red murderous aura shrouded the world. Qin Feiyang drank tea while looking at the young man with interest. This should be the true face of the young man. He did look a little scary. But he didn't know if he was a paper tiger. Haha, it was also at this moment. There was a loud laugh. Everyone looked at the madman and saw the white-eyed wolf looking at the madman standing opposite of him with a smug face. The madman had a look of annoyance. Who's the winner and loser? Just a rock-paper-scissors game can defeat hundreds of people. In this world, only the two of you can do it. Qin Feiyang looked helpless. There's no other way. We have too much tacit understanding today. Whatever I do, he will do. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth and looked at the madman. Little madman, if you agree to bet, you must accept your loss. The madman snorted from his nose and turned to walk to Qin Feiyang's side. He sat on another chair and took out a jar of divine wine. He sneered and said, "Lousy wants to see how you are going to be tortured by her." After saying that, he raised his head and gulped down the wine as if he was venting his anger. "Torture me?" The white-eyed wolf turned to look at the woman opposite him and muttered to himself, "Little madman, I'm afraid you are going to be disappointed. Don't think that I don't have any other means besides battle soul. If I go all out, even you are not my opponent." No one heard these words. Even the woman standing opposite him only knew that the white-eyed wolf was muttering. As his voice fell, the killing intent in the white-eyed wolf's eyes surged. He sneered and said, "Bitch, being arrogant in front of me is the worst thing you have done in your life." Boom. Immediately, he took a step forward and unleashed all his energy as he threw a punch at the woman. "I hope your strength is as powerful as your mouth." The woman snickered and didn't back down. Divine power surged out and she threw a punch. Boom. When the fist and the palm met, a destructive energy wave immediately surged in all directions with the two of them as the center. The scene of the end of the world immediately appeared. The sky was collapsing, the earth was cracking and the sky was collapsing. Before the battle, no one mentioned that they wanted to enter the galaxy. Apparently, they were all ready to fight at this moment. "Heavenly Lord, hurry up and go to Mount Supreme and help the 10 overlords to move all the creatures in the West Continent to the South Continent and the North Continent. I have a feeling that this battle will affect the entire West Continent," the king said. "Okay." Heavenly Lord Ji nodded and immediately opened a passage and left. Chapter 42-23. The air billowed and flooded in all directions. In the center of the battlefield, the wind howled. The white-eyed wolf and the woman were on par in terms of strength and physical strength. Every time they collided, an unparalleled wave would erupt. Boom. After a few hundred rounds, the woman's gaze turned cold. The power of laws surged out and turned into a giant dragon that was more than 10,000 feet long. It roared in the sky and pounced toward the white-eyed wolf. The white-eyed wolf sneered and did not panic at all. Along the way, what kind of battle had he not experienced? In terms of on-the-spot reaction, he could be considered one of the best. Just as the woman's power of laws was about to kill him, he activated split time, took a step forward, and instantly appeared behind the woman like a ghost. The power of laws in his palm surged, and he mercilessly slapped the woman's back. Poof! The woman spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, and her face turned pale. The huge force sent her flying like a meteorite. With a loud bang, she smashed into the ground below. A bottomless pit immediately appeared. "Dong Xin!" In the sky above. 2 men and 1 woman exclaimed. They did not expect that Dong Xin, one of the 5 unparalleled geniuses of the Central Dynasty, would suffer a great loss in the hands of the golden-winged Wolf King. "I'm fine." Accompanied by a cold voice, the woman walked out of the huge pit step by step. Her hair was disheveled and her face was dirty, and she was dripping with blood. However, that pair of dark eyes was suffused with a gloomy luster. "Not bad. You're not dead." The white-eyed wolf looked at her mockingly. "The one who's going to die is you." Dong Xin smiled coldly. Boom. Wisps of destructive auras burst out from them. In just an instant, 6 ultimate profound meanings appeared out of nowhere. All the ultimate profound meanings of the strongest laws. Following closely, the will of the heavenly Tao erupted. The void and the land here collapsed crazily. Sure enough, none of the people from the Central Dynasty are simple characters. The king whispered. Whether it was the Lu brothers or this Dong Xin, they all had 6 ultimate profound meanings of the strongest laws. Compared to these people, the geniuses of the 3 major races were no different from trash. Go to hell. Dong Xin was obviously enraged, and her murderous aura soared. With a wave of his hand, the ultimate mysteries of the 6 ultimate laws shot toward the white-eyed wolf with world-destroying power. Just this. The white-eyed wolf was disdainful. The laws of death, the laws of destruction, the laws of life, the laws of space-time, the 6 ultimate mysteries instantly appeared in the sky. The will of the heavenly Tao enveloped the entire area as it furiously attacked. Rumble. An earth-shattering explosion rang out. The 12 ultimates clashed together, causing the world to lose its color. Immediately after, a destructive wave of air surged out in all directions like a tide. Everywhere it passed, mountains and rivers shattered, the ground caved in, and the disaster spread to hundreds of millions of kilometers away. You want to kill me with just 6 ultimate mysteries? Who are you looking down on? The white-eyed wolf sneered. Strands of power of law gushed out of his body, turning into a huge tornado that swept through the world and charged toward Dongxin. If this is all you have, do you think I would dare to be so arrogant? Dongxin waved her hand, and the power of law rolled out like a torrent. The 2 ultimates shattered at the same time in the void. Then, she looked at the white-eyed wolf as if she was looking at a clown. Haha, then hurry up and show me. Let's see if you can surprise me. The white-eyed wolf laughed maniacally. The 6 ultimate mysteries once again appeared in the sky, drowning out the void as they blasted toward Dongxin. Open your dog eyes wide and take a good look. Dongxin sneered. Rumble. The next moment, the 6 ultimate mysteries appeared. But right after, along with the emergence of a terrifying power of law, another ultimate mystery of the ultimate mysteries of the ultimate laws appeared in the sky. 7 ultimate mysteries of the ultimate laws. The Divine King and the other 2 were shocked. This little girl's strength was comparable to theirs. 7 ultimate mysteries of the ultimate laws against 6 ultimate mysteries of the ultimate laws, and both had the will of the heavenly Tao. The result was obvious. Rumble. The white-eyed wolf's 6 ultimate mysteries were annihilated on the spot. His body also shook violently. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Now, tell me, do I have the right to be arrogant? Dongxin sneered. With a wave of her arm, the ultimate mysteries blasted toward the white-eyed wolf like lightning. With a loud bang, the white-eyed wolf smashed into the ground, and blood spurted out all over his body. 7 ultimate mysteries of the ultimate laws. Is this the unparalleled genius of the Central Dynasty? He looked at the woman standing in the sky in high spirits with a trace of disdain in his eyes. Compared to the inner demons and big cousin, she was too weak. The inner demons had mastered 6 ultimate mysteries of the ultimate laws, and 1 ultimate mystery of the law of life and death, which surpassed the ultimate laws. They also had the Demon King True Body. Lu Jiajin also had the Eye of Nothingness. Although he only had 6 ultimate mysteries of the ultimate laws, the Eye of Nothingness alone was enough to kill this woman. With this strength, what was there to be arrogant about? An ant will always be an ant. Dongxin looked down at the white-eyed wolf with disdain. Immediately after, the 7 ultimate mysteries moved and charged toward the white-eyed wolf aggressively. The white-eyed wolf soared into the sky with a whoosh. Instant time was used to the extreme. However, an additional ultimate profundity of an ultimate law was equivalent to an insurmountable chasm. For a moment, the white-eyed wolf was being suppressed. Golden blood floated all over his body, and he looked more and more miserable. This brother wolf, can he do it? Frenzy held the wine jar and looked at this scene. He couldn't help but frown. I don't know. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Of course, they knew the white-eyed wolf's strength. 6 ultimate mysteries of the ultimate laws, and the battle soul's 3 heaven-defying abilities. If someone helped him, no matter how strong or how many opponents there were, the white-eyed wolf would be in an undefeatable position. This was because once the white-eyed wolf succeeded, he would either deprive the opponent of their cultivation or their ultimate laws. Whether it was depriving the opponent of their cultivation or their ultimate laws, it would be fatal for an expert of this level. But now, the white-eyed wolf and Dongxin were fighting one-on-one. Even if the white-eyed wolf activated his battle soul, Dongxin could interrupt him in time with her powerful strength. Therefore, on the surface, the white-eyed wolf's chances of winning were very small. However, one couldn't look at the white-eyed wolf with ordinary eyes. Qin Feiyang naturally knew the white-eyed wolf's character like the back of his hand. But as for the white-eyed wolf's means and strength, to be honest, Qin Feiyang had never seen through him. He always felt that there were some secrets hidden in the white-eyed wolf that he didn't know. Bang! Once again, The white-eyed wolf was blasted into the ground. Dust and smoke billowed and covered the sky. The wounds on his body were so deep that his bones could be seen. Just SOSO. Dongxin sneered. Previously, she heard rumors that the 5 major clans were afraid of the golden-winged wolf king. This made her think that the white-eyed wolf had 3 heads and 6 arms. However, after fighting with him, she realized that he was just an ordinary guy. The other 2 men and 1 woman lowered their heads to look at the bloody white-eyed wolf and revealed a contemptuous look. They couldn't understand. Such a small character, how could the 5 major clans be so afraid of him? Haha, just SOSO? I really want to know, who gave you the courage? The white-eyed wolf laughed wildly. Dongxin raised her eyebrows. At this point, he still dared to be arrogant. It seemed that he really hadn't died before. Bang! The 7 ultimate laws instantly appeared in the sky and laughed coldly. I'll send you to hell now. As the voice fell, the 7 ultimate laws suddenly fell and attacked the seriously injured white-eyed wolf. Not good. Frenzy suddenly stood up. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. The ferocious young man immediately looked at Frenzy and laughed. Frenzy looked at the young man, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Don't be impatient. Qin Feiyang reached out to stop Frenzy. His eyes were locked on the white-eyed wolf. Suddenly, his pupils shrank. Send me to hell? Haha, old woman, don't you know? Even the king of hell has to kneel and beg for mercy when he sees me. The white-eyed wolf laughed loudly. His whole body suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light, as dazzling as the scorching sun in the sky. At the same time, Frenzy and the other 2 men and 1 woman also looked at the white-eyed wolf in surprise. Ayo! The next moment, a giant golden wolf appeared in their line of sight. Its body was more than 10 meters long, and its fur seemed to be cast from gold leaf, dazzling and dazzling. On its back, there were 2 golden wings. As the wings kept flapping, a storm roared out. Golden-winged Wolf King, this is his true face, the 2 men and 1 woman murmured. It's quite handsome. Submit to me and be my mount, then I will spare your life. Dongxin sized up the white-eyed wolf, and a smile appeared on her face. But as long as one wasn't a fool, one could see that it was a thick sneer. Really stupid, you still don't know when death is at hand. The white-eyed wolf whispered, then turned his head to look at Qin Feiyang and Frenzy, and laughed, I will let you see my true strength. Su. As his voice fell, the golden wings behind his back suddenly erupted with a mighty aura. Following closely, he spread his wings, and combined with split time, he instantly disappeared from the spot. At this time, the 7 ultimate mysteries that were attacking the white-eyed wolf finally arrived. But as the white-eyed wolf disappeared, the 7 ultimate mysteries directly streaked across the void and blasted into the ground below. The ground within 100 million miles was instantly shattered, and cracks appeared everywhere. This scene shocked Qin Feiyang and Frenzy to the extreme. He actually disappeared from the face of the earth. When they came back to their senses, they hurriedly scanned the void, looking for traces of the white-eyed wolf. The next moment, their eyes locked onto the sky above Dongxin's head. Unknowingly, the white-eyed wolf had already appeared in the void above Dongxin. Impossible. When the 2 men and 1 woman saw the white-eyed wolf, they also had a look of disbelief. How could he be so fast? In the blink of an eye, he appeared above Dongxin's head. Even a split second wouldn't be able to do that. The most important thing was, none of them were able to capture the white-eyed wolf's movements. One must know. With their strength, even if it was split time, they could clearly capture the other party's movements. But now, they didn't see how the white-eyed wolf appeared above Dongxin. Chapter 42-24. Boom. Before Dongxin could react, the white-eyed wolf slapped her with its claws. With a loud bang, Dongxin was smashed into the ground below like a meteorite. On his back, there was a claw mark so deep that his bones could be seen. Blood was gushing out. Now tell me, do you have the right to be arrogant in front of me? This time, it was the white-eyed wolf's turn to look down at Dongxin. From afar, it was as if a peerless wolf king was born, causing people to feel fear. This wolf cub. In the distance, the inner demons muttered, feeling extremely shocked. Was this the white-eyed wolf's strength? It could only be described as terrifying. But his speed is really strange. Lu Jiajin frowned. The white-eyed wolf's current speed was much faster than the moment of time. On the other side, the king and the other two were also stunned. After knowing each other for so long, they did not know that the white-eyed wolf had such means. In the sky, whoosh, the white-eyed wolf flapped its wings and instantly landed in front of Dong Xin, slapping her with its claws. Dong Xin's entire body was smashed into the ground with a loud bang. Her body was badly mutilated and it was a tragic sight. So fast. This time, Qin Feiyang and Frenzy were completely dumbfounded. Because this time, they had been staring at the white-eyed wolf, but they still could not capture the white-eyed wolf's movements. What did this mean? It meant that the white-eyed wolf's current speed was beyond their comprehension. What was going on? Why did it suddenly become this fast? Wait. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang stared at the golden wings behind the white-eyed wolf, his eyes full of surprise. Could it be because of this pair of wings? At this moment, the white-eyed wolf grabbed Dong Xin with its claws again. The next moment, it spread its wings, activated the moment of time, grabbed Dong Xin, and instantly appeared in the sky. Arrogant with me? Who do you think you are? The white-eyed wolf sneered disdainfully, grabbing Dong Xin and throwing her down to the ground. With a loud bang, Dong Xin was smashed into the ground again. Her body cracked open and blood stained the ground red. It really is this pair of wings. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled as he stared at the golden wings on the back of the white-eyed wolf. This pair of wings had already appeared when the white-eyed wolf became a god. However, after all these years, this pair of wings was completely like an ornament, and did not display any use at all. As such, over time, Qin Feiyang also thought that this pair of wings only looked good, so he slowly ignored it. Who would have thought that he would be able to unleash such a shocking amount of power? Judging from the current speed, the speed of this pair of wings was probably comparable to that of an instant. The speed of the wings itself was already so astonishing, and with the addition of the moment of time, this speed had already surpassed the limits of speed that they currently knew. This guy really hid himself well. The madman smiled bitterly. From the ancient world to the underworld king's hell, then from the underworld king's hell to the sky cloud realm, and now from the sky cloud realm to the divine kingdom, after knowing each other for so many years, they did not know that the white-eyed wolf had such a heaven-defying method. As everyone knew, the moment of time was the fastest method. There was nothing that could be compared to it. But now, the white-eyed wolf relied on this pair of wings, in addition to his own moment of time, to break through the limits of heaven and earth. It could be said that, in today's world, no one would be faster than the white-eyed wolf. And in a battle between experts, strength was part of it, battle awareness was another part, and speed was also another part. Relying on this extreme speed, the white-eyed wolf was enough to sweep everything away. As the white-eyed wolf's brothers, Qin Feiyang and the madman were already so shocked, not to mention the 2 men and 1 woman, as well as the monarch, they all looked like they had seen a ghost. How could the laws of heaven and earth allow this kind of extreme speed to exist? However, the scene before them was truly and vividly displayed before them. What kind of monster was this? It had completely exceeded their understanding of this world. You still don't understand? This brother is the representative of arrogance. Ha. The white-eyed wolf stared at Dong Xin, who was lying in a pool of blood, and laughed unscrupulously. Boom. At the next moment, the 6 ultimate profound meanings appeared, and the will of heaven erupted. With a wave of the white-eyed wolf's claws, the 6 ultimate meanings instantly shattered heaven and earth and charged towards Dong Xin. Dong Xin. Make him shut up. Looking at the white-eyed wolf's arrogant and domineering attitude, the other woman's eyes surged with killing intent as she shouted at Dong Xin. Qin Feiyang and the madman looked at the woman. What did she mean? Could it be that Dong Xin still had other methods? One must know. With the white-eyed wolf's current speed, even if Dong Xin had mastered the 8 ultimate meanings, or even the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death, it was impossible to defeat the white-eyed wolf. Because with the white-eyed wolf's current speed, it could easily avoid the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death. Unless it was ganged up on. For example, Qin Feiyang's 3,000 incarnations and the Demon King real body of the inner demons. There was no way for the white-eyed wolf to avoid it. However, not everyone could master the 3,000 incarnations and the Demon King real body. That's right. Let him have a taste of your true means. The two young men by the side also spoke one after another, staring at the white-eyed wolf with extremely gloomy eyes. She really has other means. Qin Feiyang and the madman looked at each other, their hearts trembling. Facing the white-eyed wolf, Dongxin was still so confident. Her hidden strength was definitely not simple. Hence, the two of them immediately paid attention to Dongxin. They looked at Dongxin again. She slowly got up. A surge of majestic life laws emerged. The injuries on her body instantly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom! At the next moment, she activated the 7 ultimate meanings and charged into the sky, crushing the white-eyed wolf's 6 ultimate meanings effortlessly. She then continued to charge towards the white-eyed wolf. Why don't you understand? In the face of speed that surpasses the limit, all attacks are futile. The white-eyed wolf laughed loudly. The golden wings spread out, and with the moment of time, it directly disappeared into the sky. The next moment, it appeared behind Dongxin. The power of laws surged out like a tide, and a claw slammed towards Dongxin's head. If this claw hit, Dongxin's head would probably explode on the spot. However, even so, Dongxin was not nervous at all at this moment. After being arrogant for so long, it's indeed time to shut you up. She murmured without turning her head back. Before her voice faded, rays of white divine light roared out from her body. In just an instant, a white barrier appeared, exuding a sacred aura. What the hell is this? The white-eyed wolf was shocked. Out of instinct, it immediately retracted its hand and retreated from the barrier like lightning. But for this, Dongxin didn't care. She slowly turned around and looked at the white-eyed wolf. Her body was surrounded by divine light, like a fairy descending from the heavens. The barrier around her was only 5 feet wide. But it was this 5 feet wide barrier that exuded a vast aura. And inside the barrier, one could clearly see mysterious runes floating. The white-eyed wolf, including Qin Feiyang and the madman in the sky, the lord and the other two in the distance, and Lu Jiajin and the other two, all looked at this barrier suspiciously. It looked quite scary. If you have any last words, quickly say it now, otherwise you won't have the chance to say it later. High in the sky, 2 men and 1 woman sneered. So confident. Qin Feiyang and the madman raised their eyebrows. What was so powerful about this barrier? Deliberately mystifying? The white-eyed wolf was also pondering in his heart. Even the strongest law and ultimate esoteric couldn't do anything to him now, so what was a mere barrier? You're not unfamiliar with the 10 strongest battle souls, right? Dongxin suddenly said. Nonsense. The white-eyed wolf's face darkened. The owners of the 10 strongest battle souls were all around him, so of course, he wasn't unfamiliar with them. But you only know about the 10 strongest battle souls, but you don't know that in this world, there are existences that can be on par with the 10 strongest battle souls. Dongxin sneered. Huh. The white-eyed wolf was puzzled. Those that can be on par with the 10 strongest battle souls are the 5 heaven-defying domains, and the heaven-defying domain that I control is one of them, the sealed god domain. Dongxin smiled coldly. 5 heaven-defying domains? Sealed god domain? What is this? Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other. They had never heard of this before. Don't worry. Because soon, you will see how terrifying the sealed god domain is. Especially you. Dongxin raised her head and looked at Qin Feiyang with provocation in her eyes. Hee. Defeat the white-eyed wolf first. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. You can still laugh now? It seems that you don't realize the seriousness of the problem at all. I advise you to be careful, otherwise, it will be too late to regret it later. The other 2 men and 1 woman mocked. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't be so noisy. The madman raised his head and looked at the 3 of them. His eyes were filled with bloody light, and the evil aura in his body was gradually awakening. However, in this regard, the 2 men and 1 woman still had a disdainful attitude. The madman couldn't help but be annoyed. He lowered his head and looked at the white-eyed wolf, shouting, "Brother Wolf, if you lose to her today, don't say that you are our brother in the future. We can't afford to lose this face." "Are you kidding? Brother will lose to her?" The white-eyed wolf snorted coldly. "Then quickly get rid of her and let these self-righteous guys shut their stinky mouths for me." The madman laughed. As brothers who had gone through life and death together, of course, he was full of confidence in the white-eyed wolf. The white-eyed wolf raised his head and looked at the two men and one woman. His eyes were full of arrogance, and then he looked at Dongxin and said domineeringly, "What means do you have? Bring it on. I gave you a chance to say your last words, but you don't know how to cherish it. Then don't blame me for being ruthless." Dongxin smiled coldly, raised her arm, and pointed her slender index finger at the white-eyed wolf, shouting, "In my name, seal." Words were law. Between heaven and earth, a vast force suddenly emerged, covering the sky and the earth as it rushed towards the white-eyed wolf. This mysterious force filled the air in all directions. The white-eyed wolf was like a bird in a cage, unable to escape even if it had wings. Boom! In just a moment, the white-eyed wolf was drowned by this force. At this moment, an astonishing scene appeared. The power of the law in the white-eyed wolf's body instantly dissipated. Even his powerful aura had completely disappeared. "What's going on?" The madman and Qin Feiyang suddenly stood up. The monarch and the other two, as well as Lu Jiajin and the other two, were also full of surprise. Immortal God of War chapters will continue to be updated in the hand fighting bar. There are no advertisements in the website. Please bookmark and recommend the hand fighting bar. Chapter 42-25. During the battle, it was impossible for the white-eyed wolf to retract his aura and power of laws. This must be related to the sealed god domain. Seal. Could this be a method to seal the power of laws? And the white-eyed wolf was also a little flustered at this moment. As the person involved, his feelings were of course the most obvious. When this power surged over, not only was his power of laws instantly sealed, but even the power of his physical body was instantly sealed. One must know. This was a battle. And it was a battle of life and death. The power of laws and physical strength were sealed by the other party. What did this mean? It meant that he would become an ordinary person. How could an ordinary person fight against an existence that grasped the ultimate meaning of the 7 strongest laws and the will of the heavenly Tao? This was simply the difference between a mortal and a god. A dead end. Surprised. Desperate. Dongxin stared at the white-eyed wolf, her face full of smiles. Madman roared, "Brother Wolf, quickly use your physical strength to get out of this predicament. My physical strength has also been sealed." The white-eyed wolf opened his mouth, his tone became extremely heavy. Even his divine power had been sealed. It seemed that he had really underestimated this woman. What? Madman was dumbfounded. Even his physical strength had been sealed. Then what was the difference between the white-eyed wolf and an ordinary person? Sealing the power of laws, divine power, and strength, this is the power of the sealed god domain. Dongxin laughed proudly. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang and Madman couldn't help but tremble. There was actually such a terrifying method in this world. With the power of laws, divine power, and strength sealed, it was equivalent to a powerless mortal. The white-eyed wolf was in danger. Swish. Dongxin moved. She took a step forward and flew towards the white-eyed wolf. The white-eyed wolf's eyes darkened as he turned around and ran. However, his current speed couldn't compare to Dongxin at all. In just an instant, Dongxin caught up to him and slapped him on the back. He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out on the spot, smashing into a deep ditch, his body covered in blood. "Aren't you good at running?" Dongxin sneered. He landed in front of the white-eyed wolf and grabbed the golden wings on the back of the white-eyed wolf. Could it be that even the golden wings can't be used? Madman was extremely anxious. Indeed, it couldn't be used. This was because the golden wings were actually powered by divine power. Now that the divine power had been sealed, the golden wings were naturally unable to unleash their previous might. "Let's see how you're going to run without these wings." Dongxin smiled cruelly. She exerted force in her arm and tore off one of the white-eyed wolf's wings on the spot. Golden blood immediately gushed out from the wound. The intense pain caused even the white-eyed wolf to howl in pain. Now, even if you want to die, I won't let you do as you wish. I'm going to make you suffer so much that you'll wish you were dead. Dongshin grabbed the other wing and tore it off with a squelch. Bastard! Madman roared. His aura surged out. What are you trying to do? The young man with a murderous aura took a step forward. Killing intent flickered in Madman's eyes. Qin Feiyang also slowly put down his teacup. Strands of astonishing life and death energy rose from his body. Of course, they couldn't leave him in the lurch. In the distance. What should we do? Should we make a move? The Divine King transmitted his voice. The king and the human race supreme stared at the white-eyed wolf in silence. At the same time, on the other side, the inner demons also had a trace of killing intent in their eyes. Don't be impatient. Lu Jiajin stopped him. His face also seemed somewhat gloomy. Stop. But at this moment, the white-eyed wolf's low and hoarse voice sounded. Qin Feiyang and Madman quickly lowered their heads and looked at the white-eyed wolf. At this moment, the white-eyed wolf was already under Dongshin's foot. She humiliated and trampled him to her heart's content. The wound on his back was constantly bleeding. It was a shocking sight. None of you are allowed to interfere. This woman must be ended by me personally. The white-eyed wolf laughed sinisterly. That's right. He was laughing. There was an unprecedented madness in his words. The two looked at each other and temporarily restrained themselves. You want to end me personally? Don't you understand the current situation? Trash like you, if one comes, I will kill one. If a pair comes, I will kill a pair. Because no one can pass the seal of the sealed god domain. Dongshin laughed contemptuously. Sealed god domain, it is indeed out of my expectations. But it can only seal divine power, the power of law, and the strength of the physical body. It can't seal the battle soul. The white-eyed wolf laughed sinisterly. This was a great humiliation. Other than facing the ice dragon and the small beast, he had never been trampled under someone's foot like this. How embarrassing. Dongshin exerted force on her foot and the white-eyed wolf's body sank into the ground. She sneered, the sealed god domain can't seal your battle soul, but so what? I know the ability of your battle soul. I can completely interrupt it before it is taken away. Don't waste your time. Today is the day you die. Ha ha, ha ha. The white-eyed wolf's sinister laughter came from the ground. Because his entire head had sunk into the ground, his voice was a little muffled. Dongshin raised her eyebrows. The laughter made her feel uneasy. Even little Qinzi and little Crazy don't dare to say that they understand my battle soul, let alone you. Come out. Fourth innate superpower, roar. As the white-eyed wolf roared, a golden light shone brightly. A golden beast shadow rushed into the sky. Its feet stepped on the ground and its head reached the sky. It was as if a supreme beast had been born. The invisible beast's aura swept out in all directions like a tide. Dongshin was caught off guard and was sent flying by the aura on the spot. What's going on? Fourth innate superpower? Qin Feiyang and Crazy looked at each other. The first innate superpower, deprive battle soul. The second innate superpower, deprive cultivation. The third innate superpower, deprive law. This was known to everyone. But when did a fourth innate superpower appear? The monarch and the other two, Lu Zhengyang and Crazy, including the two men and one woman, all looked at the white-eyed wolf in surprise. The white-eyed wolf slowly got up. His body was covered in blood and mud. Suddenly, he turned and stared at Dongshin. Dongshin had already calmed down. Looking at the white-eyed wolf's eyes, a chill rose in her heart uncontrollably. She didn't dare to delay any longer. All the ultimate innate superpower appeared. 4 of the ultimate innate superpower attacked the white-eyed wolf. The other 3 ultimate innate superpower attacked the golden beast shadow. This was a two-pronged attack. From the moment you met me, your failure has already been destined. But you are also quite honored. Because even little Qinzi and Crazy have never seen my 4th innate superpower. Similarly, This is also the first time I have activated my fourth innate superpower. You, be prepared, the white-eyed wolf said coldly. As his voice fell, he suddenly raised his head and stared at the golden beast shadow, roaring, "Show your true appearance." Croak. Immediately, a frog's croak resounded, like thunder, shaking all directions. Qin Feiyang and Crazy were surprised. Wasn't it the roar of a beast? Why did it suddenly become a frog's croak? In the next moment, under the two's incredulous gazes, the blurry outline of the golden figure quickly solidified. Very quickly, a huge golden frog appeared in the sky. It was as huge as a mountain, covered with golden scales like dragon scales. The beast aura emitted from its body was even more unparalleled. This is, Qin Feiyang and Crazy looked at the frog, their hearts set off stormy waves. Wasn't this the golden small beast, the sky-swallowing beast? That's right. The white-eyed wolf's battle soul in front of them looked exactly the same as the golden small beast. Even their gazes and postures seemed to have been carved from the same mold. What was going on? Why was the white-eyed wolf's battle soul the sky-swallowing beast? In the past, when they saw the white-eyed wolf's battle soul, they had always been very curious. What kind of beast was this to have such a terrifying innate superpower? But because the outline of the battle soul was very blurry in the past, they couldn't distinguish it. However, they never expected that the battle soul that clearly appeared at this moment was their mortal enemy, the sky-swallowing beast. What is his relationship with the sky-swallowing beast? The monarch, the divine king, the human race's sovereign, Lu Jiajin, and the inner demons were all stunned by this sudden scene. Needless to say, the inner demons and Lu Jiajin had already seen the golden small beast when they were on the second level of the miracle. And the monarch, the divine king, the human race's sovereign, had also witnessed the ice dragon and the small beast when they came to the divine kingdom to rescue Qin Feiyang and the others. At that time, the strength that the small beast displayed was simply despairing. Even all these years, whenever they recalled that scene, they couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Because that was an existence that even their divine kingdom's sovereign was afraid of. But now, the white-eyed wolf's battle soul was actually the sky-swallowing beast. This made them begin to suspect the relationship between the white-eyed wolf and the sky-swallowing beast. At the same time, Dongxin, the two men, and one woman looked at the sky-swallowing beast that had revealed its true appearance, and their faces were full of shock. Although the fourth innate superpower had not appeared yet, an ominous premonition had already risen in their hearts. In the blink of an eye, Dongxin's 7 ultimate mysteries had already arrived in front of the white-eyed wolf and the golden beast. Her life was at stake. However, the white-eyed wolf was not afraid in the face of danger, and he laughed sinisterly. Open your eyes wide and see what a truly heaven-defying technique is. Fourth innate superpower, swallow. The sky-swallowing beast battle soul opened its bloody mouth. Suddenly, a violent wind blew in this world. Immediately, the 7 ultimate mysteries flew uncontrollably toward the bloody mouth. How is this possible? Dongxin was dumbfounded. This was her ultimate mysteries. But at this moment, she was unable to control these 7 ultimate mysteries, and could only watch as the 7 ultimate mysteries flew into the bloody mouth. At the instant when the 7 ultimate mysteries flew into that enormous mouth, the crowd present were all stunned. 7 ultimate mysteries that contained the will of the heavenly way, but after entering the bloody mouth, they didn't even cause the slightest disturbance and were directly swallowed by the sky-swallowing beast battle soul. The 7 ultimate mysteries disappeared just like that, as if they had never existed from the beginning to the end. Chapter 42-26. Everyone's hearts were in turmoil. In an instant, he had devoured 7 ultimate profundities of supreme laws, and they were even ultimate profundities that contained the will of the heavenly Tao. Wasn't this like cheating? It's too similar, too similar. Lunatic murmured. Qin Feiyang nodded. Back then, when he comprehended the ultimate law of life and death, the golden small beast appeared and swallowed the heavenly tribulation in one gulp. It could only be described as shocking. Despair and tremble. The white-eyed wolf laughed and roared, continue to swallow. The battle soul opened its mouth wide. The force that enveloped the white-eyed wolf and sealed him also flew toward the mouth. It can even swallow this. Dongxin's eyes widened in anger. My battle soul is omnipotent. The white-eyed wolf was domineering. With the disappearance of this power, the sealed power, divine power, and law energy erupted like a volcano. This is impossible, I must be dreaming. Dongxin shook her head. Her face was filled with disbelief. Go to hell. The white-eyed wolf smiled and 6 ultimate laws appeared, shattering the void and the earth as he charged toward Dongxin. You want to kill me? You don't have the ability. Dongxin also became ferocious. She activated the 7 ultimate laws again and charged forward aggressively. Don't you understand? As long as the 4th special ability is activated, all your methods will be meaningless. Swallow. The white-eyed wolf roared, and the 7 ultimate mysteries flew uncontrollably toward the bloody maw. However, they disappeared into the bloody maw in an instant, not causing any waves at all. But the white-eyed wolf's 6 ultimate laws were still there. Dongxin was at a loss of what to do when she saw the 6 profound meanings rushing toward her. Her biggest trump card was the sealed god domain. But now, the sealed god domain could not seal the white-eyed wolf's divine force, power, and law force. In other words, she could only take a beating now. Golden-winged Wolf King. If you have the ability, let's not activate our domains or fighting souls. Let's fight fair and square. She let out a hysterical roar. Are you stupid? Aren't we fighting openly now? The white-eyed wolf laughed contemptuously. Dongxin was stunned as an indescribable sense of shame rose in her heart. That's right. This was an open and honorable battle. If she still said that, didn't it mean that she was now desperate? What a disgrace. But now, she truly had no other choice. She could only watch as the 6 ultimates came at her. Don't give up. But suddenly, a shout was heard. The next moment, along with the terrifying aura, several ultimates appeared and attacked the white-eyed wolf's fighting soul at lightning speed. Too fast. It was too sudden. No one could react in time, including the white-eyed wolf. Along with a loud explosion, several ultimates shot out, shattering the white-eyed wolf's fighting soul. The person who made the move was none other than the young man who was brimming with killing intent. Bastard, you're courting death. Frenzy was stunned as he stared at the young man. Afraid of you? The young man was not afraid at all as he looked at Frenzy provocatively. Below. Looking at the white-eyed wolf's fighting soul being shattered, Dongxin's eyes were filled with killing intent. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Go to hell. With a loud roar, the 7 ultimates appeared once again, bringing with them the power to destroy the world. Without the fighting soul, the white-eyed wolf would not be able to devour her 7 ultimates. 7 ultimates against 6 ultimates. Wasn't this a one-sided battle? Boom. The white-eyed wolf's 6 ultimates were destroyed on the spot. Following that, he suffered a fatal blow as his huge body fell to the ground, covered in blood and flesh. The final winner is me. Dongxin laughed. It's you. Don't joke around. If I want to kill someone, even a heaven god can't stop me. The white-eyed wolf laughed sinisterly as his injured body leaped up and pounced on Dongxin. He opened his mouth wide, revealing his dense fangs as he tore Dongxin's body apart. Ah! With a shrill scream, Dongxin's divine soul escaped and flew toward the 2 men and the woman without looking back. Her expression was filled with fear. This was simply a lunatic. Hee. The white-eyed wolf stood proudly on the broken ground as he stared at the fleeing Dongxin. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, and there were pieces of flesh hanging from his fangs. He looked extremely terrifying. He really looked like a hungry wolf that wanted to devour people. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. Even if I'm seriously injured, I can't be careless. The 2 men and the woman were also greatly shocked. This was the first time they had seen such a crazy person. No, a wolf. This was the first time they had seen such a crazy wolf. Even if someone helps you, you can't win. Do you understand? The white-eyed wolf stared at Dongxin's divine soul and laughed. Then, as if he had lost all his strength, he fell to the ground. The madman's expression darkened as he took a step forward and landed in front of the white-eyed wolf. He checked the white-eyed wolf's injuries and heaved a sigh of relief. He was only seriously injured and unconscious. There was no danger to his life. Then, he hugged the white-eyed wolf and rolled up the pair of golden wings that had been torn off. He rushed to Qin Feiyang and said, "Send him to the Black Tortoise world to heal." Qin Feiyang nodded. With a wave of his hand, the white-eyed wolf and the pair of golden wings disappeared. With the mermaid princess around, no matter how serious the injuries were, it didn't matter. However, the young man's actions had completely infuriated them. Whoosh! The madman turned around and took a step forward. He pointed at the young man and a murderous aura erupted from his body. It was as if he had transformed into a demon king. "Come and accept your death." The other young man glanced at the madman and said in a low voice, "Dongping, be careful. Don't worry. I won't underestimate him." Dongping glanced at Dongxin. This was the price of underestimating the other party. And they absolutely couldn't lose this battle. Otherwise, they, the peerless geniuses of the Central Dynasty, would really become a joke. Whoosh! Dongping took a step forward and landed in front of the madman. Boom! The powerful auras of the two surged out at the same time and collided in the air. Just the collision of their auras caused the entire place to turn dark. "You like to interfere, huh? I'll cripple this pair of dog paws first." The madman laughed angrily and raised his hand to punch. "Let's see if you have the ability to do so." Dongping's blood-red hair fluttered as he punched without dodging. Boom! The two fists collided with a loud bang. The moment they collided, a terrifying wave of blood roared out. This was the madman's power of all evil. One must know. The power of a casual punch from the madman was comparable to the ultimate esoteric law. With a crisp crack, Dongping's arm shattered on the spot. The intense pain caused Dongping to howl miserably. The madman's eyes were blood-red as he took the opportunity to grab Dongping's other arm and roared, "This is the price of meddling in other people's business." With a furious roar, he suddenly exerted force and tore off Dongping's arm. Blood flowed out from the wound. "This is the power of all evil. So fierce." The inner demons whispered. "This power is very similar to the power of the God race mark. However, just the power of all evil alone shouldn't be able to defeat Dongping." Lu Jiajin scanned the battlefield. The white-eyed wolf's strength was already obvious to all, so how strong was this madman? It was really exciting. Battlefield. Dongping looked at the wounds on his shoulders. The intense pain made his face look particularly ferocious at this moment. However, he wasn't worried or nervous because of this. Instead, a crazy smile crept up on his face. "Undead domain, open." Suddenly, with a low shout, a bloody light emerged. In an instant, a blood-red barrier appeared around his body. It was only half a foot long. Like the sealed god domain, there were mysterious blood-red runes floating inside. "Undead domain?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Could it be one of the so-called 5 great domains? Without waiting for everyone to react, an astonishing scene appeared. The moment the undead domain opened, Dongping's 2 lost arms began to reconstruct immediately. In the blink of an eye, the 2 arms were regenerated. Looking again, there were no scars at all. How is this possible? Whether it was the king and the other 2, or the inner demons, their hearts were filled with shock. The so-called undead domain, could it be a domain that couldn't be killed? Now you know. I am not someone you can shake. In my eyes, you are just an ant struggling with all your might. Dongping stared at the madman and smiled. Streaks of ultimate meaning appeared, and the will of heaven surged, erupting with monstrous power. It was also the ultimate meaning of the 7 strongest laws. This was the strength of the 5 unparalleled geniuses of the Central Dynasty. Almost every one of them was in existence on the level of the king, the divine king, or the supreme. In order to cultivate them, the king of the Central Dynasty must have spent a lot of effort. In this way, if he killed them, the king of the Central Dynasty would definitely be heartbroken. The madman's killing intent was brewing. Boom! The 7 ultimate meanings suddenly attacked, and the terrifying aura annihilated the sky. An ant wants to compete with the sun and moon. Do you think it is possible? The madman's face was full of disdain. Boom. His 7-foot body emitted a bloody light and instantly turned into a 10,000-foot tall giant. He can change his color. The inner demons were surprised. When you and little cousin were in seclusion, I inquired about the madman's situation. It seems that this is the true body of the blood demon king in his previous life. Lu Jiajin explained. So that's the case. I thought he was the same as us. So he's a monster. The inner demons were surprised. Lu Jiajin rolled his eyes. Who would say that about their companions? On the battlefield, the madman activated the 2 ultimate meanings of the law of death and the law of space. The will of heaven and the seal of all evil erupted at the same time. The terrifying aura he emitted instantly soared to an unprecedented level. In an instant, their ultimate power Upanishads collided. Madman, on the other hand, had used only 2 ultimate profundities to crush Dongping's 7 ultimate profundities. This was the strength of the power of all evil. The madman who possessed the power of all evil was equivalent to having 2 wills of heaven. He is indeed very strong. In the sky, the man and woman whispered. Such strength was already invincible in the same realm. Humph. No matter how strong he will still die in front of Dongping. Dongxin's divine soul sneered. Her eyes were filled with killing intent and resentment. Chapter 42-27. So confident. When Qin Feiyang heard Dongxin's words, he frowned slightly and lowered his head to look at Dongping. What kind of ability does this person have? Boom. The madman's 2 ultimate profound meanings crushed Dongping's 7 ultimate profound meanings as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, drowning Dongping. Dongping's physical body continued to shatter. Blood continued to spurt out. However, even so, the undying domain did not collapse. The blood runes inside did not disappear either. As Dongping was about to be destroyed, the crimson runes emitted a blinding crimson glow. However, Dongping managed to reconstruct his flesh in the blink of an eye. Looking again, apart from the blood all over his body, there was no trace of injury. Impossible. Madman was stunned. The power of 10,000 evil plus the will of the heavenly Tao couldn't kill Dongping? What a familiar scene. Qin Feiyang whispered. Such a situation seemed familiar. Wait a minute. Zhuge Mingyang. That's right. It was Zhuge Mingyang. Back then, Zhuge Mingyang mastered the undying demon technique and couldn't be killed. Not only could he not be killed, but he also became stronger every time he died. At that time, in order to completely get rid of Zhuge Mingyang, they spent a lot of effort. Boom. Just as Qin Feiyang was surprised, Dongping once again activated the 7 ultimates and the will of the heavenly Tao erupted. This time, the power released by the 7 ultimates was obviously stronger than before. Could it be that even this is the same? Qin Feiyang was shocked. Every time Dongping was seriously injured, the power of the ultimates would become stronger. If that was the case, then how powerful would Dongping's final ultimates be? It was hard to imagine. He really became an unkillable cockroach? Madman raised his brows. He really didn't believe it. Boom. The 6 ultimates were all activated. The will of the heavenly Tao and the seal of all evil combined, erupting with a destructive aura. Shatter for me. With a roar, the 6 ultimate mysteries shot out furiously. This time, Dongping was even more direct. He did not counterattack. Instead, he took the initiative to open his hand and welcome the descent of the 6 ultimate mysteries. His eyes were filled with disdain for the madman. Rumble. The 6 ultimates attacked, and Dongping's body was shattered again. The undying domain also collapsed. Madman was overjoyed. That was all there was to it. However, in the next moment, his body stiffened, and he was about to go crazy. Although the undying domain had collapsed, the blood-colored runes inside did not disappear. Instead, they had all fused with Dongping's flesh. This is the true face of the undying domain. As long as the runes fuse with Dongping, he will truly have an immortal body. Dongxin sneered. As expected. In the blink of an eye, Dongping's shattered fleshly body was reformed. Boom. Furthermore, After he activated the 7 ultimate profundities, his power increased by another level. Not good. Senior brother, doing this will only make him stronger and stronger, Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. Madman looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. This undying domain is very similar to Zhuge Mingyang's undying demon technique. As long as there is a bit of flesh, even a strand of hair, it can quickly regenerate. If you want to kill him, you must have absolute strength to instantly destroy his body and soul. Otherwise, it will be useless. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. So that's how it is. Madman's heart sank. Although he had never seen Zhuge Mingyang with his own eyes, he had been with Qin Feiyang and the others for so many years. He had also heard of Zhuge Mingyang's situation from them. So that's how it is. It seems that he will be in for a bitter battle, because now, he had revealed almost all of his strength. 6 ultimate profundities, will of heaven, power of all evil. However, even so, he still couldn't kill Dongping. What does this mean? It means he indeed didn't have the ability to instantly destroy Dongping's body and soul. The most terrifying thing was, for ordinary people, no matter how strong they are, as long as their sea of qi and soul are severely damaged, their combat power will decline. But this Dongping relied on the undying domain. Even if you destroy his sea of qi and soul, he can quickly come back from the dead. In short, all your efforts will be in vain in the end. If one's mind is firm, then it's still fine and won't collapse. But if one's state of mind isn't stable, facing such a situation, one will gradually become discouraged, powerless, desperate and eventually collapse and give up. So, fighting with someone like Dongping is not only a physical burden, but also a test of one's mental and willpower. Come on. What means do you have? Come at me. Dongping laughed. Madman was silent. If he can't kill him, he will become stronger and stronger instead. This caused him to not dare to act rashly, because the current Dongping must be eager for him to kill him. Why? Don't dare to make a move. Afraid that I will become stronger and stronger? Haha, if you don't make a move, I will. Let's see how long you can last. Dongping laughed wildly. His bloody hair danced in the air like the reincarnation of a demon king. Bang! The next moment, 7 ultimate profound meanings charged at Madman. Madman activated instant time and didn't dare to fight head-on. He kept dodging as he thought of a countermeasure. If you continue like this, you can only take a beating. So, you better go all out. Dongping took a step forward. He also mastered the law of time. Instant time was used to the limit as he punched at Madman. Bang! Madman spurted out a mouthful of blood as his face turned pale. His entire body was like a meteorite as he smashed into the ground below. Bastard! This made Madman furious. He leaped up and instantly rushed into the sky. 6 ultimate profound meanings roared out, carrying the power to destroy the world as they charged at Dongping. Yes, 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 that's it. This way, I can become stronger. Dongping laughed wildly. He actually took the initiative to face the 6 ultimate profound meanings. With a loud bang, Dongping's body shattered, but the next moment, he was reborn. With the activation of the ultimate profound meaning, the power he emitted was almost catching up to Madman. One has to know. The combination of Madman's will of heaven and the power of all evil, how terrifying was that? But now, with just a few serious injuries, the lethality of Dongping's ultimate profound was almost catching up to Madman. Although it was similar to the undying demon technique, the entire undying domain was many times stronger than the undying demon technique. Back then, how did you guys kill Zhuge Mingyang? Madman roared. Even with his temperament, he couldn't help but feel upset at this moment. There was no way to continue the fight. Back then, Zhuge Mingyang was killed by Big Cousin. Big Cousin used his overwhelming strength to burn him to ashes. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. That's only possible if you have overwhelming strength. Madman was dumbfounded. The key point was that he didn't have the strength to suppress Dongping. Could it be that he was going to lose here? That would be too shameful. No. If he really lost here, he would definitely be laughed at by the white-eyed wolf. Don't be polite, continue. Dongping laughed maniacally. His strengthened 7 ultimate profound meanings shattered the sky as he charged at Madman. This was forcing Madman to make a move. Chapter 42-28. This is bad. Lunatic is really in danger. In the distance. The king muttered. Yes. Who would have thought that Dongping would have such a heaven-defying method? 5 domains, 5 peerless geniuses. Could it be that the 5 peerless geniuses of the Central Dynasty are the owners of the 5 domains? The Divine King was surprised. That's possible. Otherwise, why would these people be so confident in front of Qin Feiyang and the others? The God-sealing domain has the ability to seal divine power, and the power of laws. The undying domain allows Dongping to have an undying body. If these 2 domains are so powerful, what about the other 3? What kind of heaven-defying power do they have? The human race's supremacy murmured. It was unimaginable. Why were the young people of this generation more and more powerful? Even these people of the older generation couldn't help but feel fear in their hearts. Why didn't the Ice Dragon tell us that there are 5 domains in the world? On the other side, the inner demons turned to look at Lu Jiajin and frowned. Then you'll have to ask him. Speaking of which, we're also responsible. After hiding in the Central Dynasty for so many years, we didn't get such important information. Lu Jiajin sighed. Everyone in the Central Dynasty knew about the 5 peerless geniuses. But only the Emperor of the Central Dynasty had seen the 5 peerless geniuses. Of course. The sovereign of the Divine King must have seen them. In fact, Lu Jiajin had been looking for information about the 5 peerless geniuses in the Central Dynasty, but he couldn't find a chance. It could only be said that the emperor was too good at keeping secrets. The inner demons glanced at Dongxin and the others and frowned. 5 peerless geniuses, why are there only 4? Where's the other one? Hearing this, Lu Jiajin's heart skipped a beat and quickly looked around. That's right. Where's the other one? It can't be that only 4 came. Could the other one be hiding somewhere and secretly watching the battlefield? On the battlefield. The mad scientist was completely suppressed. His 10,000 feet tall body was covered in blood. The situation he was facing now was that he didn't dare to act rashly, which made him extremely sullen. Don't hesitate. If you don't fight back, you'll die. It wouldn't be worth it to die just like that. Dongping laughed loudly, and his arrogance grew more and more arrogant. That disdainful gaze was as if he was looking at an ant that was constantly struggling to survive. Senior brother, you must calm down, Qin Feiyang muttered. Now was not the time to panic. Because once one's mind was in chaos, a disaster would inevitably befall them. But to be honest, even he couldn't think of any way to deal with Dongping. Of course. His own strength was definitely enough. The law of life and death, 6 supreme laws, 2 wills of the heavenly Tao, and 3,000 incarnations. With all these means added together, he could easily kill Dongping, not giving him a chance to be reborn. But now, Dongping was no match for him. Qin Feiyang was well aware of the madman's methods. It was almost impossible to defeat Dongping unless a miracle or an unforeseen event occurred. In the sky, dark clouds covered the sky. It was like the eve of a storm. After experiencing 2 great battles, the ground here had long been damaged beyond recognition. Do you know what you look like now? Dongping laughed out loud and shamelessly humiliated him. Now, you're just like a turtle, shrinking your neck and running away like a rat. Trash like you can only be arrogant in the 4 great continents. If you go to our Central Dynasty, you're worse than a dog. Hearing this, the madman suddenly raised his head and looked at Dongping. A dog should also live with some dignity, but now you don't even have the least bit of dignity. How pitiful. Why don't you wag your tail at me now? Maybe I will be magnanimous and spare your dog life. Dongping's face was full of ridicule. He was deliberately angering the madman. Because if the madman kept avoiding the battle, it would be quite difficult for him to kill the madman. After all, the madman also had instant time. But if he could anger the madman and make him attack with all his strength, he only needed to be seriously injured once more. Then his 7 ultimate mysteries would be able to compete with the madman's power of all evil and will of the heavenly Tao. In this way, the chances of killing the madman would be greater. He got what he wanted. The madman was completely enraged. Thinking back, when and where had he suffered such humiliation? Boom. The power of the 6 ultimate mysteries, will of the heavenly Tao, and all evil seal erupted. A terrifying aura and monstrous fury swept through the world. Not good. Qin Feiyang clenched his fists and was ready to rescue the madman at any time. Yes, 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 that's it. This is the demeanor a man should have. Come. Don't hold back and kill me. As long as you can kill me, you will have the ability to sweep through the divine kingdom. Dongping laughed wildly and faced the madman's 6 ultimate mysteries. I'll fulfill your wish. The madman laughed. His voice was like a demon from hell, making one's heart involuntarily feel a chill. In the next moment, a bloody wound appeared between his eyebrows. Battle soul, blood eye, open. Dongping's arrogant attitude suddenly froze. His body, from his feet to his head, began to petrify. That's right. As long as this person is petrified, his undying domain will collapse. Looking at this scene, Qin Feiyang was shocked. Whether it was the profound laws, battle soul, or domain, they all needed to be controlled by one's consciousness. If Dongping was petrified, he would naturally lose consciousness. After losing consciousness, the undying domain would automatically close. Without the undying domain, wouldn't Dongping be a lamb waiting to be slaughtered? From this, it could be seen that although the madman was angry, he had not lost his mind. The petrification process was not fast. After all, Dongping's strength was right in front of him. However, it was much faster than the white-eyed wolf depriving him of his cultivation and Dharma laws. In a short while, Dongping's entire head entered a petrified state. Naive. Right at this moment, Dongping's voice could be heard. This was the voice of the divine soul. In other words, although his head was petrified, the divine soul inside had not been petrified. As his voice fell, a mighty force of law surged out and forcefully cut off the madman's petrification. Subsequently, he once again broke through the air and faced the 6 ultimate mysteries. Boom. Accompanied by a loud bang, Dongping's body shattered. Qin Feiyang, the monarch, Lu Jiajin, and the inner demons couldn't help but twitch their eyelids when they saw this scene. In the next moment, Dongping was reborn again and said in ecstasy, "The real battle has just begun." Boom. The 7 ultimate mysteries roared out, emitting a divine aura that was on par with the madman's ultimate mysteries. Come on. You have no choice. Go all out and fight. Dongping let out a long roar and charged towards the madman with the 7 ultimate mysteries. Chapter 42-29. Madman's eyes flashed with a cold light as he activated his 6 ultimate mysteries and charged forward. As expected, accompanied by an enormous rumbling sound, each of Dongping's 7 ultimates was comparable to the madman's ultimates. One must know. Madman had activated the will of the heavenly Tao and the seal of all evil at the same time. In other words, Madman's seal of all evil no longer had any advantage. Not only did he not have any advantage, he was also at a disadvantage. Because he only had 6 ultimate mysteries while Dongping had 7, he had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers. Boom. There was no suspense. Dongping's 7 ultimate profundities smashed through Madman's 6 ultimate profundities. The next moment, Madman suffered a fatal injury. His entire body was dripping with blood as he smashed into the ground below, his face pale. How is it? Now you know how terrifying I am. Do you feel despair? Dongping laughed. As his voice fell, he seemed to have transformed into a god of death as he charged towards Madman. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang put down his teacup as a murderous aura spread out from his body. The man and woman next to Dong Xin immediately looked at Qin Feiyang with a trace of vigilance in their eyes. Old Qin, sit properly for me, there's no need for you to interfere. Madman also felt Qin Feiyang's aura and immediately raised his head and shouted. Immediately after, he got up, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth as he gritted his teeth. Believe me, I will definitely not lose. Looking at Madman's firm eyes, Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and picked up his teacup again. He calmed down and drank his tea while silently watching the battle. In my previous life, I have already lost to your divine kingdom once. So in this life, I must not lose again. Madman stared at Dong Ping and roared as waves of blood surged out from his body. This was the aura of all evil. He was the embodiment of all evil, dominating all evil in the world. The aura of all evil enveloped the entire area. Dong Ping immediately felt that this aura of all evil was crazily drilling into his body, devouring his divine soul, divine power, law power, and even his bloodline. What kind of monster is this? Dong Ping couldn't help but frown. As one of the 5 unparalleled geniuses, he was naturally experienced and knowledgeable. However, at this moment, the madman's evil power was something he had never seen before. In other words, he had never seen such a terrifying evil force before. It was no exaggeration to say that. As long as a living being did not possess the will of the heavenly Tao, they would not be able to resist this evil power. Furthermore, in a trance, he sensed a dangerous aura from the madman. This made him want to end the battle as soon as possible. Because Dong Xin was a good example. No. Speaking of which, the madman was even more unpredictable than the white-eyed wolf. This was because the white-eyed wolf's 4th innate ability had existed for a long time, but he had never revealed it. Thus, regardless of whether Dong Xin had been careless or not, her defeat was already set in stone the moment the battle began. But a lunatic was different. The madman had indeed reached the end of his road. The reason why he was able to continue fighting was because of his unyielding spirit. In battle, such people were the most terrifying. Because you didn't know what would happen in the next moment. If he accidentally stimulated the other party's potential and comprehended some peerless killing technique, he would instead become the other party's training stone. Thus, ending the battle quickly and ending the other party's life as soon as possible was the wisest choice. If I send you to hell now, even the Heavenly King won't be able to save you. Dong Ping roared. The 7 ultimate laws carried monstrous killing intent as they crazily attacked. Then come and try. The madman's roar resounded through the sky. The 6 ultimate ultimates and the force of 10,000 evil turned into a torrent that devoured the sky and collided with the 7 ultimate ultimate. Accompanied by an earth-shaking explosion, the 13 ultimate laws and the power of all evil shattered at the same time in the void, erupting with a destructive aura that spread in all direction. How is this possible? In the sky, Dong Xin and the other 2 were stunned. That power of all evil was actually able to compete with an ultimate law that contained the will of the heavenly Tao. Dong Ping had 7 ultimate profound meanings. The madman had 6 ultimate laws. There was a difference of 1. In other words, the power of all evil filled the gap of 1 ultimate law. One must know. Although the madman's power of all evil was powerful, it was only equivalent to the lethality of a low-level sovereign weapon. The lethality of a low-level sovereign weapon didn't contain the will of the heavenly Tao. If it was an ultimate law that contained the will of the heavenly Tao, the low-level sovereign weapon would only be crushed. In other words, the madman's power of all evil was only able to compete with an ultimate law that didn't contain the will of the heavenly Tao. But now, the lethality of this power of all evil was actually able to compete with an ultimate law that contained the will of the heavenly Tao. What did this mean? It meant, at this moment, the lethality of the power of all evil had increased by a large margin. Is this a miracle? Qin Feiyang murmured. It seemed that Dong Ping's suppression had indeed stimulated his senior brother's potential. He wanted to seek a breakthrough in battle. This is impossible. Dong Ping was dumbfounded on the spot. The previous power of all evil wasn't even this strong. How did it increase by so much? Could it be that what he was worried about would really happen? He would become the madman's training stone and help the madman comprehend a peerless killing technique? No. This kind of thing is absolutely not allowed to happen. Dong Ping's face turned sinister. If such a thing really happened, then he would definitely become the laughingstock of the world. No matter what means you have, you will die, you will die. He was like a mad beast. His 7 ultimate profundities appeared out of nowhere. Then, he charged furiously at madman with his 7 ultimate profundities. You don't have the ability, the madman laughed. Although he was extremely weak, his spirit of never admitting defeat, that unyielding fighting spirit, was like a demon god, making others revere him. Boom! The power of all evil and the 6 ultimate laws shattered heaven and earth. However, just as they were about to collide, a sneer crept up Dongping's face. The 7 ultimate mysteries instantly dissipated. The madman was shocked. What was this person trying to do? But in the next moment, he understood Dongping's intention. Dongping was actually using his flesh and blood to crash into the power of all evil and the 6 ultimate laws. How could a mere body of flesh and blood be a match for the power of all evil and the 6 ultimate laws? Dongping's body shattered on the spot and blood splattered across the sky. But, did you think he was dead? No. He wasn't dead. He was borrowing the madman's power of all evil and the 6 ultimate laws to once again increase his strength. It can still be increased. Qin Feiyang's brows were tightly knitted. Could it be that this undying domain was as limitless as the slaughter domain? Haha, what a stupid guy. A terrifying fluctuation collapsed this part of heaven and earth. It was also at this moment that a maniacal laughter suddenly rang out from the collapsing void. Following closely, a blood-colored figure appeared in the void in front of him. Blood hair fluttered and a murderous aura filled the sky. If it wasn't Dongping, who else could it be? The undying domain allowed him to be reborn again. Looking at the lively Dongping, the madman's face was gloomy to the extreme. Can he really not be killed? No. It must be possible. The madman roared in his heart, and with a surging aura, he rushed into the sky and charged towards Dongping. The current, you can't even be considered an ant. Experience what true despair is. Dongping laughed sinisterly. The 7 ultimate laws appeared, and along with the eruption of the will of the heavenly Tao, the terrifying divine might had already surpassed the madman. Senior brother, Qin Feiyang whispered, his heart filled with worry. Although he was willing to believe in the madman, the current Dongping's combat strength was too terrifying. Moreover, if he was unable to kill Dongping in an instant, his combat strength would soar. This was equivalent to a bottomless abyss, enough to make anyone despair. In an instant, the madman and Dongping once again clashed. Dongping, who had become stronger once again, was like a god descending to the mortal world, crushing over and directly smashing the madman into the ground. The madman's body was torn apart on the spot. I want to see if you're still not dead. Dongping's face was sinister as the power of law poured out, turning into a torrent that covered the sky. With a loud bang, the madman was drowned. Qin Feiyang suddenly stood up and stared at the ground below. The madman was drowned by the power of law and his figure could no longer be seen. But he could sense the madman's aura. His aura was rapidly dissipating. Don't make a move, suddenly. The madman's weak voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Still not allowing me to make a move. Qin Feiyang frowned. What did he want to do? However, since it was the madman's own request, he could only comply and return to his seat again, but his heart was extremely perturbed. Facing such a situation, could his senior brother survive? Go to hell, go to hell. Dongping was like a madman as the power of law crazily bombarded down. The ground collapsed and the abyss was densely covered. Dust and smoke shrouded the world. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's eyelids twitched. The madman's life fluctuations had actually completely dissipated. What did this mean? It meant that the madman's soul might have been destroyed. He suddenly couldn't help but clench his hands, his heart was filled with regret. He should have decisively made a move and not listened to his senior brother. Ha! Dongping laughed loudly. Finally, this disaster was solved. Dongxin and the other two also revealed a smile on their faces. Looking at the king and the other two, Lu Jiajin and Dongping were also like Qin Feiyang, their hands tightly clenched together. The madman who dominated the Sky Cloud realm and the Divine Kingdom had fallen just like that. Qin Feiyang closed his eyes, suppressing the grief and anger in his heart. His eyes suddenly opened, and 2 blood-red murderous auras burst out. Dongxin and the other 3 were shocked and immediately turned to look at Qin Feiyang. All of you come together. Qin Feiyang got up and said coldly. Arrogant. The 4 were furious. Even if there were 3,000 incarnations, the Eye of Heaven, and the law of life and death, One shouldn't be so rampant. Chapter 42:30. The battle was about to begin. However, at this moment. An arrogant and unyielding laugh echoed throughout the area. This is. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled as he quickly scanned the void. That's right. This was the laughter of the madman. But how was this possible? The life fluctuations of the madman had already disappeared, so why was there still his laughter? At the same time, Dong Ping's group of 4, the king's group of 3, and Lu Jiajin's group were all looking at the void in bewilderment. However, looking around, they didn't see the figure of the madman at all. Only that laughter continued to reverberate between heaven and earth, not dissipating for a long time. I still have to thank you, this time. The voice was even clearer, but they couldn't capture the location, as if it was a ghost-like existence. Who is pretending to be a ghost? Get out here for me. Dong Ping roared. Not dead. Don't joke around. The life fluctuations had already disappeared, how could he still be alive? So he was certain that someone must be playing tricks. Ha ha, the laughter of the madman sounded again, ethereal and uncertain. At the next moment, a strange scene appeared. With this battlefield as the center, evil aura from all directions crazily rushed over here. There was evil aura, in short, all kinds of evil forces were gathering here at this moment. Even at this moment, Qin Feiyang and the others could clearly feel that the murderous aura and evil aura lurking in their bodies were uncontrollably breaking out of their bodies. What's going on? Several of them were bewildered. It was as if there was an invisible force that was frantically extracting the murderous aura and evil aura from their bodies. In the name of the madman, I summon all the evil forces in the world, shape the true body of all evil, and display the might of all evil. The madman's voice sounded again, bringing with it a great majesty. At this moment, Qin Feiyang and the others felt as if they had fallen into a bottomless abyss, and they couldn't help but feel fear in their hearts. Rumble. In the sky, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Blood-red clouds rolled over, and bolts of blood-red lightning roared in all directions. When one looked up, it was like a sea of blood was at the peak of the sky, as if a peerless demon king was about to be born. Moreover, the evil aura coming from all directions became more and more terrifying. At this moment, if someone was standing at the peak of the clouds, they would definitely be able to see a shocking scene. The sky above the western continent was filled with blood-red energy. This was the power of evil. In other words, at this moment, all the evil forces in the western continent were surging toward them. In the end, these evil forces all gathered at the top of the sky dome, turning into a sea of blood that dyed the void and the land blood-red. What's going on? Dong Ping was seething with anger. Could it be that the madman's potential had been stimulated and he had comprehended some kind of peerless killing technique? No. He suddenly let out a roar, and the 7 ultimate profound meanings appeared. They carried a monstrous might as they charged towards the sea of blood in the sky. However, when the 7 ultimate profundities charged into the blood sea, they were actually devoured by the blood sea. Everyone was dumbfounded. Dong Ping's current combat strength was obvious to all. With his current 7 ultimate profundities, he could kill anyone in an instant. But now, they were all engulfed by that evil power. This was too terrifying. What was going on? Look. Suddenly, the Divine King exclaimed as he stared at the center of the sea of blood. In the center of the sea of blood, a palm-sized imprint gradually appeared. This is the seal of all evil. Qin Feiyang was shocked. Although this imprint was relatively large, it was exactly the same as the madman's previous seal of all evil. In other words, the madman was really not dead. This seal of all evil was now his incarnation. In this world, the power of evil is everywhere. As long as there is a wisp of evil power, even if I am immortal, the heavenly Tao will not be able to erase my divine soul. All evil true body, be born. The madman's voice sounded again, like the voice of the heavenly Tao, shaking all directions. The next moment, at the top of the sky dome, all the evil forces surged towards the seal of all evil like a tide. It was like a bottomless pit, absorbing as much as it came. Blood thunder rumbled, deafening, but it was not a heavenly tribulation. but the phenomenon of the birth of a demon king. I don't believe it. Die for me. Dongping roared like a madman. The 7 ultimate mysteries evolved again and charged towards the sky. He must not let this person succeed. However, before the 7 ultimate mysteries could reach the sky, a blood-red giant sword appeared at the top of the sky with a clang, emitting an incomparable evil aura. A mere ant dares to challenge the god of all evil. You really don't know what death is. The next moment, accompanied by a cruel laughter, a blood-red-haired youth walked out of the sea of blood, surrounded by blood chi, as if he was a god of death that walked out of hell. It was the madman. He really didn't die. Dong Xin and the other two's eyes trembled. Now, not only was the madman unharmed, the aura emitted from his body made them feel fear. I am the ruler of all evil. I will kill all gods and Buddhas that block my path. Destroy them for me. The madman looked down at Dongping and waved his hand. The blood-red giant sword floating in the sky instantly tore through the sky and slashed towards the 7 ultimate mysteries. Accompanied by a loud bang, under everyone's incredulous gazes, Dongping's 7 ultimate mysteries were instantly shattered, even more fragile than dead wood. This is too strong. He actually broke the limit of the ultimate mysteries. Everyone present trembled both physically and mentally. This was too heaven-defying. This power was comparable to the Sword of Faith. No. This can't be real. I don't believe it. Dongping shook his head. This must be a dream. Even if it was a peerless killing technique, it was impossible to surpass the limit of the ultimate mysteries. Clang. Just as Dongping was distracted, the sword of all evil slashed over. Dongping came back to his senses and hurriedly activated momentary time, turned around and ran. But even so, a few sword chi swept over and his body was torn apart on the spot. Undying domain. In the nick of time, Dongping roared and his body instantly reassembled. After being seriously injured again, his combat strength increased by another level. However, even so, facing the sword of all evil, he could still feel a fatal crisis. There was no suspense. Even if his combat strength increased by a few more levels, he was afraid that he would not be able to defeat the demonic power of the sword of all evil. Despair. But I really have to thank you. If it weren't for you crazily suppressing me, I wouldn't have been able to form the true body of all evil. Madman laughed again and again. His brows were also filled with excitement. It was really a blessing in disguise. In the past, he could only control the power of all evil. But now, after forming the true body of all evil, not only could he control all the evil forces in the world, but he could also form an undying body. When Dongping heard this, he couldn't help but go crazy. Not only did he fail to get rid of the other party, but he also increased the other party's combat strength by countless times. This was a great humiliation. Don't talk big. In this world, except for the undying domain, nothing is undying. Dongping went completely crazy. He rushed into the sky and charged towards Madman. With a loud bang, Madman's body shattered in the sky, and blood dyed the sky red. Even his blood contained the terrifying power of all evil. A drop of blood was enough to shatter a piece of the void. Ha ha, Dongping laughed loudly. Undying body? Don't joke around. In this world, only he had an undying body. However, in the next moment, his laughter came to an abrupt end. However, Madman's shattered body was quickly reconstructed and he appeared in front of Dongping without any injuries. How is it? The corner of Madman's mouth raised. No. I don't believe it. Dongping roared and attacked again. Madman's body shattered again. Dongping attacked Madman's divine soul again. Let's see how you can be reborn after I destroy your divine soul. In just a few breaths, Madman's divine soul disappeared. If you still don't die like this, I will chop off my head and let you sit on it. Dongping laughed wildly. Is that so? Then chop it off. The next moment, a mocking voice sounded. The evil power surged, and the madman appeared in the sky again, full of vigor. This, Dongping was completely dumbfounded. Dongxin and the other two, Qin Feiyang, Lu Jiajin, the inner demons, and the king were all dumbfounded. His body shattered, his divine soul dissipated. Not to mention ordinary people, even if it was them, only death would await them. However, Madman ran out in the blink of an eye, alive and kicking. Don't think that this was a small matter. What was the most frightening thing in a battle? Without a doubt, it was having one's chi-si destroyed and one's divine soul damaged. Once the chi-si was destroyed, no matter how strong one was, they would become a cripple. When one's divine soul was damaged, one's combat strength would also be greatly reduced. Just like Qin Fei Yang. He was strong enough, but as long as his chi-si was destroyed, whether it was his 3,000 incarnations or the law of life and death, he would not be able to activate them. But Madman was different now. After condensing the all-evil true body, whether it was his chi-si being destroyed or his divine soul being damaged, it had no effect on him. In other words, when fighting in the future, he did not have to worry about the consequences of his chi-si being destroyed because it could be repaired at any time anyway. Think about it again. How terrifying would it be to fight with such a person? Because he was an invincible existence. No matter how you injured him, he would appear in front of you in the next moment. This guy, I'm afraid even I have no way to kill him. Qin Fei Yang murmured. He had the confidence to suppress Madman. The law of life and death, 3,000 incarnations, eye of heaven, and 2 will of heavenly Tao were not to be trifled with. But to kill Madman, he didn't have the confidence to do so now. Because this all-evil true body was much stronger than the undying domain. Although the undying domain could increase one's combat strength every time one was seriously injured, it was not a true undying body. As long as one was strong enough, one could still destroy it. But Madman's all-evil true body, as long as there was evil power in the world, he would be indestructible. Looking back, which place didn't have evil power? So, Madman's all-evil true body was the true undying body. The most terrifying thing was his all-evil sword. Even Dongping's current 7 ultimate profound meanings could be easily crushed. This was definitely a peerless killing technique comparable to the Sword of Faith. Chapter 42-31. Continue. I was born with masochism. If I don't get beaten up for a day, my entire body will feel uncomfortable. The madman looked at the hysterical Dongping and said with a mocking expression, "Bastard." Dongping roared like thunder. "Dongping, calm down. Although you can't kill him, he can't kill you either. At most, it will be a tie between the two of you." Dongxin shouted. This sentence woke Dongping up from his dream. Dongping suddenly quivered and retreated a distance. Taking a few deep breaths, he looked at the madman and sneered, "So what if you condense the all-evil true body and create the all-evil sword? You still can't defeat me." The madman revealed a smile when he heard this. Looking at this expression, Dongping couldn't help but feel guilty. Could it be that the all-evil sword is enough to break his undying legend? "Don't be nervous. Whether I can kill you or not, I will only know after trying." The madman laughed. Accompanied by a loud clang, the all-evil sword appeared and its sharp edge swept in all directions. This place suddenly showed a doomsday scene. Dongping once again felt a fatal threat. He swallowed his saliva and couldn't help but feel nervous. Can the undying domain really block this peerless killing technique? Stand there and don't move. Let's test it properly. The madman grinned. His eyes were filled with anticipation. He had just created the all-evil sword, so he wasn't too clear about the lethality of the all-evil sword. "Come." Dongping roared. "Haha, you have guts." The madman laughed. Holding the all-evil sword with both hands, he slashed at Dongping. Dongping stared at the all-evil sword. His pupils constricted as he clenched his fists. His palms were sweating. He knew the limit of the undying domain. But what he didn't know was whether the lethality of the all-evil sword had exceeded this limit. If it didn't, he would have the confidence. But if he did, he would be digging his own grave if he tried. In the blink of an eye, seeing that the all-evil sword was about to attack him, Dongping was driven by fear. He activated instant time and retreated with lightning speed to avoid the sword. "En." Madman was stunned. He looked at Dongping strangely and said, "I just said you were courageous. Why did you become a coward in the next second? Do you think I'm stupid?" Dongping sneered. "I don't care if you're a fool or not. This battle is a matter of life and death." Madman smiled coldly. With a wave of his hand, the all-evil sword quickly shrank, and in the blink of an eye, it had shrunk to the size of a 3-foot-long sword. The madman grabbed the sword of all evil and swung it a few times, gritting his teeth. This is still more flexible, it's easier to use. Finished speaking. Instant time was activated, and the will of the heavenly Tao erupted. Under the support of the will of the heavens, the speed of the instant time increased by several times. The madman held the all-evil sword and charged towards Dongping. Dongping's expression changed slightly. The will of the heavenly Tao erupted as he dodged. Is this all you've got? You don't even have the courage to fight head-on? Madman sneered. Why are you so arrogant? Dongping said furiously. The corner of the madman's mouth curled up. The power of all evil surged, and his speed instantly increased by a large margin. Qin Feiyang looked at the madman's forehead suspiciously. At this time, there was no longer the seal of all evil between the madman's eyebrows. But how could the madman still add the power of all evil to the profound law? And now, the effect of the power of all evil was even stronger than before. In the past, the power of all evil could increase it by about 5 times. But now, it was comparable to the will of the heavens. In other words, even if the madman didn't comprehend the ultimate profound law of life and death, it was equivalent to grasping 2 will of the heavens. This was a qualitative leap. In this world, the only ones who could suppress the madman were those who grasped the 3,000 incarnations and the Devil King true body. At the same time, Dongping also had a look of surprise. I am now the source of all evil, the ruler of all evil. I no longer need the seal of all evil. Moreover, after creating the true body of all evil, the strength of the power of all evil is incomparable to before. The madman smiled proudly, and the all-evil sword slashed out. Caught off guard, Dongping's body was directly cut in half. The terrifying sword Qi instantly drowned Dongping. With a scream, Dongping's body that was cut in half was shattered by the sword Qi, turning into a blood mist. Undying domain, rebirth. His soul roared. The next moment, Dongping, who had turned into a blood mist, actually began to reconstruct his body. And the speed was visible to the naked eye. What? The madman frowned. This undying domain was so heaven-defying. Even the all-evil sword couldn't erase it. It seemed like the 5 great domains were truly extraordinary. Can't kill me, haha, Dongping was extremely excited. As long as the all-evil sword couldn't kill him, then he would have a chance to turn the tables. Because no matter how strong the all-evil sword was, there was still a limit. However, the strengthening of the undying domain was endless. As long as the number of injuries increased, his combat strength would surpass the all-evil sword sooner or later. Laugh your ass. The madman cursed. Another sword slashed out. Dongping's body was shattered again. If I don't give you a chance to reconstruct, let's see how you can recover. The madman laughed again and again. The all-evil sword in his hand slashed at Dongping's flesh and divine soul again and again. In a breath's time, he had slashed out dozens of times. It was as if he was chopping meat. Facing such a torrential attack, Dongping gradually panicked. Because he felt that not only could the all-evil sword bring him fatal injuries, there was also an evil aura that was seeping into his flesh and soul. This evil aura was the power of the source of all evil. It was equivalent to saying, Dongping was now facing a double blow. Stop. For this battle, we admit defeat. The young man who was watching the battle also realized that Dongping was in a bad situation and looked at the madman and said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Dongxin and the other woman looked at the young man in surprise. We must admit defeat. Otherwise, facing such an attack, Dongping's undying domain will be broken sooner or later, and at that time, his soul will be destroyed. The young man's eyes were gloomy. In the first battle, facing the golden-winged Wolf King, Dongxin was killed without any power to fight back. In the second battle, Dongping also suffered the same fate. This is the strength of the madman and the golden-winged Wolf King. Sure enough, they had underestimated these people. Admit defeat. The madman raised the corner of his mouth. Although there was no explanation in advance before the battle, whether it was Qin Feiyang's group of 3 or Dongxin's group of 4, They had already tacitly agreed that this was a life and death battle. But now, this young man actually admitted defeat. Isn't this a joke? Do you think I'm playing house and playing with you? Clang. The all-evil sword crazily attacked. Right now, everyone couldn't see the all-evil sword, only an afterimage. One could imagine. The madman's current sword speed was very fast. Suddenly, a blood-colored rune appeared from a blood mist. The madman was stunned. What the hell is this? Not good. But at the same time, Dongxin's group of 3 had a change of expression. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and said in surprise, "Senior brother, that is the rune of the undying domain. As long as we shatter it, his undying domain should collapse." After being reminded by Qin Feiyang, the madman also came to a realization. Killing intent surged in his eyes as he slashed at the rune. With a crack, the rune was shattered on the spot. Immediately, in an instant, the madman waved his sword dozens of times. Immediately, another blood-colored rune appeared. With one slash, this blood-colored rune was also shattered. He still hasn't broken the undying domain. The madman frowned. Could it be that he had to shatter all the runes for the undying domain to collapse? We can't let him shatter the undying rune again, otherwise Dongping will definitely die. Dongxin roared. The young man took a deep breath, and the 7 ultimate laws instantly appeared. Then, he took a step forward and charged at the madman like lightning. "Just you." The madman looked at the young man and slashed out. The 7 ultimate laws were destroyed on the spot. Simply invincible. Immediately after, the sword chi of the all-evil sword turned into a storm that surged toward the young man from all directions. He thought that the young man would be afraid. However, the young man snorted coldly as rays of golden divine light emerged. A golden domain was formed in an instant. Facing the sword chi storm that swept over, the young man's expression remained unchanged. The madman, Qin Feiyang, Lu Jiajin, and the other 2 couldn't help but be surprised by the young man. This was the sword chi of the all-evil sword. Even the ultimate laws that contained the will of the heavenly Tao could be easily defeated, but this young man didn't even have the intention to dodge. So confident. The next moment, the sword chi storm came and drowned the young man. A shocking scene suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The young man stood in the midst of the storm of sword chi, completely unharmed. How could this be? The all-evil sword couldn't hurt this person. Dongxin looked at Qin Feiyang and the madman and sneered, "The invincible state of the god-slaying domain. Do you think it's a joke? God-slaying domain? Invincible state?" Qin Feiyang and the madman were taken aback. Just kidding. Invincible? Is this possible? Just as the madman was distracted, the young man with the golden domain directly crossed the sword chi storm and landed in front of the blood mist formed by Dongping. Dongping also began to regenerate. But with the 2 undying runes destroyed, the speed of his rebirth had obviously slowed down a lot. The madman came back to his senses and looked at the young man. The young man said indifferently, "Dong Tianchen, please enlighten me. This invincible state of yours, are you serious?" The madman frowned. "You can try." Dong Tianchen was expressionless, but his brows were full of confidence. Clang. The all-evil sword attacked. A sword slashed at Dong Tianchen's domain. Following a loud explosion, terrifying auras burst out from the ground. But Dong Tianchen's god-slaying domain only shook a few times before returning to normal. And Dong Tianchen, who was standing in the god-slaying domain, was not injured at all. This time, the madman was completely dumbfounded. A head-on sword was actually unable to break this god-slaying domain. "Are you playing with me?" Clang. The madman who came back to his senses was instantly enraged. Holding the all-evil sword with both hands, his veins bulged as he attacked without holding back. Boom. Following an earth-shattering explosion, the god-slaying domain was still intact. Chapter 42-32. They're really invincible. Qin Feiyang was also shocked. The god-sealing domain, the undying domain, and the god-slaying domain. Each was more terrifying than the last. Were these the 5 geniuses of the Central Dynasty? They were much more outstanding than the so-called prodigies like Raiko. No. They couldn't be compared at all. Dong Tianchen and the other two were more than enough to kill them instantly. If not for the fact that the mad scientist and the white-eyed wolf were strong enough, they would have been defeated by these people. At this moment, Dong Ping finally revived. He stared at the mad scientist with murderous intent in his eyes. What? You want to bully us with numbers? I'll play with you till the end. The mad scientist laughed. Whoosh. Before he could finish his words, the white-eyed wolf also appeared, full of vigor. Hey! Dong Xin stared at the white-eyed wolf in shock. How did he recover so quickly? The Eye of Destiny is indeed extraordinary. The other lady who hadn't attacked yet sneered. Even the Eye of Destiny knows about us. It seems like Neptune talked a lot about us when he entered the Central Dynasty. The white-eyed wolf looked at her mockingly. Boom! His aura surged out, and the ingrate landed beside Madman. He looked at Dong Tianchen and laughed. Invincible domain? Let me try and see if I'm really invincible. Croak. The heaven-swallowing battle soul beast appeared with a croak. A terrifying beast aura enveloped the area. As you wish. Dong Tianchen smiled coldly. But at this moment, a space-time tunnel appeared in the sky. A man in black walked out quickly. He scanned the battlefield with a trace of shock in his eyes. Evidently, he was shocked by the devastation on the battlefield. Then, he went straight for Qin Feiyang. Why did you come back? Qin Feiyang was confused. It seemed like he was very familiar with the man in black. We can't fight anymore. Let's go. The man in black sounded very serious. Qin Feiyang seemed to believe the black-clothed man completely. He immediately looked at the madman and the white-eyed wolf and shouted, "Let's go. Let's fight another day." The madman and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other and sneered at Dong Tianchen and Dong Ping. Then, they rushed towards Qin Feiyang and the black-clothed man like lightning. You want to leave? No way. Dong Ping smiled savagely. But just as he was about to give chase, Dong Tianchen stretched out his hand to stop him. He shook his head and said, "Don't give chase. Dong Xin is already seriously injured. It won't do us any good to continue fighting. 3 pieces of trash. Consider yourselves lucky." Dong Ping was arrogant and domineering, cursing and swearing. Qin Feiyang opened the space-time tunnel and prepared to enter. However, when he heard this, a cold light flashed in his eyes. 3,000 incarnations appeared, and the life and death edict and the 6 ultimate laws instantly appeared. 2 wills of the heavenly Tao exploded. Immediately, 21,000 ultimate profundities charged towards Dong Ping with overwhelming might. It's indeed the life and death edict. Dong Ping's eyes trembled, and he couldn't help but feel terrified. This was 21,000 ultimate profundities. Among them, there were 3,000 ultimate profundities. There were also 2 wills of the heavenly Tao. It had probably exceeded the limit of the undying domain. Retreat. Dong Tianchen's eyes flickered, and he finally gave the order and retreated with Dong Ping. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He wasn't surprised that Dong Ping retreated. However, Dong Tianchen retreating was somewhat unexpected. Could it be that there was a limit to the invincible state of the god-slaying domain? Let's go. The black-clothed man urged. Qin Feiyang looked at the black-clothed man. What was the matter that made him so anxious? Then, with a wave of his hand, the 3,000 incarnations disappeared. He looked at Dong Ping and said, "Next time, remember to pay attention to your manners." Then, he turned and entered the space-time tunnel. The black-clothed man, the white-eyed wolf, and the madman followed closely behind. What's going on? Isn't Dong Zhengyang in seclusion in the village? Why is he in such a hurry now? And he left in a hurry with Qin Feiyang and the other 2? In the distance. The king frowned. That's right. This black-clothed young man who suddenly appeared was Dong Zhengyang. It's a little strange. The divine king nodded. Suddenly, he looked shocked and transmitted his voice. Could it be that something happened to the old man and the others? The king looked at the divine king. Don't be nervous. I'm just guessing. The divine king hurriedly comforted him. No. There's definitely something wrong with Dong Zhengyang's appearance. The king shook his head and immediately opened a spacetime tunnel. Where are you going? The divine king hurriedly asked. The village. The king said in a deep voice. Don't go. If you go now, won't you be suspected of being a prophet? At that time, they might suspect you. The divine king hurriedly stopped the king. The king's expression stiffened. What the divine king said did make sense. Don't be impatient. Let's go and meet Dong Ping and the others first. We might be able to get some useful information. Besides, given the old man and the others' strength, the possibility of an accident is not high. The divine king comforted him. All right. The king nodded. What should we do? On the other side. The inner demons turned to look at Lu Jiajin. We've been in the divine kingdom for so long, but we haven't had a chance to take a good look at the scenery of the divine kingdom. Why don't we take this opportunity to walk around? Lu Jiajin said with a smile. Huh. The inner demons were stunned. They were still in the mood to go sightseeing. However, it was not bad. It was rare for them to be free. At the same time, Thousand Phoenix Mountain. The white-eyed wolf looked at Dong Xingyang in confusion and asked, Dong Xingyang, what are you doing? Why are you in such a hurry? Dong Xingyang's expression was grave. Wait. Dong Ping, Dong Tianchen, and Dong Xin all have the surname Dong. Could they be your distant relatives? The frenzy laughed strangely. That's right. So you're from the Central Dynasty. You've been lurking around us for so many years. Tell us honestly, what are you up to? The white-eyed wolf also joined in the commotion. When Dong Xingyang heard this, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. In this world, there were even people with the same name and surname, let alone people with the same surname. Stop fooling around. Qin Feiyang stared helplessly at the frenzy and the white-eyed wolf. Then, he looked at Dong Xingyang and asked, What's the matter? Dong Xingyang looked up at the North Continent and said in a deep voice, Not long ago, someone called Dong Hanzong came to the village. He seems to be from the Central Dynasty. What? Qin Feiyang and the other two's expressions changed. Dong Hanzong? Or someone from the Central Dynasty? Could he be one of the 5 unparalleled geniuses who hadn't shown up? If that was the case, then this person's strength must be extraordinary. Because ordinary people wouldn't have the guts to step into that village. As you think, this person's strength is extremely powerful. Especially his domain. Dong Zhengyang said in a deep voice. Domain. The 3 of them looked at each other. As long as it was a domain, it must be another unparalleled genius. Dong Zhengyang said, his domain seems to be called Inverse the Universe. It can control other people's ultimate profundities. Control the ultimate profundities? The 3 of them were stunned. What did that mean? Dong Zhengyang explained, for example, if we activate our ultimate profundities, as long as he activates his domain, he can control our ultimate profundities and use them to kill his enemies. What? There's actually such a heaven-defying method. The 3 of them were shocked. Controlling other people's ultimate profundities? That was too unbelievable. Are you sure? The frenzy asked. Yes. I saw it with my own eyes. At that time, when Boss G fought with Dong Hanzong, not only did he activate 3,000 clones, but he also activated 8 ultimate profundities. I thought that victory was in my hands. But I didn't expect that when Dong Hanzong activated his domain, he could directly control all the ultimate profundities. Boss G was caught off guard and almost died in his hands. It was also because I saw how terrifying Dong Hanzong was and learned of Dong Hanzong's true identity that Boss G asked me to come find you and tell you to stop fighting. Dong Zhengyang said in a deep voice. He actually dares to hurt this group of old men? Let's go. Let's go to the village now. Killing intent surged in the white-eyed wolf's eyes. Don't be impulsive. Dong Zhengyang hurriedly pulled the white-eyed wolf and said, if we go to the village now, isn't it equivalent to admitting our relationship with the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan? Then what if something happens to these old men? The white-eyed wolf frowned. He had always had a good impression of this group of old men. Don't worry. Dong Hanzong's purpose is to let these old men help him hunt us down. Moreover, these old men are all people of virtue and prestige. He won't dare to kill them. Dong Xingyang comforted him. Hunt us down? Qin Feiyang and the other two frowned. That's right. Judging from Dong Hanzong's attitude, he seems to be blaming the old men. Dong Xingyang nodded. Blaming? What right does he have? Lunatic said angrily. The old men are very strong. If they had attacked us when we entered the Divine Kingdom, we wouldn't have had the chance to grow at all. So Dong Hanzong blamed them for being of virtue and prestige and meddling in worldly affairs. He pushed a large part of the responsibility to them. Dong Xingyang sighed. So, he went to ask the old men to come out of seclusion? Qin Feiyang asked. Ask. Don't think so highly of it. As a peerless genius of the Central Dynasty, how can he be so humble? What he meant was that the old men would listen to him and work for him in the future. In other words, this Dong Hanzong wants to be the head of the family. Dong Xingyang said. Listen to his orders. He thinks too highly of himself. The white-eyed wolf sneered. Qin Feiyang pondered carefully and suddenly said, I understand now. Lord Ju is worried that Dong Hanzong will bring them to encircle and annihilate us. That's why he asked you to find us in advance and let us quickly retreat. That's what he meant. The 5 great geniuses of the Central Dynasty. And the king, the Divine King, and Jizun. If the old men join in, then no matter how strong you are, you won't be able to escape this calamity. Dong Xingyang nodded. Bastard. It's best not to hurt these old men. Otherwise, even if I have to go to the ends of the earth, I won't let them go. The white-eyed wolf roared. You don't have to worry about this. The old men are the elders of the purple-gold Divine Dragon clan. They are the backbone of the Divine Kingdom. Even if Dong Hanzong wants to kill them, the king of the Central Dynasty won't agree. Moreover, these old men aren't rash people. They will definitely pretend to be polite and deal with Dong Hanzong. Dong Zhengyang smiled faintly. He wasn't worried about the situation of these old men at all. Instead, he was most worried about their current situation. Chapter 42-33. Let's go to the Black Tortoise realm first. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and led the 3 of them into the tea garden. The white-eyed wolf took out a wine jar, raised his head and gulped down a mouthful. He grinned and said, How's the harvest from your seclusion in the village all these years? Not bad. Dong Zhengyang nodded with a smile. You have to work hard. Mu Tianyang, demon ancestor, Mu Qing, demon dragon, these guys are all working hard to cultivate. Anyway, don't be beaten by them. Compared to Mu Tianyang and the others, the white-eyed wolf admired Dong Zhengyang more. Is winning or losing that important? Dong Zhengyang shook his head with a wry smile and asked, How is the strength of those 4 unparalleled geniuses? Trash. The white-eyed wolf was disdainful. Hearing this, the corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. How dare you say that trash can beat you half to death? Quite strong. The God-killing domain, the undying domain, and the sealed God domain all have heaven-defying divine might. Although the other woman didn't make a move, her strength definitely can't be underestimated. Qin Feiyang said. That's right. The 5 unparalleled geniuses are all here. They are coming aggressively. We have to be prepared to deal with them. Dong Zhengyang sighed. That's right. Dong Tianquan's God-killing domain has an invincible state. Even Laozi's all-evil sword can't break his invincible body. If we really fight, it will probably be a bitter battle. Madman nodded. He wasn't as courageous as the white-eyed wolf. After all, they were the 5 unparalleled geniuses carefully cultivated by the Central Dynasty. They stood at the top of the younger generation of the Divine Kingdom. It could be said that the methods of these 5 people were not much different from theirs. Don't worry. Don't we still have Mu Tianyang, demon ancestor, Dong Zhengyang, Mu Qing and the others? The war between the 2 continents is not a one-on-one fight. At that time, we will all swarm up. No matter what kind of heaven-defying domain it is, it will have to kneel down and submit. The white-eyed wolf laughed loudly. Qin Feiyang and the other 2 were speechless. He was really asking for a beating. However, the white-eyed wolf's relaxed attitude was worth learning from. Wait. Suddenly, Dong Zhengyang looked at the madman and asked, What is the all-evil sword? Hey. A peerless killing technique that I have just created. Madman bared his teeth. Peerless killing technique? Dong Zhengyang looked at Qin Feiyang. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Dong Zhengyang immediately looked at Madman and said expectantly, "Let me see." Madman smiled and with a wave of his hand, endless evil power emerged and a 3 feet long sword condensed. But the sharpness was restrained. Otherwise, the Devil's Land would be razed to the ground by the sword chi. Dong Zhengyang looked at the all-evil sword in surprise and reached out his hand to touch the blade. A bloodstain immediately appeared on his finger. Moreover, a terrifying evil power crazily poured into Dong Zhengyang's body through the wound. Puff! Dong Zhengyang's face suddenly turned pale and his face was full of fear. This evil power actually injured him heavily in an instant. He quickly retracted his arm and refined the evil power in his body, but he couldn't refine it at all. It crazily nibbled at his body, divine soul, and divine power. Quickly help! Qin Feiyang looked at Madman and shouted. Madman bared his teeth and grabbed Dong Zhengyang's arm. The evil power in Dong Zhengyang's body was immediately forcibly pulled out. At this time, only then did Dong Zhengyang's expression soften. Looking at Madman again, his eyes were full of awe. How is it? Madman looked at Dong Zhengyang proudly. Powerful. Not to mention this all-evil sword, just this evil power is enough to kill me. Dong Zhengyang nodded. Don't be afraid. Once you grasp the will of the heavenly Tao, his power as the source of all evil is no longer a concern. White-eyed Wolf waved his hand. It can't be that much. Even if you grasp the will of the heavenly Tao, the power of the source of all evil can still bring a certain amount of trouble. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Dong Zhengyang looked at Madman in surprise and asked, "How did you do it?" Madman grinned and said, "This is all thanks to Dong Ping. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have been able to create the all-evil true body." All-evil true body, does it mean that you are now the source of all evil? Qin Feiyang was curious. Madman nodded. We are all such decent people. Why would we become friends with an evil guy like you? Little Qin Zi, little Dong Zi, we have to keep a distance from him in the future, lest others say that we are also devils. White-eyed Wolf said with disdain. Qin Feiyang and Dong Zhengyang looked at each other with bitter smiles. Decent? How can you be considered decent by White-eyed Wolf? You are even more ferocious than Madman. Qin Feiyang looked at Madman and asked, "Then, will your power as the source of all evil continue to grow stronger in the future?" I don't know. I have just condensed the all-evil true body. I still need to slowly study the situation later. Madman shook his head. Qin Feiyang nodded. Indeed. The source of all evil was unprecedented and had to be figured out by Madman himself. Then, Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other and looked at White-eyed Wolf at the same time. What are you looking at? White-eyed Wolf got up with a guilty conscience and was about to slip away. Dong Zhengyang looked at the three of them suspiciously. Sit down. Qin Feiyang and Dong Zhengyang stared at White-eyed Wolf and shouted in unison, giving Dong Zhengyang a fright. White-eyed Wolf's body stiffened and he smiled awkwardly at the two of them before returning to the stone bench. Speak. What is going on with your battle soul? Madman said with a dark face. Battle soul? Dong Zhengyang was suspicious. You don't know, but this guy's battle soul is actually a heaven-swallowing beast. And he has a fourth special ability. Madman snorted coldly. What? Heaven-swallowing beast? Dong Zhengyang's eyes trembled as he looked at White-eyed Wolf in surprise. This, White-eyed Wolf stammered. If you don't tell me the truth today, don't even think about leaving here. Madman stared at White-eyed Wolf. White-eyed Wolf sighed helplessly and looked at the three of them. If I say that I don't know, will you believe me? No. The three of them spoke at the same time. Then what are you talking about? White-eyed Wolf turned his head and wanted to leave. If you do that, we will suspect that you are a spy sent by the heaven-swallowing beast. Madman said. I'm a spy. Look at my handsome and dignified appearance. Do I look like a spy? White-eyed Wolf glared at him angrily. Yes. Madman nodded. White-eyed Wolf's face darkened as he said angrily, to be honest, I really don't know why my battle soul is a heaven-swallowing beast. When I first saw my battle soul's true body, I was also very puzzled. When did you see your battle soul's true body? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. When I broke through to godhood. It's also because I'm a heaven-swallowing beast that I didn't dare to reveal my battle soul's true body. This time, if it wasn't for my dignity and that I can't lose to Dongxin, I wouldn't have activated my fourth ability. I'm just afraid that you guys will think too much. White-Eyed Wolf was helpless. Madman sized up White-Eyed Wolf and suddenly looked at Qin Feiyang. Old Qin, control him and read his memory to see if what he said is true. Damn you. We've been brothers for so many years, you don't trust me? White-Eyed Wolf was furious. You also know that we've been brothers for so many years. You actually kept it from us, what do you take us for? Madman also glared at him, not to be outdone. It's indeed my fault. I shouldn't have kept it from you guys. But, you guys have to understand me. Just look at the grudges between us and the heaven-swallowing beast and ice dragon. If they knew that my battle soul is a heaven-swallowing beast, wouldn't everyone isolate me? White-Eyed Wolf was helpless. Your words, why do I feel uncomfortable listening to it? Since we're brothers, as long as you take the initiative to tell us, we will definitely believe you. Don't you know that taking the initiative to tell us and being found out by us are two completely different things? If we find out, we will think that you have a guilty conscience. Madman snorted through his nose. All right. Come and read my memory to see if I'm lying. White-Eyed Wolf waved his hand impatiently. Madman pursed his lips. Your mind is filled with dirty thoughts. Who would be willing to read your memory? You're the one who said to read my memory, and now there's another reason for you guys to read my memory. What do you guys want? White-Eyed Wolf was also annoyed. Nothing much. Anyway, I just feel uncomfortable. In fact, Madman was just joking when he said that he wanted to read his memory. After being together for so many years, how could he not trust White-Eyed Wolf? It was just that he was dissatisfied with this kind of deception. Between brothers, they had to be honest with each other. With a stomach full of secrets, who would dare to be friends with you? All right. Let's put this matter to rest. However, since White-Eyed Wolf's war soul is the heaven-swallowing beast, then there must be some kind of connection with the heaven-swallowing beast. White-Eyed Wolf might not even know about these connections. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said thoughtfully, makes sense. I'm afraid we have to ask the heaven-swallowing beast himself to know the answer. Dong Xingyang nodded. This guy is really like a ghost that won't go away. No matter where we go, we can get involved with him. Madman cursed angrily. This might be fate. Qin Feiyang sighed. There were traces of the heaven-swallowing beast in Great Qin and Forgotten Continent. There were also traces of the heaven-swallowing beast in the ancient world and divine ruins. Now, there was also this guy in the divine kingdom in the Sky Cloud realm. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a ghost that wouldn't go away. Actually, I've been thinking about this problem and thought of a possibility. White-Eyed Wolf suddenly spoke. What possibility? The three of them looked at him suspiciously. Look, Little Qinzi's ancient castle and Chang Shui, as well as the six-word divine art, although on the surface, they all came together, but in fact, they have a lot to do with Wutian. And Wutian and the heaven-swallowing beast have a very close relationship. So I'm thinking, could there be such a factor in my war soul? White-Eyed Wolf was curious. Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other. Looking at it this way, it really was a bit of a coincidence. Don't think about it. This kind of baseless thing, the more I think about it, the more my head hurts. Qin Feiyang rubbed his head and shook his head. No matter what the reason was, as long as White-Eyed Wolf could become stronger, it was fine. As for whether White-Eyed Wolf was sent by the heaven-swallowing beast, he didn't doubt it at all. Chapter 42-34. At the same time, in the sky above the village, the wind howled. A purple-robed young man stood in the wind with his hands behind his back. His long hair danced in the wind. From afar, he looked like a descendant of God, exuding an extraordinary aura. This person was Dong Hanzong. On the other side, Boss G and a group of old men stood side by side, looking a little embarrassed. The two sides looked at each other in silence, making the atmosphere seem quite heavy. After a long time, Dong Hanzong was the first to break the silence. He sighed and said, "Seniors, I really respect all of you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to visit you as soon as I arrived in the 4 great continents. So, I hope that all of you can show me some basic respect." Humph. G. Laroche snorted and pointed at the embarrassed people. He said angrily, "Is this your respect for us? I know that you are all extraordinary, so I couldn't help but want to spar with you. If you are dissatisfied because of this, I apologize to you." Dong Hanzong cupped his hands in a polite manner. G. Laroche had a fiery temper and wanted to say something, but Boss G reached out and stopped him. He looked at Dong Hanzong and said, "We are old and just want to live the rest of our lives peacefully. So, little brother, please find someone else." "Find someone else?" Dong Hanzong shook his head and said with a smile, "Who else in the 4 great continents is more powerful than you? You can't say that. The 4 great continents are also full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. As for us old men, we are lucky to be able to live one more day. We really want to, but we can't." Boss G sighed. "You want to, but you can't, or you don't want to. Don't forget. You are also a member of the Divine Kingdom. You can be where you are today because of the Lord Ruler. Is it so difficult for you to deal with a few outsiders? If you insist on doing so, I might begin to suspect whether or not the person you're pledging your loyalty to is our Lord Ruler." Dong Hanzong seemed to have lost his patience. His tone was cold. "If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext." Boss G sneered. "But this is the truth before our eyes. As I said before, if you were willing to help Qin Feiyang and the others when they first entered the Divine Kingdom, how could they have grown to their current level? Most importantly, it is said that this Qin Feiyang is a descendant of your purple-gold Divine Dragon clan." Dong Hanzong smiled faintly. "That's interesting. I can't help but want to ask the Central Dynasty. Lord Ruler, you've long known that Qin Feiyang and the others had barged into the Divine Kingdom. But after all these years, why haven't the people of the Central Dynasty dealt with them? According to what you said, can we also suspect that you have some kind of interest relationship with Qin Feiyang?" Master Ji Ju spoke. It was a simple sentence, but it made Dong Hanzong's brows crease with a trace of anger. He looked at Master Ji Ju and said, "You're the one who wants to accuse him. You can speak, but this old man can't." Master Ji Ju asked back. Dong Hanzong clenched his hands, trying to suppress the anger in his heart, and said, "Let's not talk about this boring topic anymore. Just tell me, are you going to help me or not?" Master Ji Ju was about to speak. "One more thing. I came to the 4 great continents on the orders of the Lord Emperor. Before I left, the Lord Emperor personally told me that I can exercise all my power in the 4 great continents. So before you answer, think carefully." Dong Hanzong said again. The weight of this sentence could be said to be very important. The Emperor of the Central Dynasty was the descendant of the Divine Kingdom's ruler. It could be said that in the entire Divine Kingdom, the Emperor had the greatest power except for the ruler. In front of the Emperor, the monarch and the others had to stand aside. It was no exaggeration to say that. Whoever the Emperor wanted to kill, that person had to die. In his hands, he had absolute power of life and death. At this moment, Dong Hanzong mentioned the Emperor to intimidate Boss Ji and the others. Moreover, the sentence that he could exercise all his power was even more meaningful. Because this sentence meant that the Emperor had given him the power of life and death. He could order anyone in the 4 great continents. Whoever dared to disobey his orders could be killed first and reported later. Therefore, this was a warning to a group of old people not to take advantage of their seniority. And this sentence also aroused the anger of Master Ji and the others. "Young man, we old fellows are all people with half our bodies buried in the ground. What kind of storm have we not experienced? So do you think we will be afraid of threats?" Second young mistress laughed hoarsely. Dong Hanzong frowned. "If you have the ability, kill all of us today. No, don't talk nonsense here. Get out of here." Ji Larosha shouted fiercely, showing no mercy. Dong Hanzong's face suddenly turned green and red. What? Do you still want to stay here for lunch? Ji Larosha sneered. Okay. I will report this matter truthfully to the emperor. Dong Hanzong nodded and laughed out of anger. Whatever. It's best to let the emperor come in person. We can also see the emperor's elegance. Ji Larosha said. Dong Hanzong glanced at Ji Larosha gloomily, turned around, opened a space-time passage, and left without looking back. What the hell? When I dominated the divine kingdom, damn it, you were not even born yet. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Before Dong Hanzong was teleported away, Ji Larosha could not help but sneer. Every word fell clearly into Dong Hanzong's ears, which made a trace of killing intent flash in his eyes. A group of old things, do they really think they are a big shot? Not long after. Swish. 3 figures descended above the village. Grandpa, Grandma, are you all right? It was the king and the other two. When he saw the group of old people in a somewhat sorry state, the king's expression changed. He immediately ran up and asked with concern. I'm fine. It's a small problem. Master Ji waved his hand. That's good. The king heaved a sigh of relief. The divine king and the supreme being of the human race flew down and asked, Old Master, who is it? Dong Hanzong. An arrogant and domineering young man who has no respect for his elders. Ji Larosha said in disgust. From the central dynasty? The divine king frowned. Yes. Ji Larosha nodded and said, according to him, he seems to be one of the 5 unparalleled geniuses, but to be honest, this person's strength is indeed not to be underestimated. It's just as we speculated. The supreme being of the human race looked at the divine king and said, What speculations? The group of old people looked at the 3 of them suspiciously. When we saw Dong Zhengyang looking for Qin Feiyang, we guessed that something might have happened here, so after sending Dong Ping and the other 3 away, we immediately rushed over. The king said truthfully. How was the battle between Qin Feiyang and the others? The second young mistress hurriedly asked, her expression full of concern. They were going to continue fighting, but as soon as Dong Zhengyang arrived, Qin Feiyang and the others retreated. As for who won or lost, of course, Qin Feiyang and the others won a complete victory. The king smiled. It seems that these guys did not disappoint us. Ji Larosha chuckled. His attitude was completely different from when he was facing Dong Hanzong. He was pleasant and full of relief. It's not just that. Frenzy and the golden-winged Wolf King's performance in this battle was quite eye-catching. The king chuckled. What do you mean? The group of people was curious. The king immediately began to talk about it with relish. Chapter 42-35. At the same time, somewhere in the West Continent, Dong Xin and the other 3 stood at the top of a mountain, seemingly waiting for something. Buzz. Soon. A space-time passage appeared. A purple-clad young man walked out with a gloomy face. It was Dong Hanzong. Brother Zong. Dong Xin and the other 3 hurriedly went up to him. It was not difficult to see that they could not respect Dong Hanzong. Yes. Dong Hanzong nodded and glanced at the 4 of them. Suddenly, he noticed Dong Xin's situation and frowned. What's wrong with you? I'm sorry. Dong Xin lowered her head, her face full of shame. Brother Zong, you can't blame Dong Xin for this. Dong Tianchen sighed. Make it clear. Dong Hanzong's face was a little ugly. Obviously, Dong Xin and the other 3 had a bad start. We all underestimated Qin Feiyang and the others. Dong Ping sighed. He explained the situation of the battle in detail. Dong Hanzong clenched his fists when he heard this. Dong Xin lowered her head and said, Brother Zong, if you want to blame someone, blame it on me. It's not your fault, why should I blame you? I'm the one at fault. Because I misjudged and thought that with your strength, you could defeat them. Actually, I should have gone with you. Dong Hanzong sighed deeply, his face full of self-blame. The 4 of them looked at each other. They thought that Dong Hanzong would be angry, but they did not expect that he would comfort them and take the blame. Brother Zong, did you gain anything from this trip to the village? Dong Tianchen asked. No. This group of old things, They're all stubborn and take advantage of their seniority. Dong Hanzong's eyes flashed with killing intent. What? They dare to disobey the orders of the central dynasty? Are they rebelling? The four of them were furious. Rebelling? Even if they have the guts, they won't dare to. I guess it's because Yu Laro offended them back then, so they're holding a grudge. Dong Hanzong shook his head. That's their personal grudge, how can it affect the overall situation? Why don't we go with you now? If they don't listen, we'll kill them first. Dong Ping said furiously. Acting first and reporting later? How could it be so easy? These old fogies all have 3,000 incarnations. When they join forces, even I will have a headache. Dong Hanzong sighed. What? All of them have 3,000 incarnations? The four of them were shocked. Indeed, he couldn't be reckless. Dong Hanzong pondered for a moment, then looked at the four people and said, the most important thing right now is to think of a way to rescue Yu Laro, Neptune, and the dragon god. It won't be easy to save them. Dong Tianchen was deeply worried. Qin Feiyang and the other two could be considered to have come into direct contact with them. They were all tyrannical masters. Furthermore, perhaps Yu Laro and the other two had already died at the hands of Qin Feiyang. Even if it's not easy, we still have to save him. This is an order from the emperor. But at the same time, Qin Feiyang and the others must also be killed. Killing intent flickered in Dong Hanzong's eyes as he looked at Dong Xin and said, you don't have to worry about anything now. Focus on reconstructing your body. All right. Dong Xin nodded. Dong Ping, think of a way to find Lu Yuntian and Lu Yunfeng. Judging from the current situation, to deal with Qin Feiyang and the others, we must have their help. Dong Hanzong looked at Dong Ping and ordered. The 4 continents are so big. Isn't it like looking for a needle in a haystack to find 2 people? Dong Ping frowned. Not necessarily. This time, the battle between you and Qin Feiyang and the other 2 has alarmed the 4 continents. Lu Yuntian and Lu Yunfeng will definitely receive the news. Although they don't know us, as long as they know that we are from the central dynasty, they will definitely take the initiative to look for us. Dong Hanzong said. That makes sense. Dong Ping nodded. At the same time, release another piece of news. Ask Qin Feiyang to hand over Yu Laro and the others, no matter what they ask for. Dong Hanzong said. Okay. Dong Ping nodded and immediately opened a space-time tunnel, turned around and left. What about us? Dong Tianchen asked. We'll go to the ancestral land of the purple-gold divine dragon race. Dong Hanzong pondered for a while, then his eyes flashed. Dong Tianchen, Dong Xin, and the other woman looked at him suspiciously. Those old things don't listen to us, but does the king dare to not listen to us? There's also the divine king and the human race's sovereign. With our status, they have to do whatever we ask them to do. Dong Hanzong sneered. Makes sense. Dong Tianchen and the other 2 nodded with a cold smile on their faces. The Black Tortoise World. Soul-Sealing Valley. A pungent stench could be smelled from afar. At this moment, Yu Laro, Neptune, the dragon god, the various beast gods, the members of the oceanic race, and the sovereign beast of the beast race were all suppressed here. Including the Star Tower, the Sky Extinction Sword, and the God-Slaying Halberd. Since they had entered the Black Tortoise World, it had been several 100,000 years according to the time in the Black Tortoise World. Whether it was Yu Laro or the 3 sovereign divine weapons, hundreds of thousands of years was just a blink of an eye for existences at their level. But now, because of the uniqueness of the Soul-Sealing Valley, every day felt like a year to them. Especially Yu Laro and the others. With their ultimates taken away, they were already living a life worse than death. Now, they were suppressed in this place, suffering torture and humiliation. If they could, they would rather die. But now, they couldn't even decide their own deaths. They couldn't see any light or hope. Shua. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared. It was Qin Feiyang, the madman, and the white-eyed wolf. As for Dong Zhengyang, he had already gone into seclusion to cultivate. Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo, Golden-Winged Wolf King, return the ultimates to me. You demons, I curse you to die a horrible death. As soon as the 3 appeared, The place was instantly filled with curses. How pitiful. The great dragon god, Neptune, beast god, and even the big shots from the central dynasty, but now, they've all become shrews. The madman's face was full of ridicule. Don't be so smug. The central dynasty won't let you off. Yu Laro's face was gloomy, his eyes filled with hatred. You're right about this. The people from the central dynasty have indeed come to the 4 great continents. Moreover, we've already fought with them. The white-eyed wolf looked at Yu Laro playfully. Who are the people who came? Yu Laro was bewildered. The 5 unparalleled geniuses of the central dynasty. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. Yu Laro's spirit shook. But then, he realized that something was wrong. Didn't the golden-winged wolf king say that he had already fought with the people from the central dynasty? If that was the case, why were Qin Feiyang's group standing in front of them unharmed? Could it be that even the 5 unparalleled geniuses of the central dynasty weren't a match for Qin Feiyang's group? Thinking of this, his scalp went numb. If even the 5 unparalleled geniuses weren't a match for these people, then who in the central dynasty could stop them? Although he didn't know much about the 5 unparalleled geniuses, it wasn't hard to tell from the emperor's praise of them that these 5 unparalleled geniuses could suppress the older generation. It must be fake. The madman and the white-eyed wolf must be scaring him. You still don't believe me? The white-eyed wolf shook his head. What a bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. All right, there's no need to waste words with them. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. With a wave of his hand, the power that sealed the 3 high-grade sovereign divine weapons disappeared. The 3 high-grade sovereign divine weapons bodies were shattered, but even so, they still had some fighting power. So after the seal was removed, they immediately rushed out of the soul-sealing valley, wanting to escape. Still not obedient after being sealed for so long? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. 3,000 clones appeared, instantly sealing off the area. Seeing this, the 3 sovereign divine weapons were terrified. Even when they were at their peak, they couldn't fight against 3,000 clones, let alone their bodies. My patience has its limits. I'll give you 2 choices now. One is to swear a blood oath to be loyal to us forever. The other is to have your soul destroyed. Qin Feiyang said. His tone was firm. There was no room for negotiation. Yu Laro panicked. He looked at the 3 sovereign divine weapons and shouted, "You can't betray the divine kingdom." Noisy. The white-eyed wolf took a step forward and smashed Yu Laro's divine soul with a slap, almost destroying it. However, this didn't make Yu Laro compromise. He continued to shout at the 3 sovereign divine weapons, "You are here today because of the sovereign. You can't be ungrateful. Kill him." Qin Feiyang looked at Yu Laro, killing intent flashing in his eyes. I've had this idea for a long time. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth and stared at Yu Laro. Yu Laro roared in horror, "You can't do this. The emperor won't let you go, and the sovereign won't let you go either. In the end, it's still unknown who will win." Killing intent flashed in the white-eyed wolf's eyes. The power of law emerged, and with a slap, Yu Laro's divine soul was destroyed on the spot. The dragon god, Neptune, and the other beast gods couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Killing Yu Laro just like that? One had to know. Yu Laro was from the central dynasty. Killing him was equivalent to directly challenging the central dynasty. Were these people really not afraid of the emperor and the sovereign's revenge? At the same time, their hearts were also filled with fear. Especially the others from the beast race and the sea clan. In their eyes, Yu Laro was an unattainable existence. But now, Qin Feiyang and the other 2 even dared to kill someone like Yu Laro, let alone small characters like them. They all fell into the abyss of fear. It's finally quiet. The white-eyed wolf glanced at Neptune and the others. No one dared to look him in the eye. Qin Feiyang looked at the 3 sovereign divine weapons and said indifferently, "I don't have the patience to waste time with you. Hurry up and give me an answer." The 3 sovereign divine weapons were also trembling. Since these 3 dared to kill Yu Laro, naturally they would dare to kill them. For a divine weapon to grow into a sovereign divine weapon, especially a superior sovereign divine weapon, who knew how long it would take? They really didn't want to die like this. We submit. In the end, They put down their self-esteem and submitted to Qin Feiyang. Immortal God of War latest chapter address. Immortal God of War reading address. Read 15083. Immortal God of War text download address. Immortal God of War mobile reading address. Read 15083. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click on the collections below to record this time. Kill you Laro, divine weapons submit. Read the record, you can see it the next time you open the bookshelf. Chapter 4236. Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other and smiled. Everything in this world couldn't escape the law. The stronger one was, the higher one's cultivation, the more one cared about their own life. You guys choose first. Qin Feiyang looked at the frenzied man and the white-eyed wolf and smiled. How can we accept this? The frenzied man and the white-eyed wolf smiled. However, their movements weren't slow at all. The white-eyed wolf grabbed the Tianju sword while the frenzied man grabbed the god-slaying halberd. Thus, Star Tower was left. Qin Feiyang was speechless as he looked at the two of them. Although their words sounded nice, they weren't polite at all. Soon after, he looked at the three sovereign divine weapons and said indifferently, "Make a blood oath." Since they had already compromised, there was no need to hesitate. The three high-grade ruler weapons immediately made a blood oath to never betray and to be loyal to their deaths. Haha, this daddy will also have a high-grade ruler weapon in the future. The frenzied man laughed. In the future, if he met someone like you Laro, he could just take out his high-grade ruler weapon and save himself a lot of trouble. Qin Feiyang looked at the three ruler weapons and said, "Go to the land of origin and repair your bodies, but remember to be ready for battle at any time." Yes. The three sovereign divine weapons replied respectfully. Once the blood oath was made, they had no room to resist. Of course. If the divine kingdom's ruler appeared, they could definitely break the blood oath, but would Qin Feiyang and the other two give them this chance? Moreover, they were confident. The three high-grade ruler weapons would sooner or later truly integrate into this team. The white-eyed wolf's eyes flashed as he looked at the dragon god and the others and asked, "How should we deal with these people?" As soon as these words came out, the suppressed sea race and beast race couldn't help but tremble in fear. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. "Don't kill us. We can serve you." The dragon god roared. "Dragon god, what did you say?" Neptune looked at the dragon god in shock and anger. "Do we have a choice? If you don't submit, you will die." The dragon god roared. Neptune went silent. He had seen the methods of Qin Feiyang's group with his own eyes. Yu Laro was the best outcome. Besides, even the three high-grade dominator weapons had submitted to him. What was the point of resisting? "Submit," Qin Feiyang murmured. Suddenly, he smiled and said, "If it was before, I would be happy to hear this. But now, your ultimate meaning has been taken away. What value do you have in keeping you alive?" "It's valuable. I can help you find out more about the Central Dynasty," the dragon said. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "I don't need you to help me investigate the details of the Central Dynasty." "What do you mean?" The dragon god was surprised. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and didn't answer. His eyes suddenly flashed with killing intent as he looked at the three high-grade sovereign divine weapons. He smiled and said, "Cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Kill them all." "We kill." The three high-grade ruler weapons were stunned. "Yes. You kill. Don't tell me you can't do it." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light. God-slaying halberd, Tianju sword, and Star Pagoda were silent for a while before suddenly roaring, "Kill." Immediately, the three high-grade ruler weapons charged into Soul-Sealing Valley. Although their bodies were seriously injured, the dragon god and the others were even worse. Not only were their ultimate mysteries stolen, but they were also fatally injured. "Qin Feiyang, you will die a horrible death, you will die without descendants, you devil. No, I beg you, give us a way to live, for a time." Curses, screams, and begging for mercy were endless. In just a few dozen breaths of time, everyone from the Sea Clan and the Beast Clan were killed. Soul-Sealing Valley also slowly quieted down. From the beginning to the end, Qin Feiyang and the other two watched coldly as the three high-grade ruler weapons slaughtered. Whether it was the Sea Clan or the Beast Clan, they could not sympathize with them. Because if they were in a different position now, the Sea Clan and the Beast Clan would not be merciful to them either. They might even be more ruthless. Are you satisfied? Now even if we want to turn back, there is no chance. The 3 high-grade ruler weapons looked at Qin Feiyang and said with some anger. That's right. Qin Feiyang let the 3 high-grade ruler weapons attack in order to completely cut off the 3 high-grade ruler weapons' thoughts. The Sea Clan and the Beast Clan were the confidants of the Divine Kingdom's ruler. Now, the 3 high-grade ruler weapons had slaughtered the Sea Clan and the Beast Clan. In the future, the 3 high-grade ruler weapons would naturally not dare to find the Divine Kingdom's ruler. Because with the personality of the Divine Kingdom's ruler, if he knew about this, he would definitely not be merciful to them. In the eyes of people like them, high-grade ruler weapons were very powerful existences, but in the eyes of the Divine Kingdom's ruler, they were not worth much. If they want you to be destroyed, you have to be destroyed. What? Do you really have other thoughts? Qin Feiyang looked at the 3 high-grade ruler weapons unkindly. How would we dare? The blood oath has already been made. The 3 high-grade ruler weapons sighed. It's good that you know. Follow us well, and we will not treat you badly in the future. Go to the land of source. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. The 3 divine weapons were filled with helplessness as they flew up into the sky and soon disappeared. The power of source, it seems that we haven't been there yet. White-eyed Wolf looked at the sky and muttered. That's right. Why don't we discuss with little brat and let us go take a look? Madman looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Although he was the ruler of the Black Tortoise world in name, little brat was actually the one who could make the decision. However, what role did little brat play in the Black Tortoise world? Swish. At this moment, a space-time passage appeared. It was Dong Zhengyang, who went into seclusion. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang and the other 2 came back to their senses and looked at him suspiciously. Lord Zhu and the others are looking for you. After Dong Zhengyang finished speaking, he took out the sound transmission godstone. Buzz. Soon, the figures of a group of old people appeared. These old people were all in the secret room below the village at this moment, looking very vigilant. Greetings, great-grandfather and great-grandmother. Qin Feiyang bowed. Starting to miss us so soon? White-eyed Wolf also grimaced. Seeing that the group of old people were safe and sound, they couldn't help but feel relieved in their hearts. Miss you? I think you're thinking too much. Lord Zhu glared at White-eyed Wolf, looked at the 3 of them and praised. Little Wang has already told us about the battle between you and Dongxin's group. Well done. Of course. Don't you know who we are? White-eyed Wolf smiled proudly. The corner of Lord Zhu's mouth twitched. He really couldn't stand the praise and said, this time, I didn't send you a message to listen to you brag. Qin Feiyang and the other 3 looked at each other, and a trace of suspicion crept up on their faces. Lord Zhu said, although Dong Hanzong has left the village, he doesn't intend to stop here. He left just like that. White-eyed Wolf was surprised. How could he leave by himself? I drove him away. Lord Zhu sneered. Strong. White-eyed Wolf was taken aback and immediately couldn't help but give a thumbs up. You're kidding. Just a little brat, how can you let him ride on your head and behave atrociously? Lord Zhu smiled domineeringly. Did you record it down? I really want to see his expression at that time. White-eyed Wolf bared his teeth. Childish. Lord Zhu rolled his eyes speechlessly and said, but now, they all ran to our clan's land, and it seems that they plan to stay there forever. They even asked the Divine King and the Supreme of the human race to meet them and discuss how to deal with you. Lord Zhu snorted and said, these little brats really think of the 4 great continents as their home. They can do whatever they want. After all, they are the 5 unparalleled geniuses of the Central Dynasty. It's normal to be proud and arrogant. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. What kind of geniuses are they? This old man doesn't care about them at all. Lord Zhu disdained and continued, in addition, they also released the news that they want you to hand over Yu Laro and the others, and they will agree to any conditions. Ah! Qin Feiyang and the other 2 were stunned. What? Lord Zhu looked at them suspiciously. Ahem. Qin Feiyang coughed dryly and said with a smile, just now, we killed all of them. The group of elders was stunned. That was too fast. Originally, they wanted to use Yu Laro and the others to extort the central dynasty, because these people's ultimate meaning had been taken away. Even if they were released, they wouldn't pose any threat to them. Actually, there's nothing to extort. What do we want now? Madman waved his hand indifferently. That's true. The group of elders nodded. These brats had sovereign divine weapons. They also had ultimate meaning. As for resources, they had looted the entire East Continent's spirit veins and crystal veins. It could be said that now, the combined resources of the three major clans were probably less than 1/10,000th of these brats. There's one more thing. Dongping seems to be outside looking for Lu Yuntian and Lu Yunfeng. That's what we're worried about. 5 unparalleled geniuses, plus Lu Yuntian and Lu Yunfeng. I'm afraid even you have to avoid them, Lord Zhu said. Lu Yuntian, Lu Yunfeng, Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other and a meaningful smile appeared on their faces. There was no need to worry about that at all. What's with that expression? Aren't you worried at all? Lord Zhu frowned. I'm worried. The white-eyed wolf nodded repeatedly. Is that so? Why can't I see that you're worried? Lord Zhu's face darkened. Did this look like someone who was worried? After all, the eunuchs were more worried than the emperor. You don't have to show that you're worried. The white-eyed wolf grinned and thought for a while. Compared to brother Lu Yunfeng, I'm more interested in Dongping now. Is he outside alone now? Yes. Lord Zhu nodded. Hearing this, the white-eyed wolf looked at Qin Feiyang and Madman with a sly smile. Looks like we don't need to remind you. Seeing this, Boss Ji chuckled. The white-eyed wolf looked at Lord Zhu in a daze. We didn't say anything. Do as you see fit. Lord Zhu quickly waved his hand. Treacherous old fox. The white-eyed wolf cursed and said, then you have to give us an accurate location. Madman bared his teeth. We don't know either. Go find him yourself. Anyway, be quick when the time comes. Lord Zhu said and then looked at Lord Zhu. Lord Zhu waved his hand and the voice transmission stone turned off. The group of old men disappeared. Madman was stunned and speechless. If you don't tell us Dongping's location, how are we going to hunt him? Isn't it easy to know Dongping's location? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. That's right. Don't forget that we have a young man named Mu Qing with us. The white-eyed wolf chuckled. Madman paused and then laughed dryly. I forgot about him. Come on, let's go back to the Devil's Land and kill Dongping. Then we'll send his body to the purple gold divine dragon's territory as a gift to the central dynasty. Qin Feiyang, the white-eyed wolf, and Dong Xingyang also smiled when they heard this. Chapter 42-37. Southern Continent. This was the territory of the Protoss. Star Moon City. There was a restaurant called the Moon Pavilion. The Moon Pavilion was the largest and most luxurious restaurant in Star Moon City. Star Moon City was one of the top cities in the Southern Continent. There were many powerful people in the city. The City Lord of Star Moon City was someone who had mastered 4 ultimate profundities of supreme laws and 2 ultimate profundities of ordinary laws. Because of this, most of the people who went in and out of the Moon Pavilion were powerful or powerful people. Because of the luxurious and high-end Moon Pavilion, many young people liked to come here to have fun. At this moment, in the main hall, by the window, a young man in blood-red clothes sat alone at a table with delicious delicacies and a few jars of divine wine beside him. He drank the divine wine while leisurely looking through the window at the pedestrians coming and going on the street. There were humans and Protoss among the pedestrians. Don't say it. This woman from the god race sure looks unique. The young man in blood-red clothes stared at a rather sweet-looking Protoss woman and muttered to himself. This person was Dongping. He sat in the restaurant in a very ostentatious manner. All the guests in the main hall, whether they were humans or Protoss, were extremely wary of him. Because the battle between Dongping and Qin Feiyang's group had already spread across the 4 great continents, everyone was no stranger to Dongping now. He was a prodigy from the central dynasty. Moreover, he was someone who dared to confront Qin Feiyang's group head-on. Who would dare to be presumptuous in the face of such a prodigy? Everyone was very careful when they spoke, afraid that they would disturb Dongping. Who won the battle between them and Qin Feiyang? Who knows? At that time, all the living beings in the Western continent, except for the Lord, the Divine King, and Jizun, withdrew. But now, the Lord, the Divine King, and Jizun have not revealed anything about the battle. Why don't you make a guess? Lower your voice. Don't let him hear you. Otherwise, we'll have to bear the consequences. I know. If you really want to guess, this person came to the Moon Pavilion unscathed to drink, so they're probably the winners. Not necessarily. All of us have witnessed Qin Feiyang and the other two's strength. Furthermore, if the ones who lost were truly Qin Feiyang and the others, then those people from the Central Dynasty would have definitely spread the news everywhere. Thus, I think that the ones who won should be Qin Feiyang and the others. Some people were whispering to each other. Some were secretly communicating ating. In short, they were very careful. Tap tap, tap. Along with the sound of footsteps, 3 young men in luxurious clothes walked in. Arrogant and condescending, he was clearly a hedonistic son of a wealthy family. The 3 of them scanned the hall, and there seemed to be a glint in their eyes. They walked to the empty table next to Dongping and shouted, "Waiter, give us a few bottles of divine wine." Dongping glanced at the 3 people and raised his eyebrows slightly. What kind of playboy is this? Can't he see that the Central Dynasty's elites are sitting next to him? The waiter of the restaurant hurried over and looked at Dongping nervously. He then whispered to the 3 playboys, "Young masters, please lower your voice." "Lower my voice? What do you mean? Isn't the restaurant a place to eat, drink, and have fun? Why are you acting like thieves?" One of the playboys frowned. Yes. The waiter smiled apologetically and said, "Young master, you're right. The restaurant should have a lively atmosphere, but the situation is different now. There's a big shot from the Central Dynasty here." "A big shot from the Central Dynasty? Who?" The 3 playboys looked around the hall curiously. Looking at these 3 ignorant playboys, everyone was speechless. The waiter was also depressed. Where did these 3 idiots come from? Everyone knew about the battle between the Central Dynasty's 4 elites and Qin Feiyang's group in the West Continent, but these 3 idiots didn't know? Suddenly, the waiter sensed a murderous aura. He hurriedly looked at Dongping and said with a flattering smile, "Sir, please don't be angry. I'll ask them to be quiet." The 3 hedonistic sons also looked at Dongping. "You're the big shot from the Central Dynasty? Do you have evidence?" One of the playboys stared at him curiously and asked. Dongping was stunned. Evidence was needed. It seemed that these 3 were really good-for-nothings. "Shut up, you guys." The waiter was burning with anxiety. He pointed upstairs and said in a pleading tone, "If the 3 of you really want a lively atmosphere, please go to the private room upstairs." However, the 3 playboys turned a deaf ear. One of them walked behind Dongping casually and patted Dongping on the shoulder. He smiled and said, "Brother, you've got guts. How dare you pretend to be someone from the Central Dynasty?" Dongping's body stiffened, and a wisp of rage flashed between his brows as he glanced at the hand that pressed down on his shoulder. "I'm not pretending. Who dares to pretend to be someone from the Central Dynasty? Hurry up and go upstairs. Don't disturb this sir anymore." The waiter comforted Dongping while looking anxiously at the 3 playboys. Weren't they courting death? It didn't matter if they wanted to die, but they couldn't implicate the Moon Pavilion. The Moon Pavilion was just a place for business. How could it withstand the anger of such a big shot? "Are you really from the Central Dynasty?" The 3 playboys looked at the waiter and the surrounding customers in disbelief. "Take your dirty hands off me." As a cold voice sounded, a huge force appeared. The playboy who was pressing on Dongping's shoulder was pushed back on the spot. The playboy's face was pale. "Sir, please calm down, please calm down." The waiter apologized profusely. He looked at the 3 playboys and said angrily, "Why aren't you apologizing to the sir?" The 3 playboys finally reacted. Sorry. Sir, we didn't recognize Mount Tai. Please don't take it to heart. We'll shut up immediately." The three playboys bowed and ran to the table at the side. They sat there with pale faces and trembling. There are such trash in the four great continent. Dong Ping looked at the three playboys with undisguised disdain in his eyes. Such trash didn't even have the right to make him attack. So, Dong Ping ignored the three playboys and continued to look at the passers-by outside the window. Now you know what fear is. The waiter heaved a sigh of relief. He glared at the three playboys and turned to leave. After a while, he brought 3 pots of divine wine and a few dishes. Before he left, he didn't forget to remind the 3 playboys not to provoke the prodigy of the Central Dynasty. The 3 playboys nodded and agreed. Soon, the hall returned to dead silence. However, no one noticed, including Dong Ping, that the eyes of these 3 young men who seemed to be hedonistic sons of rich parents were suffused with strands of bright light. This guy is even more arrogant than me. He came here to drink and didn't even let others speak. One of them secretly transmitted his voice. His asking for a beating. Another one pursed his lips and transmitted his voice. Little Qin Zi, why don't you do it? That's right. These 3 playboys were Qin Feiyang, the lunatic, and the white-eyed wolf. Mu Qing's omniscient eye was really powerful. As long as one knew the appearance or name, no matter where the other party was, one could clearly peek at them. Even if Dong Ping changed his appearance now, he couldn't escape the omniscient eye's tracking. I definitely can't do it now, Qin Feiyang secretly said. Dong Ping was not weak and had the undying domain. To kill him, one had to go all out. This was the key. Once they attacked here, not to mention the Moon Tower, even Xingyue City could not be saved. The god race and the human race in Xingyue City would also be affected. If they were still enemies with the god race and the human race, it didn't matter. But the problem now was that the Divine King and Ji Zun had allied with them. If he destroyed Xingyue City and killed the god race and the human race in the city, the Divine King and Ji Zun would definitely settle the score with him. So, to deal with Dong Ping, he had to first lure him out of the city and find a place where there were very few people. But how could he trick him out? Qin Feiyang lowered his head and pondered. Suddenly, he noticed Dong Ping's abnormality. This person had been looking out of the window. What was he looking at? So, Qin Feiyang was drinking while paying attention to Dong Ping. Very soon, he found a clue. Dong Ping's gaze was actually on the women walking on the street. Could it be that Dong Ping had this hobby? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and he transmitted his voice. White-eyed wolf, senior brother, I have thought of 2 ways. What way? The 2 of them were drinking happily and looked at him suspiciously. The first way is to pretend to be big cousin and the inner demons. Anyway, isn't he waiting for the inner demons and big cousin now? As for the second way, Qin Feiyang secretly laughed and muttered a few words. Huh. The 2 of them were stunned and secretly observed Dong Ping. Sure enough, as Qin Feiyang said, this Dong Ping seemed to be a little greedy for women. You guys decide. Do you want to use the first way or the second way? Qin Feiyang secretly said. Nonsense. Of course we'll use the second way. It's more interesting this way. Madman was in high spirits. I'll also use the second way. White-eyed wolf secretly replied and also laughed sinisterly. You 2 guys. Qin Feiyang shook his head and transmitted his voice. All right, you guys stay put for the time being. I'll go and meet him. After that, he picked up the wine pot, got up and walked to the opposite side of Dong Ping. Chapter 42:38. Dong Ping sensed Qin Feiyang and frowned slightly. The other customers who were whispering immediately looked at Qin Feiyang when they saw this scene. What was this idiot trying to do? The waiter of the restaurant changed his expression and immediately put down his work. He was ready to deal with any sudden changes that might happen next. Is this really that? A frightened bird, a soldier in every bush. The madman shook his head and smiled bitterly. A casual action actually made these people so nervous. How could their psychological quality be so bad? Qin Feiyang looked at Dong Ping and said with a flattering smile, Big brother, please calm down. I'm here to apologize. I hope you can forgive me for offending you just now. You're not tactful at all. However, Not only did Dong Ping not accept Qin Feiyang's apology, he stared at Qin Feiyang with disgust. Me? Qin Feiyang had a panicked expression as he hurriedly asked, Big brother, what did I do? You didn't do anything wrong, but what you said has made a fatal mistake. Dong Ping's eyes flashed coldly. I'm here to apologize. I didn't say anything wrong, right? Qin Feiyang's face was filled with fear. He vividly displayed the cowardice of a playboy. Dong Ping said indifferently, then think carefully. What did you say just now? Qin Feiyang recalled and said in fear, what I said seems to be, Big brother, please calm down. Without waiting for Qin Feiyang to finish, Dong Ping opened his mouth and said, you still haven't realized such an obvious problem? What problem? Qin Feiyang was at a complete loss. Was there a problem with this? The madman and the white-eyed wolf were also pondering. Such a humble and polite apology, what problem could there be? Bastard. What qualifications do you have to call me brother? Dong Ping was furious. He slammed the table and glared at Qin Feiyang. I see. Qin Feiyang, the mad scientist, and the white-eyed wolf were suddenly enlightened. It turned out that he had angered this person because he had called him Big Brother. What a joke. Even calling him Big Brother would offend him. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded repeatedly and said apologetically, I'm sorry, it's this little brother. No, it's this little one's fault. I hope Big Brother, no, please forgive me. That's more like it. Dong Ping's expression eased a lot. One must know how to be tactful. I am a peerless genius of the Central Dynasty, and you are just a playboy from the 4 great continents. What right do you have to call me brother? Isn't this lowering my status as a genius? My lord, I'll punish myself with 3 cups of wine for my previous offense. Qin Feiyang poured 3 cups of wine in a row and drank them all in one gulp. What the arrogant Dong Ping didn't know was that he should be the one feeling honored. Because for Qin Feiyang, drinking depended on the person. In other words, only when he met someone he respected, someone he admired, would he accompany them for a few drinks. Have you finished drinking? Then get out of here. Don't be an eyesore. Dong Ping didn't appreciate it and looked at him with contempt as if he was looking at a fly. Qin Feiyang wasn't angry. After all, he was a playboy now. How could he be angry? However, Qin Feiyang didn't know how to continue the conversation with this kind of attitude of sticking his hot face to a cold butt. Because he was not a flatterer. After thinking for a while, his eyes suddenly lit up and he nodded. Okay, as long as you are not angry, my lord, I'll take my leave. Then he took the wine cup, twisted the wine pot, got up and went back to the table. Seeing this, the waiter of the restaurant finally breathed a sigh of relief. Old Qin, you can't do this. After talking for a long time, you still haven't got to the point. The madman looked at Qin Feiyang with contempt. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Watch me. Watch how I'm going to fool him. The madman smiled sinisterly. Don't go. Qin Feiyang hurriedly stopped him and said, I just came back. If you run over now, maybe he will be suspicious. I have thought of a better and more direct way. What way? The madman and the white-eyed wolf were curious. Watch carefully. Qin Feiyang smiled secretly, put down the wine cup, got up and walked towards the door. Seeing Qin Feiyang suddenly get up, the waiter thought that Qin Feiyang was going to provoke Dong Ping again. His heart that had just been relieved was instantly in his throat. However, when he saw that Qin Feiyang had left the restaurant, he heaved a sigh of relief. This playboy was really torturing. In fact, no matter what restaurant it was, they were very welcoming to playboys. That was because hedonistic young masters were extravagant in their spending. That way, their restaurants would earn more. But it was different now. Dong Ping was sitting here, and the waiter wished that these playboys could all get out of here so as not to bring trouble to the restaurant. Not long after Qin Feiyang left, he returned to the restaurant. At the same time, there was also a burst of fragrance that poured into the restaurant hall. At Qin Feiyang's side, there was a stunning woman. This woman was Fire Lotus. Fire Lotus had never left the Black Tortoise realm, so even if she didn't change her appearance, no one would recognize her. And Fire Lotus's beauty was needless to say. Whether it was her appearance or her figure, they were both devastatingly beautiful. Especially now, she deliberately dressed up, which made her look even more charming. As expected, the arrival of Fire Lotus immediately attracted the attention of all the men present. Your sister. This is too unreasonable. A playboy actually knows such a beautiful woman. Whether it is temperament or other aspects, they are not on the same level. It is simply a flower inserted in cow dung. Everyone was indignant in their hearts. When Dong Ping heard the commotion, he couldn't help but look at Fire Lotus, and his eyes lit up. She was truly a peerless beauty. When he saw Qin Feiyang beside her, the jealousy in his heart couldn't help but climb up uncontrollably. How could such a playboy be worthy of such a woman with such temperament? When the white-eyed wolf and the frenzy saw Fire Lotus appear, they suddenly realized that Qin Feiyang was planning to use a beauty trap. Let's go. Qin Feiyang pulled Fire Lotus and walked towards the frenzy and the white-eyed wolf with a smug look on his face. This woman is really blind. Why did she fall for this scum? Am I not better than this playboy? Many men couldn't help but compare themselves with Qin Feiyang in their hearts, and with such a comparison, their hearts felt even more unbalanced. Qin Feiyang crossed his legs and looked at Fire Lotus under everyone's jealous gaze, and asked, "Tea or wine?" "Nonsense. Of course we are here to drink. Moreover, if she doesn't drink, you won't have a chance." The frenzy played along with the act and laughed. "What nonsense are you talking about? If you continue, I will leave." Fire Lotus glared at the frenzy and pouted. Don't. The frenzy quickly pulled Fire Lotus's hand and gritted his teeth. "Your little hand is so slippery." Scram. Fire Lotus's face darkened. Although it was an act, she couldn't say everything, right? Those who didn't know would think that she was a loose woman. This is really unreasonable. Why is the heavens so unfair? I beg you to bestow me a beauty of the highest quality as well. Everyone wailed in their hearts. Qin Feiyang was constantly paying attention to Dong Ping and noticed that when Fire Lotus entered the restaurant, Dong Ping would occasionally glance at Fire Lotus. He became more and more certain of his judgment. This Dong Ping was definitely a scumbag. At this moment, Hua Lian displayed the charm of a mature woman to the fullest, becoming the center of attention for all the men here. About half an hour later, Qin Feiyang put down his wine cup and looked at Fire Lotus with a smile. "Why don't we go outside the city? A few days ago, I accidentally ran into a valley. Not only is the scenery beautiful, there are also many fun things." "Really?" Fire Lotus looked at Qin Feiyang and asked innocently. "Woman, don't go. Don't go. These playboys definitely won't feel at ease." Someone roared in their heart. "Qin Feiyang nodded. "Okay." Fire Lotus nodded without hesitation. "What a silly woman. You won't even know what happened when you get eaten." A man next to him shook his head. "Waiter, bill." Qin Feiyang waved at the waiter standing in front of the counter. The waiter quickly ran over. When he saw Fire Lotus, his eyes were filled with amazement. At the same time, he was envious. It seemed that being a playboy had its benefits. Qin Feiyang was very generous. He took out a large pile of soul stones and threw it to the waiter. Then, he led Fire Lotus and Frenzy out without looking back. All of a sudden, "I also want to be a playboy." A young man shook his head and sighed. To be a playboy, you also need to have the capital. Wait for your next life. If you find a powerful father in your next life, then you will have the qualifications to be a playboy. The young man's companions couldn't help but laugh at him. Looking at the backs of Qin Feiyang and the other three, Dong Ping's eyes flashed. He didn't follow. On the street, there was an endless stream of people and carriages. Qin Feiyang and the other three walked in the crowd, paying attention to their backs at all times, but they didn't see Dong Ping's figure. Don't waste so much time. He didn't have the intention at all. White-eyed Wolf muttered. Then we can only say that our Fire Lotus sister's charm isn't good enough. Frenzy bared his teeth. Fire Lotus immediately rolled her eyes and said angrily, "It's obvious that you can use the name of the inner demons and Lu Jiajin to easily lure this person out of the city. Why do you have to do such a fancy thing? This is Senior Brother and White-Eyed Wolf's idea. It has nothing to do with me. Qin Feiyang hurriedly distanced himself from the matter. Fire Lotus looked at Frenzy and White-Eyed Wolf and said speechlessly, I knew it was you two wicked guys. Don't talk nonsense. This idea was obviously little Qinzi's idea. White-Eyed Wolf said angrily, Ah! Fire Lotus looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. Ahem. Qin Feiyang coughed dryly and turned his head to hide the awkwardness on his face. But suddenly, the corner of his mouth lifted slightly and he said with a smile, Pay attention to the back. The three of them were stunned and secretly glanced at the crowd behind them. They saw a blood-haired young man mixed in the crowd. If it wasn't Dong Ping, who else could it be? The fish finally took the bait. Chapter 42-39. The boundless mountain was filled with vitality and vitality. About an hour passed. A group of 4 people arrived while talking and laughing, landing at the entrance of a valley. It was Qin Feiyang, Madman, White-Eyed Wolf, and Fire Lotus. There was naturally no lack of valleys in the mountains. They could be found anywhere. Moreover, this place was very far from Star Moon City. As long as they finished the battle quickly, they shouldn't affect the living beings of Star Moon City. The 4 of them looked at each other and entered the valley without looking back. Just as they entered the valley, Dong Ping's foot landed at the entrance of the valley. Sweeping his gaze over the entrance of the valley, he also took a step forward. Like a ghost, he walked in stealthily. What are you doing? But before he entered the valley, an angry shout came from inside. It was Fire Lotus's voice. Don't you know what we're doing? Madman's voice sounded with a trace of wretchedness. You're beasts, let go of me, Fire Lotus roared. Don't waste your energy. This person is extremely rare, it's useless even if you shout until your throat breaks. White-Eyed Wolf's voice sounded. Scum. Hearing these voices, Dong Ping cursed in his heart and rushed into the valley like lightning. He saw Fire Lotus being blocked by Qin Feiyang and the other 2 in a corner. You 3 scum, let go of her, Dong Ping shouted. But he couldn't help but be overjoyed. Wasn't this a ready-made hero saving the beauty? Who's so blind to ruin our good thing? Qin Feiyang and the other 2 raised their eyebrows and turned to look at Dong Ping. Their faces immediately changed and they asked while trembling, Sir, why is it you? Young master, save me. Fire Lotus also stretched out her helpless little hand to Dong Ping. Her pitiful appearance made one's heart ache. Scram! Dong Ping's aura exploded, and with an angry shout, it directly shook Qin Feiyang and the other 2 to vomit blood. The 3 of them were terrified and quickly retreated to the side. Fire Lotus immediately ran towards Dong Ping. Her tear-stained face immediately captured Dong Ping's heart. She comforted him, I'm here. It'll be fine. Thank you, young master. Fire Lotus wiped her tears and glared at Qin Feiyang and the other 2. I didn't expect you guys to be such scum. White-Eyed Wolf gloomily looked at Fire Lotus, then looked at Dong Ping and smiled obsequiously. Big brother. No, my lord, if you like, we can give it to you. Shut up. For me. What do you take women for? Dong Ping said furiously. We're all men, so we know what's going on. Why do you have to do this? The White-Eyed Wolf smiled obsequiously. Don't compare yourself to me. You bastards, even if you die, you deserve to die. Dong Ping shouted righteously. Yes. It's our fault, it's our fault. We'll scram right now. Madman nodded and quickly ran out of the valley. Stop. Dong Ping's gaze turned cold. Do you have any other orders? The 3 of them stopped and looked at Dong Ping in fear. Did I ask you to leave again? Dong Ping put on a smug expression. Because Fire Lotus was looking at him with admiration, this made him feel even more proud. He shouted, kneel down right now and apologize to this lady. If she doesn't forgive you, then all of you will die today. Apologize to her. The 3 of them were stunned. Is there a problem? Dong Ping raised his eyebrows. No. Qin Feiyang and the other 2 waved their hands. However, they sneered in their hearts. This guy really knows how to pretend to be a good person. If it was a naive girl, she might really fall for him and even marry him on the spot. Then hurry up. Dongping shouted coldly. I'm sorry, it's all our fault. Please speak for us and let us go. We won't dare to. Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at Fire Lotus and begged. The corner of Fire Lotus's mouth twitched. Why don't you become actors? What a waste of talent. Dongping turned to look at Fire Lotus and revealed a smile that he thought was very good. He said, Lady, I'll do whatever you say to them. Really? Fire Lotus looked at him charmingly. Yes. Dongping nodded. Looking at her rosy skin and charming eyes, he couldn't help but feel restless. That's what you said. Fire Lotus said. I said it. Dongping smiled. Then Fire Lotus looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two, then looked at Dongping and said, I want you to die. Okay. I'll let them die. Dongping nodded. He was so proud that he didn't hear Fire Lotus's words clearly. She meant, I want you to die. In the end, Dongping thought that she wanted Qin Feiyang and the other two to die. Frenzy was stunned and secretly laughed. This guy's brain doesn't seem to work well when he sees women. Ha ha, Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf secretly laughed. Die, all of you. Dongping's eyes flashed with killing intent as an ultimate law appeared. His body stood straight, looking majestic. This is ultimate law. Qin Feiyang and the other two's faces changed. Fire Lotus also looked at Dongping in shock. Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. Dongping smiled at Fire Lotus. You're amazing. You've even comprehended the ultimate law. Fire Lotus looked at him as if she was looking at her idol, her eyes filled with admiration. This undoubtedly made Dongping even more complacent and almost forgot himself. It's okay. He said it very modestly, but the arrogance in his expression was not concealed at all. Lord, we really know our mistake, please let us go. Qin Feiyang and the other two all showed a look of horror, and even their bodies were trembling. Let you go? Dongping sneered. If I let you go, how can I capture this woman's heart? For the sake of my blissful sex life later, all of you can go to hell for me. The ultimate law attacked the three of them. His face was full of confidence. These three hedonistic sons of rich parents could be easily squashed to death with just a finger, let alone ultimate laws and ultimate profundities. Haha, you're really a good man. Fortunately, I'm not a woman, otherwise I would want to marry you. White-eyed wolf really couldn't help but laugh out loud, tears came out of his eyes. Damn. I haven't played enough. Frenzy glared at him. I can't hold it in. White-eyed wolf expressed his innocence. What's the situation? Dongping looked at the two in a daze. Were they scared silly? It was also at this moment. He suddenly felt a tearing pain in his lower abdomen, and the ultimate law that attacked Qin Feiyang and the other two also dissipated. Dongping was stunned and instinctively looked down, only to see a dagger in his lower abdomen, piercing his energy reserve, and drops of blood flowed out. The hand that grabbed the dagger was Fire Lotus next to him. What's going on? Dongping was stunned. Lord, I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. I was really scared out of my wits. I wanted to kill them, but I accidentally hurt you. I'll help you stop the bleeding, Fire Lotus said in a panic, and after saying that, she pulled out the dagger, and blood spurted out of the wound like a blood arrow. But the next moment, she stabbed Dongping's lower abdomen again. Dongping looked at Fire Lotus in shock and anger. Fire Lotus pulled out the dagger again and retreated to the side of Qin Feiyang and the other two. She blinked her bright eyes and said in a charming voice, I really didn't do it on purpose, young master, you have to believe me. Dongping raised his head and looked at the four of them. The four of them looked at each other with a mocking smile. Dongping finally reacted. They were teasing him. You dare to tease me? You must have eaten the guts of a leopard. In an instant, Dongping's face became incomparably ferocious. Frenzy rolled his eyes and sneered, so what if we tease you? Do you really think you're a big shot? You're courting death. Dongping said word by word with a murderous aura. Courting death? Your energy reserve is destroyed and you've lost your cultivation. Even if we stand here and don't move, what can you do to us? Geniuses of the Central Dynasty? What the hell? You think we're really rich? Wrong. We're not rich, We're super rich. If you dare to offend us, even if you're from the Central Dynasty, you'll have to kneel down before us. Frenzy sneered. Not a dandy, but a super dandy? Is there a difference? The white-eyed wolf looked at Frenzy in astonishment. Of course there's a difference. How can an ordinary rich be compared to us three super rich? Frenzy smiled proudly. That's true. The white-eyed wolf nodded and looked at Dong Ping with a proud smile. How about it? Have you seen our methods? The three of us super rich, that's not an undeserved reputation. Dong Ping looked at Frenzy and the white-eyed wolf and laughed angrily. At present. He hadn't seen through the identities of the three and thought that they were here to take revenge on him after being humiliated by him in the Moon Pavilion. You wanted us to kneel down before, right? Fine. Now, you kneel down for us too. As long as you kowtow to us a few times and call us Grandpa, we'll spare your dog life. Frenzy looked at him mockingly. Kneel? Kowtow? Call me Grandpa, Dong Ping murmured. Boom. A monstrous murderous aura erupted as he roared, you guys really don't know what's good for you. The undead domain was activated. His shattered sea of chi and the wound on his lower abdomen instantly healed. What? Qin Feiyang and the other two were dumbfounded. This must be a dream. They rubbed their eyes and looked at Dong Ping's lower abdomen again, revealing a look of disbelief. Fire Lotus was speechless. He was still acting. He was addicted to acting, right? However, this Dong Ping was indeed stupid to the point of being cute. He didn't even think about it. If it was really just three rich kids, would they dare to provoke people from the Central Dynasty? It would be too late to curry favor with them. Dong Ping laughed sinisterly. Pay the price for your stupidity. An ultimate profundity of an ultimate law once again appeared out of thin air and charged furiously towards Qin Feiyang's group of four. Run! Frenzy shouted anxiously. The white-eyed wolf immediately swept up the three of them and activated momentary time. Without looking back, they rushed out of the valley and fled into the distance. Immortal God of War will continue to be updated in the new book pavilion. There are no advertisements in the website. Please bookmark and recommend the new book pavilion. Chapter 4240. You even mastered the law of time? Not bad. Dong Ping smiled coldly. He activated instant time and chased after them like lightning. My lord, we were wrong. I didn't lie to you this time. I really know my mistake. Please be magnanimous and let us go. Madman turned his head and shouted in panic. Go to hell and repent slowly. Dong Ping's killing intent surged. He was really angry. As one of the 5 unparalleled geniuses of the Central Dynasty, no one dared to play with him like this. This was simply challenging his bottom line. You really won't let us go? Madman said angrily. So what if I am? Dong Ping sneered. Just a few playboys, what can they do? Fine. Then don't blame us for being impolite. Madman roared. The 4 of them immediately stopped. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent the Fire Lotus back to the Black Tortoise world. Dong Ping was stunned. They actually stopped. It seemed that they were not only stupid but also ignorant. You forced us to do this. The white-eyed wolf stared at Dong Ping gloomily. And then, Dong Ping looked at the white-eyed wolf with a smile that wasn't a smile. He had decided. He couldn't just kill the 3 of them like this. He had to torture them and let them have a taste of life worse than death. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered. Madman said in a deep voice. Haha, then come and bite me. Do you have the ability? A few pieces of trash dare to provoke me. You think that everything will be fine after sending that woman into a spatial artifact? Ridiculous. After I kill you all, I will slowly deal with her. Dong Ping smiled sinisterly. That ultimate profundity, the strongest law, instantly shattered the sky and shot towards Qin Feiyang and the other 2. He didn't even activate the will of heaven, yet he was so confident. Who is this laughable person? The white-eyed wolf raised the corner of his mouth. An ultimate profound of the law of death instantly appeared high up in the sky, carrying with it a monstrous might as it blasted out. What? Dong Ping was stunned. Such a hedonistic sun could actually take out an ultimate profundity of an ultimate law. Boom. With a loud bang, the two ultimate mysteries collided. Because neither of them had activated the will of the Great Path, the difference in power was not bad. After a few breaths of time, the two ultimate profound meanings collapsed one after another. The people of the Central Dynasty are just SOSO. The white-eyed wolf was disdainful. The madman and Qin Feiyang looked at each other and moved to the sides, preparing to surround Dongping. That's all? Who gave you the courage to say such things to me? Dongping sneered. An ultimate profundity appeared, and the will of the heavenly Tao erupted. What? It's actually the will of the heavenly Tao. The white-eyed wolf's expression suddenly changed. Do you know what the will of the heavenly Tao means? This means that I have mastered at least 6 ultimate profundities of supreme laws. A piece of trash like you wants to fight me? You better wake up quickly. Dongping laughed arrogantly. His ultimate profound carried the will of the heavenly Tao, crushing the earth and mountains as he attacked the white-eyed wolf. I'm so scared. I'm about to be scared to death. The white-eyed wolf patted his chest with a look of horror. However, the next moment, the ultimate profundity of the law of death appeared again, and a terrifying will of the heavenly Tao erupted. This, Dongping, who was feeling proud, suddenly widened his eyes. He actually mastered the will of the heavenly Tao? How was this possible? A mere hedonistic son could never have such powerful strength. Could it be? Dongping's eyes trembled. There were only a few experts in the 4 continents who had comprehended the will of the heavenly Tao. Therefore, it was not difficult to guess. The experts of the God race, the human race, and the purple-gold divine dragon race would definitely not attack him, nor would they have the guts to attack him. The experts of the sea race and the beast race were almost completely wiped out, so it could not be them. Then, only, Qin Feiyang and his group were left. Boom. It was also at this moment that a terrifying aura erupted from 2 other directions. Dongping shuddered and hurriedly turned his head to look. He saw Qin Feiyang, the madman, and the white-eyed wolf in a triangular formation, surrounding him in the middle. The madman's face was also full of playfulness. Finally, he had played enough and could send this person to hell. You are. Dongping's eyes were gloomy. Your brain is much slower than we thought. Apart from us, in the 4 continents, who would dare to provoke you, a peerless genius of the Central Dynasty? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. When Dongping heard this, his body and mind trembled. In the next instant, he activated the undying domain without reservation. The 7 ultimate profundities of the law charged toward the white-eyed wolf, ready to break out. You actually think I'm the breakthrough point? Who are you looking down on? The white-eyed wolf raised his eyebrows. Boom. The battle soul heaven-swallowing beast appeared. Swallow. The 4th ability was activated. Dongping's 7 ultimate profundities immediately flew toward the battle soul's wide mouth. Even the undying runes in Dongping's domain broke out uncontrollably and flew toward the wide mouth. This scene. Not only Dongping, but even Qin Feiyang and the madman were dumbfounded. They remembered that when the white-eyed wolf fought with Dongxin, it could swallow Dongxin's domain of the gods. And now, it could swallow Dongping's undying domain. Could it be that the white-eyed wolf's 4th ability could restrain the 5 domains? Tell me, aren't you just asking to be humiliated? The white-eyed wolf looked at him with disdain. This is impossible. Dongping roared. Qin Feiyang and the madman looked at each other. The ultimate profundities of the law of life and death, the all-evil sword, appeared and exuded a world-destroying aura as it charged toward Dongping. I have the undying domain. No one can kill me, Dongping roared. But before his voice died away, the undying runes in the domain all rose into the air and were swallowed by the white-eyed wolf's battle soul. Catcher. It was also at this moment that the undying domain collapsed. Dongping was terrified as he roared, "Don't!" Boom. The all-evil sword and the ultimate profundities of the law of life and death arrived. The all-evil sword was a super-killing technique. The ultimate profundities of the law of life and death could also be considered a super-killing technique. Without the undying domain, what suspense was there for Dongping to face 2 super-killing techniques? With a miserable scream, Blood splattered across the sky as his soul was destroyed. That's it. The white-eyed wolf chuckled, his eyebrows filled with disdain. Qin Feiyang and the madman looked at each other and scanned the void. After waiting for a while and confirming that Dongping wasn't reborn, they let out a long breath. They had finally gotten rid of a huge problem. If this Dongping didn't die, with the strength of the undying domain, he would definitely bring them a lot of trouble in the future. Immediately after, the two restrained their aura and looked at the white-eyed wolf. The more they looked at this guy's battle soul, the more terrifying it was. The white-eyed wolf had already retracted his battle soul and was scanning the void as if he was looking for something. What are you looking for? The madman looked at him suspiciously. I'm looking for Dongping's keepsake. It's all your fault for being so heavy-handed. Didn't you say that you would give his head to Dong Tianchen and the others as a meeting gift? Now that his soul has been destroyed, what can you give to them? The white-eyed wolf stared at the two of them with dissatisfaction. The two of them were stunned. When they were teasing Dongping before, they were too excited and forgot about this matter. So I'm looking now to see if I can find any keepsake related to Dongping. You guys really can't do anything right. The white-eyed wolf complained non-stop. The two of them were helpless. How could he say that they couldn't do anything right? Wasn't it just a head? It didn't matter if they gave it away or not. It wasn't that important. Sigh. The white-eyed wolf let out a long sigh, his face full of disappointment. He didn't find anything and was ready to watch a good show, but the most important thing was gone. All right. The mad scientist rolled his eyes and said, anyway, Dongping's death will be exposed sooner or later. At that time, we can still see their expressions. The white-eyed wolf glared at the mad scientist and could only give up. But suddenly, the white-eyed wolf frowned and looked at the two of them and asked, do you think that Dongping left his divine soul in the central dynasty in advance to save his life? Qin Feiyang and the mad scientist looked at each other. They really hadn't considered this question. It shouldn't be. With their arrogance, they must be like us and disdain to do such a thing. The mad scientist came back to his senses and frowned. Not necessarily. The white-eyed wolf shook his head and looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, should we ask the inner demons and big cousin? They're not familiar with the 5 unparalleled geniuses, so they definitely don't know. Qin Feiyang said. Then they'll meet sooner or later. We'll know when we ask them. The white-eyed wolf said. Qin Feiyang thought about it and felt that it made sense, so he led the white-eyed wolf and the mad scientist into the black tortoise world. Fire Lotus stood in the tea garden and looked at the three of them unhappily. Next time, don't come to me for this kind of thing. Isn't this a good thing? The white-eyed wolf asked. A good thing. Fire Lotus was about to leave, but when she heard this, she immediately glared at the white-eyed wolf. What kind of good thing was this? This can prove your charm. If it's not a good thing, then what is? The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. Fire Lotus's face darkened when she heard this. Wasn't her charm obvious to everyone? Did she need to use this method to prove it? Seeing Fire Lotus's expression, the white-eyed wolf carefully said, Hey, a gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists. No matter what kind of woman she was, as long as she was angry, she was scarier than a tigress. Fire Lotus rolled her eyes and turned to walk back to the courtyard. She took out a sound transmission stone and said without turning her head, I sent you a video, no need to thank me. The three of them were stunned. The next moment, their sound transmission stones vibrated one after another. They took it out and looked at it suspiciously. The white-eyed wolf's expression suddenly became excited and he shouted, Little Lotus, you're the cutest. Fire Lotus's cheeks immediately turned red when she heard this. Why was the white-eyed wolf so happy? That was because this video was the scene of them killing Dongping. With this video, what was the use of killing people? This was the best gift for Dong Hanzong and the others. Send me out quickly. The white-eyed wolf looked at Qin Feiyang as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly. What an impatient guy. Then, he sent the white-eyed wolf out. Do we still need to send a message to the inner demons? Lunatic asked. Just in case, let's send a message to them. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and said with a smile. Chapter 42-41. Buzz. After a short while, as the voice transmission stone awakened, Lu Jiajin and the inner demon's phantoms appeared. When they saw where the two of them were, Qin Feiyang and the madman couldn't help but be stunned. The place where the two of them were at was a place with green mountains and clear waters, surrounded by clouds and mist. It was like a fairyland. Where are you guys? The madman looked at the two of them suspiciously. Sightseeing. Lu Jiajin smiled slightly. What? The madman was stunned. They were still in the mood for sightseeing. They thought that the two of them should have gone to meet up with Dong Hanzong and the others. But they didn't expect them to be so leisurely as to go sightseeing. What else do you think? Lu Jiajin asked. Qin Feiyang and the madman looked at each other and couldn't help but shake their heads and smile bitterly. Qin Feiyang asked, then when are you guys going to find Dong Hanzong and the others? No hurry. Lu Jiajin waved his hand. All right. There are two main reasons why I'm sending you this message. The first thing is that Dong Ping has been killed by us. The second thing is that we want you guys to help us find out if Dong Ping left his divine soul in the Central Dynasty in advance to save his life. Qin Feiyang said. What? You guys have already killed Dong Ping? The inner demons and Lu Jiajin looked at each other. This action was too fast, and there wasn't even the slightest sound. Yes. Just before. Qin Feiyang nodded. Not bad. In the blink of an eye, a huge problem has been eliminated. The inner demons laughed. Of course. What we care about is efficiency. The madman smiled proudly. The inner demon rolled her eyes. Can't you keep a low profile? You want to soar to the heavens with just a few words of praise. Lu Jiajin pondered for a while and looked at Qin Feiyang and the madman. Logically speaking, a genius like Dong Ping should disdain to do such a thing, but just in case, it's necessary to confirm it. Yes, we think so too. Qin Feiyang nodded. The inner demons said, all right. Let's play for another year or so, and then we'll meet up with Dong Hanzong and the others. Ah, you still want to play for another year and a half? Madman was stunned. Can't I? The inner demons frowned. No. Is this the time to go sightseeing? Madman was speechless. In order to deal with the Central Dynasty, they had been so busy that they were in a terrible fix, but these two acted as if it had nothing to do with them. Can you be more reliable? The inner demon's face darkened. Kid, don't be ungrateful. We're doing this for your own good. For our own good. Madman was stunned. They really couldn't tell how he was doing this for their own good. Of course. You've all personally experienced the strength of Dong Ping and the others. Every single one of you possesses heaven-defying strength. If old Lu and I are added to the mix, have you ever thought about what kind of situation all of you would be in at that time? The inner demons asked. Madman fell silent. Now that he thought about it, it did make sense. Dong Hanzong's group, the God race, the human race, and the purple gold divine dragon race were already enough to deal with them. If the inner demons and Lu Jiajin were added to the mix, their situation would be even more dangerous. Because as long as the inner demons and Lu Jiajin wanted to continue hiding in the Central Dynasty, they would have to attack them after meeting up with Dong Hanzong and the others. You can't deny it now, right? We're doing this for your own good. The inner demons laughed. The corner of Madman's mouth twitched. For a moment, he couldn't find a reason to refute. But you can't delay for too long. After all, our battle with Dong Ping and the others has already caused a lot of commotion. If you don't appear in front of Dong Hanzong and the others, they will definitely suspect you. Qin Feiyang said. You don't need to remind us of this. We know what to do. The inner demons waved his hand. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded. As long as they knew what to do. Outside. At this moment, there was an uproar. It can't be. The person in this video seems to be that genius from the Central Dynasty. He was actually surrounded and killed. Who are the three people that surrounded and killed him? Because Qin Feiyang, Madman, and White-Eyed Wolf had all changed their appearances, many people couldn't help but feel suspicious when they saw the video that White-Eyed Wolf spread. Wait. Look, That young man has awakened the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death. In today's world, it seems that only Qin Feiyang and someone called Lu Yuntian have comprehended the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death. Lu Yuntian is from the Central Dynasty. It can't be him. So this young man is clearly Qin Feiyang. That's right. It must be Qin Feiyang and the others. Aren't they too fast? How did they kill Dong Ping so quickly? Everyone was shocked. 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100, and this video quickly spread across the 4 great continents. The ancestral land of the purple gold divine dragons. Inside a large hall, the king sat at the front. Dong Hanzong, Dong Tianchen, and another woman sat on the lower right. As for Dong Xin, she was in seclusion to reconstruct her body. The divine king, heavenly Lord Ji, and the human supremes sat on the lower left. After all, this was the ancestral land of the purple gold divine dragons, so the person sitting on the main seat must be the king. If Dong Hanzong wanted to occupy the main seat, then he would be too ignorant. After all, even if he was an unparalleled genius of the Central Dynasty, he shouldn't steal the limelight. Dong Hanzong looked at the 3 and said, Qin Feiyang and the others must be eliminated, so I hope that the 3 of you can cooperate with us. That's for sure. The 3 looked at each other and nodded with a smile. There's one more thing. I also hope that the king can persuade the dozen or so old seniors. No matter what, they are still members of the divine kingdom. Now that the divine kingdom is in trouble, I hope that they can do their part. Dong Hanzong said. About this, the king smiled wryly and sighed. I know the personalities of these old men the best. It's useless to force them to do something they don't want to do. I can only say that we'll try our best. Try our best. Dong Tianchen's gaze turned cold. He looked at the monarch and said, they must listen to us because this is the emperor's orders. If they disobey the emperor's orders, I don't need to tell you what will happen to your purple gold divine dragon clan. You should know very well. I know. The king nodded. But there were rays of cold light flashing in his eyes. A few yellow-haired brats actually dared to threaten his purple gold divine dragon clan to buzz. Then, Heavenly Lord Ji's divine voice stone rang. A hint of suspicion flashed in his eyes. He took out the divine sound transmission stone and lowered his head to look at it. A hint of joy flashed in his eyes, but on the surface, he looked very shocked. What's wrong? The king looked at him in confusion. When Heavenly Lord Ji was about to speak, the divine voice stones of the divine king and the human supremes also vibrated. The 2 of them were startled and also took out their divine voice stones. This, after checking the content, the 2 of them were also stunned. Dong Hanzong, Dong Tianchen, and the other woman looked at each other and couldn't help but look at the 3 of them suspiciously. What's wrong with the 3 of you? The king was puzzled. Heavenly Lord Ji looked at the divine king and the supremes and asked, is the message you received an image? Yes. The 2 of them nodded. About Dong Ping? Heavenly Lord Ji asked again. Yes. The 2 of them nodded again. Heavenly Lord Ji's eyes dimmed and he said, we all received this image. It seems to be true. What image? Dong Hanzong and the other 2 frowned. Why was it related to Dong Ping? Take a look for yourselves. Heavenly Lord Ji waved his hand and a battle image appeared in the air of the main hall. When they saw Dong Ping, the white-eyed wolf's heaven-swallowing beast, Qin Feiyang's ultimate meaning of the law of life and death, and the lunatic's all-evil sword, the 4 of them suddenly stood up. How did Dong Ping get surrounded by the 3 of them? At the same time, the king's eyes flickered. He didn't need to continue watching after seeing the first half of the image. Because he knew that Dong Ping must have died in the hands of Qin Feiyang, the lunatic and the white-eyed wolf. This image must have been deliberately spread by Qin Feiyang and the others. Bastard! I'm going to kill them, kill them. After watching the image, Dong Tianchen was enraged and rushed out of the hall with murderous intent. Stop! Dong Hanzong shouted. Dong Tianchen said angrily, Brother Zong, Dong Ping has already died in their hands. Why aren't we fighting back? Of course we have to fight back. But we don't even know where they are. How can we fight back? Besides, aren't you falling into their trap if you run out alone? Dong Hanzong said. That's right. It'll be difficult for them to kill us if we stay together. But if we split up and fight alone, it'll be easy for them to kill us with their strength. Maybe they want to use this to make us lose our minds and go after them so that they can defeat us one by one. The woman said. But, Dong Tianchen wanted to say something. I don't want to repeat myself. As for Dong Ping's death, it's my fault. I shouldn't have let him go after Lu Yuntian and Lu Yunfeng alone. Dong Hanzong clenched his fists. The woman frowned and said, speaking of Lu Yuntian and Lu Yunfeng, why haven't they done anything yet? Are they purposely avoiding us? Why are they avoiding us? We're not their enemies. The king interjected. I don't know. We don't know much about those two either. The woman shook her head. You don't know much. Aren't they from the Central Dynasty? The king frowned. Although they're from the Central Dynasty, we've never come into contact with them. We've only heard of their deeds. They're both arrogant and lawless people. The woman said. Dong Tianchun's eyes flashed coldly as he said in a deep voice, then it's all their fault. If it weren't for them, Dong Ping wouldn't have died. Dong Hanzong raised his eyebrows and looked at Dong Tianchen. Do you know that you're in danger now? Because you've lost your mind. Dong Ping is my younger brother. How can I be calm when I see him die in the 4 great continents? Dong Tianchen glared at Dong Hanzong angrily. What? Dong Ping is this person's younger brother? The king, the divine king, the human lord, and heavenly lord Ji looked at each other with shock in their eyes.